Yeah, everything's been at that like first tempo, right? That quick timing. Maybe a lack of faith in the mid-rounds. Apex.
Oh, good cover.
Support from Flamesy. TyLoo is getting sandwiched. They saw Jamyoung make it.
Yeah, too many targets.
Oh, the lapse there for Vitality. It's given ZywOo's life away. It's armed G with an AWP. 20 kills deep is G. Silence there. Rops. And the full rotate down in the lower. Vitality continue picking up steam for TyLoo. Time might be up on Nuke.
Yeah. A great, admirable showing here so far. And they've got another buy, so don't count it out yet, but TyLoo, it might only be an NT.
Yeah, I think the thing that's going to feel nice is at least your individuals woke up here. You're able to push a few more buttons of this Vitality squad on their path to reclaiming the #1 spot.
And while ZywOo's woken up in a couple of multi-kill AWP rounds, doesn't look to stop now. Flamesy's also just had a monster map. Impact from the very start got Vitality their 4 rounds in a row to kick off their T-side campaign, and he's bought time for ZywOo to wake back up, blowing out the fire.
I mean, now ZywOo's just having fun with it. That's a move that in the stress of the early game ZywOo wouldn't have done, but taking the time to toy with the Molotov, that's for no one other than the spectators.
Fan favorites. Vitality enjoying themselves here. 4 kills from those semi-finals. The Mongols waiting on. And Flames looks like he wants to end it. His aggression has been excellent, denied this time. ZywOo has them locked in.
You just feel like ZywOo's not been missing, and he's not about to start now. Recovering from the slow start here on Nuke.
Okay.
ZywOo full blind, and they're coming in with this backstab. Jamyoung catches him flashed, but their hopes pinned on getting past the Rops and Mezzy hold. Vitality drop anchor and sail in to the semi-finals. But TyLoo, a better effort here on the second map of Nuke, but not enough depth to take on Counter-Strike's best.
I'm here in the center of the Esports World Cup Player Lounge. This is where all the players get to kick back, relax. There's TVs, there was music until our cameraman, actually it wasn't me, just our cameraman decided we had to turn it off and turn on the lights. So now we've got a nice bright Player Lounge, and I'm going to take you for a walk. Going to pick up from where Chad left off. We're going to go check in with the teams that have just arrived and are getting ready for Media Day. Look who I've found. It's the man whose name no one really knows how to pronounce. I'm going to call him Kioske, and you're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
He's okay with that. So Kioske, boom, Falcons in the Esports World Cup. Expectations at an all-time high. Big game to start. Are you excited to get going, or are you kind of feeling that like a little apprehension? You feeling it in your stomach? A little nervous, maybe?
Yeah, I'm excited to play here. It's like for our organization, it's like a home here. So yes. I'm excited to start to play here.
Hell yeah. How's preparation and practice been going?
It was very good. Yeah. We had a lot of practice, I think like 10 or 11 days. We did really well.
So would you say that you're feeling more comfortable, as in like the whole team is feeling more comfortable of like understanding of like the roles and the expectations?
Yeah, we feel more comfortable now because we are like playing more times than we did. Yes, yeah. And myself, like for myself, I feel more comfortable.
Yeah, that's really important, and I was happy to hear. It's weird to think of you as playing, being uncomfortable because you're still putting up your numbers. Is it a kind of a? It must be reassuring that you play even when you're not comfortable, you're still performing.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but yeah, it was like first my TyLoo experience. But
You can't tell. You've taken this like a fish to water. Very comfortable. Last question, and it's a big one, is how has your experience been here at EWC? I mean, this lounge is ridiculous. It's gorgeous. I mean, are you being looked after? I imagine you're being treated like royalty.
Bro, it's EWC. I really like it.
Yeah?
Yeah. And they're like Riyadh overall. We went to some restaurant. It was very cool.
What kind of cuisine did you eat?
What?
What kind of food did you have?
Some sushi, some beef. Yeah, it was.
Everything?
Yes,
A little bit?
I tried everything. Yeah.
I love that. Okay, so you're not a picky eater. You're like there's not any foods you don't like, or are you not fussy?
No, I think I don't know.
Yeah.
I like all food, I guess.
No, not a fussy eater. We've learned new things about Kiosuke today. Kiosuke. Say it again, because everyone's getting upset on the Twitter.
You can pronounce however you want, guys.
You heard him? Okay, it's hard for me. I called you like 6 different names when I first cast you. It was so hard for my brain. I was like, Kiosuke, Kyosuke. Sorry for taking your time, but thank you, Vo.
Thank you.
Have a good luck at the tournament. Okay. Would you look who I found? I found a rare Mouz in the wild. Boys, the whole squad have showed up for this one. That's respect. A Mouz in the wild. I sat next to Spinks and Zershan on the flight here. Yeah. And if you want to, you won't believe it, but Zershan actually in the middle seat didn't say a word, wasn't complaining at all. Isn't that right?
Yes, I was not complaining at all, even though this guy is half my size.
Oh, I do see the problem there. Yeah, okay. So what was the reason you didn't give your aisle seat to your teammate? Has that already ruined the vibe?
I told him we should check in to have good seats for the flight. And he said like, no, it's okay. And then I checked in an aisle seat. He didn't. And then he's like, oh, Lotan, I want your seat. I was like, hell no, of course not. Check in with me.
And then he asked for my seat. The audacity, this guy. Okay, I'll give you one chance to respond. Is he telling Porky Pie's lies?
Biggest lie ever told right there.
As you can tell, the drama is already heating up here. Normally, Adam, I think you're kind of responsible for diffusing the drama. Who is in the wrong here?
To be honest, I'm happy I was not on that flight, but these guys always fight, But I have to give the right to Dory, I don't think there was a check-in happened.
One man who I'm sure checks in for every flight he takes.
Oh my God, you are totally wrong if you look at me. I never check in. I never check in.
You're sitting there middle seat, long haul? Yeah, like choose your... You're never choosing a seat?
Nope.
Madness, absolute madness. Jimmy, come on, a bit of sense. No?
Me neither. I just always, I am lucky and I get the window seat always.
Jimmy doesn't know you have a flight.
Yeah.
This guy was like, where are we flying now? After a tournament. And they was like, we're flying to Netherlands or something, no? Or something like this. And
No, it was Katowice.
No. It was when we were in Cluj, we were in Bucharest. And it's like, where is Cluj-Napoca? It's like, it's in Germany or something. Okay, you don't need to throw me under the bus like that. I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, so maybe some geography lessons for Jimmy, and we get you guys on checking in for your flights. You could, you don't have to sit in the middle seat, Ludwig, if you don't want to. You guys feeling game fit, ready to do some Mouz damage? See you in those playoffs again?
Of course.
Yeah, okay. What's the practice facilities like? Are you guys got your own setup, like in your rooms, or how's it working here? How do you guys practice?
I'm in on practicing as usual, yeah. Okay, cool.
Nice one. All right, well, boys, have fun. Keep killing it. One last question. I have nothing in my head, so I'm going to just see what happens. Here it comes.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
You think so?
Actually, yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, exactly.
What about you?
hell no.
Nah, see, that's what I'm saying. Jimmy, what do you think?
Hell no.
Yeah, that's what some people have been saying.
100% yes, these two are so negative.
Yeah, they are so negative. So you can see there is a lot of negativity in the Mouz camp right now, but that's all from us here in the lobby. Let's go annoy some other players. Look who I've found. It is none other than Elige. John, coming into this one, I am very excited because I don't really know, you're in the state of limbo as a team. You're up, you're down, you're up, you're down, and you've made no secret of your pursuit of kind of settling and finding comfort in the ranks. How is it feeling coming into this one, being real?
I mean, it's kind of like what you said. We are trying to find like our form, trying to see, where we stack up against everyone else. And some days we can be really, really sick, and some days we can look like we're actually ill. So
it's rough and smooth right now. Yeah, kind of trying to find a little more of the smooth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What are your requirements now? Are you a free man? Or have you got more media, done your hero shots? By the way, the laundry list. What is the laundry list for your day? It's like interviews, lobby.
Well, we started off going to the venue, and we did like rehearsal and SSD setup.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, what are players rehearsing? Is that just like walk-ins and stuff like that?
I mean, we kind of just walked onto the stage. I'm sure someone's probably going to mess it up anyway, but yeah, we do practice that.
Making sure they can walk?
We walked onto the stage. We found our spots.
Okay, well, good. And now we know if anyone messes up, they were briefed. They were told where to stand.
We practiced it and still messed up. That's what happened.
Okay, great. I'm actually imagining a choreographed dance routine now, but maybe for another time. So yeah, you got there. You've already been to the venue. Jeez, okay. And now you're back here. Photos, obviously.
And now everything. We're still getting started. We still got the press, the media, the photos, the videos, whatever, all the stuff.
Yeah. So just lots of cameras in your face before you can sit down and play video games.
Exactly, yeah.
And I'm contributing to this. I am part of the problem. I'll love you and leave you then. You're looking for your teammates. I'll tell you now, I haven't seen a single member of FaZe, which is why I was so excited to see your jersey.
I'm probably in the wrong spot. So I think it's me, actually.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll let you go find them, and thank you for giving me your time. Cheers, bro. Look who I found. I got none other than Virtus.pro, the boys in the building. I really like the orange. We don't have an orange jersey.
Yeah, I like it. I don't know what to say.
It's quite.
Orange is cool,
Yeah, it looks good, man. It looks good. Sorry, that wasn't my best first question. I realized that. I just said it to you before we started. It's good to see your face again, man. It's been too long that you've been taken away, not on our screens. How has he been integrating? I'm going to ask you first before I talk to him. How has it been getting Perfecto into the team and familiar with the situation?
Yeah, this guy is good. I see. He's good, but we have bad performance last few tournaments, so I think it's not good. Maybe because of him. It's a lot of work to do and a lot of mistakes to fix.
Yeah.
But I think everything is okay.
The future is bright.
I hope so. Yeah.
I think so. And for you, man, like coming back into the things, getting up to the swing of things, I'm interested. Like from your perspective, how long does it take to kind of feel like you're back? Like I'm back to where I was when I started playing less.
Actually, it's not hard because I play like every day on Counter-Strike, so for me it's okay. I watch every tournament, so if you play on Tier 1, you can play on Tier 1 in future, so I don't care about that. So now all good, we just fixed our problems, and I hope we try to do our best on this tournament, maybe next.
And how are you finding your new teammates as well? This guy walks into bomb sites, kills 3 people, and that can be, sometimes the rounds go quick.
I mean, I believe in everyone, so I don't know. We need just... we need more focus, more, firepower sometimes. So all good. I believe in everyone.
Yeah, I believe. Last question. You guys just get here? How long have you been traveling? Was it a decent travel day or?
Yeah, we've been in Malta. Yes. We play Malta, so it's around 12 hours maybe. Yeah, 12 hours. So we come tonight. But we're ready, so it's okay.
Hell yeah. They're ready. VP are ready. Thank you so much for your time, guys. Good luck. Thank you.
This land is calling.
"22 esports titles and 7 weeks of play. We're here now at EWC for the final week.
Yeah, that's right. Ahead of the Counter-Strike getting going, we figured we would come here to the Boulevard to take a look at what EWC has to offer.
The Boulevard is busy tonight, and no surprise, there's a lot to do here at EWC.
Yeah, I mean, no wonder it runs for 7 weeks. I feel like we barely scratched the surface. Yeah, we've had a good time tonight. I guess all that's left to do is say, we'll see you next year.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Virtus.pro. Би навысагаас кросс харна. Орцсон тохиол.
Амар баяраа. Tempo. Nice demo. Nice.
The better Kovac, the better one, I guess.
Nico, I know your calls.
Hey, he is there.
Nice! A sick round. Good plan, Damian. Let's go.
Alvaro will walk.
Cave.
Nice, Mario. Nice.
Nice, Bruno. Smoke is fading.
I'm blind.
And left side, guys. Left side picking. Peek, right side. One more left. Let's go. One more there. Nice, boys. Nice.
Nice push.
I didn't hear sound. Do we have it?
I don't know.
Hey, we have it.
I should think no.
Nice!
No. 0, bratан.
I go.
Oh.
Nice, guys. Sound. He's street one. Oil.
Yes.
And then flash street. Oil dead. Default one. Default last.
Default last.
Oil. Default.
I'm picking from up oil right now.
Nice, boys. Let's go.
Mid picking.
I'm holding with you, Shark, kind of.
Nice, boys.
Nice, boys. It was so quick. Could be pull.
Banana.
Nice. Banana.
Left side. Defuse.
Nice.
Sick, boys.
Nice, good communication.
Nice shot.
Oh, I can hear.
Oh, the timing was the first shot. I think I heard maps.
Take care.
Yes,
Nice, William!
Nice, boys.
Above you and under. Above you.
Nice!
No more done.
Top.
Nice, boys. Sick. Nice, Taking your loans, I'm hiding. See one.
Nice!
keeping it tight. On a good top war, it can get dark but we stay bright. Coming like a night, it's a sight. Ever touch my speed? Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man drop flats.
Up on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't know lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. I'll fight with need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Bro like that, I'm back to the base. Back to the base. Back to the base.
How I can never act. Been trying to stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better shift, show you come and that's on me. Out here getting this beer. If you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, coming too clean. Could never move shady, ain't no feed.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? You know, I'm a madman. Just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension. Shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off, slide up. Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. I'll fight with need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Bro like that, I'm back to the base.
The Falcons have landed in Boulevard City, not least at the Team Falcons nest just situated behind us, but also in the history books last night, James.
Oh yes, they have become the back-to-back Esports World Cup Club Championship winners. The trophy stays once again in Riyadh, but the party maybe not was going to happen yesterday because Liquid Nephew was trying to deny their chances, but it didn't come through for them and Falcons take the #1 spot.
Despite netting that back-to-back achievement once again, I think it's fair to say we still have some questions for the CS2 team because with such talent on the roster and such high expectations attached to them, I think it's fair to say that we have more to be desired from them.
Definitely so. Austin Major was an absolute disaster. Cologne, Kioski's first event, you know, the rookie coming in, he did deliver, but the rest of the team, they were missing. Now at the Esports World Cup, they need to show up and show us what this Stream Star team can do.
The stakes are high. It is time to kick off Day 3 at the Esports World Cup Counter-Strike 2.
Welcome to the STC Esports Arena. We're here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, standing in front of the crushed keys of the fallen competitors and the still intact keys of the teams remaining in the tournament. A couple of big ones have actually gone out, but remember, the champion of the CS2 tournament here at the EWC is going to take the crushed keys of 3 of their oppositions to combine it into the trophy. The rest of the crushed keys will go into the bottom of the totem to celebrate the victory and the path that was there. One of the big ones to start, Na'Vi, defending champions. Their key has been pretty much entirely crushed. Now, from being defending champions, they did actually even get this little bit of a crown on the front of their key, and it's been annihilated. It's a sad day for Na'Vi.
Yeah, there's been a lot of upsets in that first round. Na'Vi being a big one, losing to 3D Max. Also, Team Spirit, who were in great form, winning 2 tournaments, right? Losing out to Heroic. I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card. And also FaZe Clan, man, after winning the first map, losing to Aurora. They lost so bad, they already made the roster changes.
I know, they had to get it out there early, didn't they? They had to make the announcement. I'm a little bit disappointed. Astralis and Liquid, 2 teams that I wanted to see some cool things from. We've seen them on a path to recovery, a path to get back to the former greatness. Obviously, a huge stumbling block at EWC is both of them to go out without a win in that first round.
And also the club championship has been decided with Falcons winning yet again. And
the $7 million to go along with it?
It's not too bad, not too shabby. But on the other side of things, we also have teams in the running for moving up in the standings and getting that extra cash. Aurora being one of those teams that will go up later today against Heroic.
Yeah, then it's going to be a good day at Counter-Strike as well. Now, we did see, you got to talk to your boy, because this G2 Esports, Falcon beat G2 earlier on, got to crush their key. He was very gentle. The key's still intact. It's got a big dent in it, but he could have been worse.
It was a big dent. He also had a big smile on his face
Very
while that
big
was happening. It
smile.
was a little bit concerning, I'm not going to lie, but hey, you can let him enjoy that one, and we'll see. They're going up against Mouz in the second quarterfinal later today. That's going to be a big test for the Falcons and a very exciting game to watch.
And we're going to get those games underway. The path to crown the champion here at the Esports World Cup.
Now, Team Falcons just yesterday were crowned the club champions of EWC 2025, but that doesn't mean the race for the cash is over, James. What have some of the other teams got to do to be climbing up this leaderboard and netting themselves some more money?
Well, there is still a lot of opportunity for many of these clubs, and the biggest one here that you have to look at is Vitality and Team Liquid. Liquid no longer have players. We know what happened in Counter-Strike, but then yesterday in Street Fighter, which gave Falcons the win, he got eliminated at the same time. For Vitality, all they now need to do is get a win in any form within Counter-Strike. So if you win the semis or even win the third place decider, they'll make an extra $1 million by getting into second place for the club standings, which is huge. Then there's Mouz. Now, Mouz don't have too many teams and players in games, but Counter-Strike doing very well, and Ending Walker, a British Street Fighter player who has been really on the rise, they have a great opportunity to push them into the top 8, which would give them $850,000. There's other teams as well, including Aurora, who we know and love right from the CS side. They have, if they win, if they go really deep, they can jump up quite a lot. Then there's DRX, Detonation Focus Me, and Rock Esports. Rock Esports we've been covering in the Crossfire.
Okay.
They all have chances to make it into the top 10, make it into some of the prize money, and get some big opportunity for the clubs that probably they were thinking at some point we don't have any chance of getting.
There truly is so much on the line here at EWC 2025. We're going to have to see how exactly it goes down.
We will indeed. Welcome to the weekend here at the Esports World Cup, where we are narrowing down our pool of competitors. The club championship was decided last night, but there's still a lot to play for here in Counter-Strike. Their portion of $1.25 million. And to celebrate such a momentous occasion, we had to bring in 3 whole analysts to shoulder the burden here. We got Moses, we got Pim, we got Yanko coming through. Everyone having a nice morning? Afternoon?
I'm having a great morning.
5 p.m., Mike.
What is time, really?
I do just let these hosts get away. I just answer the question, don't I? I need to stop doing that. I'm having a great afternoon.
It's all right. I know.
Keep people on their toes, Jason. Yeah, otherwise, people will say whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. I kind of just did want to say whatever. How are you doing, Pam?
I'm doing fantastic in this morning, afternoon, day, whatever.
Yeah, indeed. Day whatever, indeed. Let's take a look at the prize pool here. I already talked about it. It's that $1.25 million dues. First place going to go a long way, and for some of these teams as well. We're no longer really in the moment where anyone's scrabbling for survival, perhaps, but any win does give you a huge chunk in the VRS, make your position more confirmed, and especially in our first matchup, which we'll get to in a minute, that's going to matter a whole lot. So a lot of money on the line, a lot to battle for, even just when it comes to Counter-Strike.
And a lot of teams that you'd still expect to be in this bracket have been taken out, and 2 of them by these 2 very teams that we'll have in that first matchup. Aurora beating FaZe, not necessarily an upset with the way FaZe has been struggling, but Heroic over Team Spirit is like the craziest upset, that we've seen at this event, obviously.
100%. I just love the fact that it already had consequences. We already see now FaZe Clan benching Elise, no longer part of
happened
that
quick.
That happened quick. Maybe that was pre-planned coming into EWC, most likely, right? So, fact of the matter is, you're right, Jason. 2 big surprises, but FaZe Clan already making an immediate reaction. I think we spoke about it, Yanko. We kind of wanted that to happen, but I didn't see it coming just the day after.
Didn't feel like a snap reaction, though, right? It had to have been in the works, maybe, that they were planning to, then just looking for what the change can happen. But for me, also the Navi one was really shocking, right? Like the manner in which they lost, and also losing to 3D Max. I think they're in equally dire straits, like FaZe Clan.
You can see here in our Kadia top plays of the day that there was a lot of spicy play coming in yesterday as well, right? Obviously, the Falcons matchup, a big focus for the fans in the arena, but Mongols as well, dispatching of a 3D Max team that had themselves caused a bit of an upset in that first round.
Yeah, I mean those were good wins as well, and I mean I think you could see some of the Mongols players still doing really, really well. This team's still playing very strong. They haven't dropped off at all. Mongols going to be a team. I mean, one up against Vitality again. I mean that's going to be a huge test for them. But obviously they've at least got the benefit of having beaten them already.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun matchup to see the Mongols play one more time. I think they play with a lot of sass right now. They play good Counter-Strike. They seem confident. And
a lot of
last time they
Just
played
a little
Vitality.
sassy.
A little bit of sass, and last time they played Vitality, they beat them. So that's going to be a grudge match for Vitality, if anyone.
Yeah, and I think also it will be very telling, whether it was just a one-off at Bounty and the fact that they played so many times and Vitality stomped them every single time, or was that a sign of things to come, right? Mongols just need to at least make it close, right? Like if they get stomped again, then you're like, whatever, so you'll never beat them again.
That is quite a reaction. You might say it's a top reaction, perhaps a Sony top reaction. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Rolling here.
You made that throw sound like it was going to go to like a video. We're doing okay. So look at all these cool reactions on the screen. That's a nice one from Apex, kissing and waving to the crowd. I think he's got Vitality in a good place. TyLoo, we always love G's reactions. He's probably out there eating ice cream somewhere. Apex having a great time still. And I mean, they should be because they actually melted through TyLoo yesterday without any issues.
It's good to see them win with conviction, win in a relatively easy game. I know on Nuke they were down 5-0 or something, then Flame C happened, and then you win the game quite easily. I think that's exactly what we wanted. That's what we expect from Vitality, and as we have spoken about already, no one is really ringing the alarm bells just yet, and with the win yesterday, that's still the case.
And also we were able to avoid an international incident with Zywo and G exchanging jerseys today, and...
all love.
I don't want to talk about that. That made me sad this morning. Made me really sad.
It's all love. Remember that when you're on Twitter, that the players actually see each other on a regular basis, and most of them like each other. Those are our games for the day. Those are the games that are upcoming. Hopefully we can avoid any more international incidents. I know Aurora's fan base likes to get it there on Twitter.
Yeah, and I mean they're going to have it's going to be a cool matchup, but I look at that Aurora heroic one, and I mean that should be pretty straightforward, shouldn't it? That should be pretty easy for him. So there shouldn't be anything popping off on that one. Okay, so we're just crushing keys now. As if Robs is making the sound effect as he goes.
I think that's the most excited you're ever going to see, Robs. That's that lifting a gold bar. It's about the same level of excitement. We've got our Aramco power rankings here. We made these at the beginning. Obviously, circumstances have changed. Spirit out early. Otherwise, that top echelon still looking strong. But as we head down the rows, what do we think of those last two categories?
I mean, nothing has really changed, has it? Vitality still could win it all. I'd say Mongols, Mouz could still win it all, theoretically speaking. I think Falcons as well. That's been the one positive notion I've seen so far. Nico had a great game. I think Monacy stepped up as well. So
or three, baby.
All three, there we go. He's back. He's back.
And the never tell me the odds. We put them in the Na'Vi phase and G2 in there for like never tell me the odds of a disappointing loss in the first round, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's where we took it.
You never know.
For sure.
Right? You never know.
Speaking of disappointing losses in the first round, Na'Vi, let's talk about them more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Sign a leash. Sign a leash right now.
Sign a leash. Okay, yes.
That, Jason.
This is a Kassad take on Twitter today.
It was actually
I saw you
one
enjoyed it, Jason.
It was actually one of Kassad's most reasonable takes he's had recently. I actually
doesn't say a lot.
I love you, Kassad. Yeah, the Elish it's interesting because I think, as having worked closely with Elish, he is someone who likes structure. He is someone who likes to plan. He is someone who likes to know like what's coming and how things are going to be done. And that seems like right up Blade's wheelhouse. So I think it's actually kind of a really cool concept to see. And especially when you see Na'Vi struggling the way they are at the moment, like why not do the Hail Mary? Why not risk everything? If FaZe can bring in Simple for a Hail Mary, Na'Vi can bring in Elish and just say, let's see what happens over the next few months.
Well, here's my question for you. Is any entry into the team require somebody to exit? Is there an obvious candidate that you think Elish could come in for?
I mean, it depends. Makasi, it'll be too soon, I guess, to remove him.
I don't think you can let him go.
He was super impressive, though.
He's been impressive so far. I think he's done a good job, and there's some potential in him. I think Imma may be the candidate. There was this whole rumor about Imma and Elish switching up in FaZe Clan as well. Judging from the body language from Imma as well.
I mean, let's be real. It would be Imma or Makaza. I think Makaza has done enough to let him stick around.
Yeah, I think so too.
Imma, I don't think is like a problem of any kind, but you're not going to replace Wonderful. You're not going to bring him in for an IGL. You're not going to replace Bit. So, I mean, I think Imma's got to be like the only one you'd point at.
There's only one change, though.
What's that?
Maybe you change Wonderful as well?
Yeah, I mean, but that's a different... You bring me an offer that you can change in for. I mean, let's have that discussion.
I think the problem is that Elish's positions overlap with Makazi's, and they just have, promoted him. So either he's going to have to change his spots, and I doubt that they're going to. They can't demote him anymore. They sold the academy roster, so I think that's a bit more tricky. Who Chad said? Send him to BC game with Simple, tear up the.
That was me. Yeah. but it's all right. I have an Australian accent sometimes.
That's a cool take.
I know. I mean, look, I don't know. It's just fun. It would just be fun to watch them just destroy everyone at that level, right? Like you have to imagine Elige fragging out the way he's been doing, Simple fragging out the way he's starting to like get better. I haven't seen many of the games, so I can't speak to his individual like level too much, but statistically, he's looked awesome so far in their recent games. So you put those two on a team and like give them a chance to climb up through the rankings, because it should happen pretty quick in theory. Like you got those two guys just blowing out the waters at that level of play. They're going to climb the VRS fast.
I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see how quickly you can ascend.
And BC Game did say that signing Simple was an indication that they were, or I think Simple said it, that they want to build an actual contending team. So here's an opportunity for them to prove that they actually are going to invest and say, we want to be a top team.
I think it's fair to say Elige is not going to lack offers. I think there's a lot of teams out there that still has high stock value when you look at Elige, right? And maybe it wasn't the best time in FaZe Clan, but what he did in Complexity and what he can do in BC Game, or we can do for a team of that caliber, that's going to be great.
And the move he made to Europe to do this whole FaZe project means he's here now. He has way more teams that he can talk to.
I thought it was interesting that in his tweet he said next adventure coming soon. I mean, it's maybe reading too little or too much into it, but with a guy like Elige, most things are
maybe
pretty
he's going to
intentional.
like Aqua Park or something. No?
That could be an adventure. That could be an adventure indeed.
Six Flags.
Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
Yeah, something like that.
Or
going to Disney World.
He's not going to Liquid, Jacob. It's not happening.
Nah, we'll see.
It's not happening.
He still owns part of Liquid, doesn't he?
Like 0.03%.
A lot of money, yeah.
Let's talk about the new guy in FaZe, right? Jacob coming in. I thought you were done playing pro. What's going on here, Pimp?
I don't know. To be completely honest, I would love to sit here and lie and say that I watched a lot of his games, and I know this guy in depth, but I don't. I've seen his name before. I've seen him on certain stat charts before, and I've seen certain comments about him, but I've never seen him play Counter-Strike, and it's always a bit risky when you bring in a new guy who doesn't have experience at this level, but that's exactly what FaZe needs right now. Instead of recycling old players and recycling some of the same talent, which they've been doing with Brokey, which they somewhat did with Elige, a player that was experienced, bring in some new blood, bring in a new guy, and hopefully that's going to help.
I mean, I think the last time they brought in new blood, you were coaching them.
Yeah, I was going to say it's reminiscent of when we brought Brokey in, right? Like that was one of the main things was we wanted a young, hungry player to inject new blood into the team, right? Because it was getting a little bit stale, and I think it worked great at the time. So we'll see. I think for FaZe, more than anything else, they want someone who's not really going to have a lot of opinions and is just going to do what is told and play within the system and the structure or lack thereof that's presented to him, right? And who's a grinder, who's going to be there playing CS a ton. So we'll see if that change and that shift has the desired effect.
That's the biggest change, right? You bring in a guy who's not going to have an opinion, who's just going to, jump as high as he's being asked to, whereas for Elige, he obviously were very opinionated and required a lot of, resources to be attested to him.
Well, it'd also be interesting to see what they do in terms of where the roles and how they want to switch things around, because one of the conversations around FaZe when Elige joined the team was how Rain was kind of put out of position in a couple different places. Elige had to take those roles. Rain had to learn some new things, learn some new spots. It'll be interesting to see if they bring Jacob in and Rain kind of goes back to what feels more natural for him.
It doesn't even feel like that was the reason why they benched Elige, right? It just felt more, even Rain's last interview, it's like, yeah, people have different ideas, we're not on the same page. I think it was just like the way Elige saw the game and the rest of the team saw the game and the way it's supposed to be played. They just couldn't agree on it. And when you have that, it makes everything extremely difficult, right? And it's not a fun environment to be playing in. So that's why I don't think this will matter. Rain will play whatever. He doesn't care. He's done it multiple times in his career, right? So it's just whether now having everyone on the same page, whether that will be enough of a bump for FaZe to have better results.
I just want to revert back to the beginning of the year, because this move was labeled as many, including myself, to be one of the most exciting moves heading into 2025, right? I think all of us agreed that Elige could be the guy, could be the player, could be the player type as well that would elevate FaZe, and I think all of us were agreeing, or most of us at least, that could be a cool signing and would be a cool signing. So to see it end like this, it has arguably been one of the most disappointing tenures that Elige has ever had. One of the most disappointing signings that any top team has made in 25. So
especially when I watch his teammate in Twist go over there and win the Grand Slam, win a major.
It just sucks in a sense. So yeah, it was supposed to be good, Mike, but it turned out pretty bad.
Well, we are going to get into our match, but before we do, a little bit of housekeeping. We've got our fantasy here, and I think we're seeing yours first here, Pimp. What inspired these choices?
I mean, I only pick good players, and I only pick players who have the abilities to win. I think Monacy and Kyusuke is going to be fun to watch. That's always going to be like that. We spoke to Monacy after the game yesterday as well, and he seems like he's gaining some more confidence again. Said he didn't really feel the game during the major and during Cologne. Now he's there. I have high hopes for Falcons, and I've had them as a bit of a dark horse to go into the final here.
Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, I guess it would be Dark Horse considering their performance, but it's clear that level can be there. It was good seeing Nico and Modesty both delivering in their first game yesterday against G2.
He's back to 4-3, you said?
Yeah. He's back to 4-3.
He's back, baby.
I had a couple of the Mouz guys in there. I put Jimmy. He had a great game yesterday. This was from Den. Blitz, he's been having a nice little run recently. Yeah. He's been pretty good, so I felt strongly about that for the in-game leader role. And then, yeah, Monesi and Kyosuke, the young 1-2 punch from Falcons. Just can't go wrong with that.
No, not at all. Yeah, that's a solid one.
There's, we all know.
Yeah, we all know.
Someone has to be there.
Someone had to fit into that spot.
Also, Jimmy is an interesting one for Mouz. I think he's escaped a lot of flack. I think he's flown under the radar in some of the, shortcomings of Mouz this year, right? We only talk about, myself included, Exertion and Torji. It's like, Exertion and Torji are so inconsistent, and one time they're great, one time they're bad. I mean, Jimmy's had some really good performances last year towards the tail end, or when they had good runs, or
when they won Pro League, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? And here, I think the issue is he hasn't gone completely missing. I think it's been poor sometimes, but the problem is there's no more pop-off games for him. There's no more games where he takes sober or has super strong clutches, or on the T side he finds a ton of impact, or where he just locks it down on CT side. And I think that probably should be talked more about. More emphasis should be put on that when we talk about why hasn't Mouz won a trophy, why haven't they beaten Vitality or Spirit in the grand final.
I agree, especially when we consider him to his counterpart in Messi. There were these rumors about maybe Jim Fed joining Vitality at some point instead of Messi.
Falcons as well.
Falcons for that matter as well, but Messi has stepped it up, and Messi is a big part of the reason why Vitality were able to win so many trophies and stay so consistent.
It's not even Messi, it's Rops who's that guy for Vitality, right? Messi, I guess it's a little bit map dependent, but some of the positions are more Brolans, right? So I think he is in that position that Bit is, that maybe a little bit Nico is shifting now, not fully, but on some maps where he's giving space to Kyosuke. It's you need to find impact from those roles. Those are important roles.
That's what happens when you are consistently average, which I think Jim has been, gone under the radar. It's not a big talking point. It's not a big guy you point to and say, you are the reason why we're not winning, but you've just been average throughout the year compared to your standard.
Also what we aim for on the desk.
It's always what we're aiming for. And two guys who are going to be aiming for a little bit more than that are casters.
So we've got the SNB match of the day once more. Chad Sponge Birchall, our resident expert. Now, so far, every single call has been a banger. What have you got for us today? We've only got 2 games.
Yeah, look, it's slim pickings today, right? So one of these matches is not like the other. It's going to have to be Mouz versus Falcons. These two teams have played an awful lot in 2025. 7 up until this point. This will be the first this side of the tournament break, the 8th match of the year. There's been some back and forth. And look, for me, I think with the map pool change, with Falcons looking to get some good results, this would be a massive win for them to get over for Mouz. But Mouz, look, they didn't do too good, right? We've got them getting themselves into a grand final, but they're looking for trophies. They're not looking about semi-finals. They're not looking at quarterfinals. Mouz want to be a challenger for those titles. And right now, today, that could be their opportunity to push themselves one step closer with a big scalp of the Falcons.
Oh, me and you can sit down and watch it after we cast that Aurora heroic game. Should be a banger, but that is your SNB match of the day. One to watch. That's the Chad Birchall guarantee.
And here in that Aurora and heroic game, our players are arriving. Their Tribune Motorsport arrivals as they get ready to play this matchup. Both teams looking to prove that they got what it takes. For Aurora, perhaps a little bit more on the line. A squad that were pushing into the upper echelon of Counter-Strike and now find themselves slipping further and further out of that conversation. Well, here they've got to triumph over a team that we know is not long for this world, because Heroic on the other side, they know a change is on the horizon. They're going to be bringing back an old friend in Xfloud to replace Tanier, who's headed towards more spirited competition.
Congratulations on the result versus Spirit. That was insane. Can you tell me the emotions after that series?
I mean, everyone was happy. I was super happy. And you could probably see in the player camps, was just screaming a lot, having fun.
Was there a particular highlight moment for you from that series?
I mean, I had a lot of clutches, especially on the Nuke game and on Mirage, towards the overtime, the final round. I popped off a bit as well, But during the game, I had some good runs.
Can you tell me a little bit about Aurora? Because obviously we saw you playing them at Blast Bounty, but that was online, right? This is LAN. Is it going to be different today?
I mean, we have played them 2 times as well, with the old heroic lineup as well. So we know how they play. We have some inside information as well. So we have some insights.
I look forward to seeing exactly what goes down on the server. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
some insights, some perspective, maybe a little bit of game
we all
side
want to take 3
information.
guesses about where that information came from.
Yeah.
Have someone inside the org, like infiltrated? Like, what does he mean?
It's got to be X-Cloud, right?
Oh.
Not to just point out,
They literally do
the team. He's
have
literally-
someone inside the org.
Yeah, I actually do.
Is he going to share that after what Heroic did to him?
I have no idea.
He's back! He's back! He's a full-time member of the roster again.
They
Just a
had to
blip.
bring him back.
Look, we can make some jokes all you want, but that information I feel like rarely has any kind of significant impact inside the server. Like you can point those things out, but if you rely on it too much, it's just going to sting you at the end of the day.
Listen, let's just anti-strat Zantares for like the pistol in the first gun round, and he's gonna tilt off the face of the earth.
Sure.
And we're
Smooth sailing from there.
Smooth sailing from there.
Well, maybe to hear a bit more about that inside information, we've got Freya with Tanir.
Tanir, as everybody's been talking about, we know this is going to be your last event in the Heroic jersey. Can you tell me the emotions that you're feeling, knowing that after this, you're heading somewhere else?
I'm feeling good. It's maybe a little bit sadly because it's last event with these guys, but for real, it's very important for us right now because we want to play many matches as possible on this event and show our best performance for memories. Yeah.
You're doing a great job of it so far. Tell me about that Spirit series and being able to take them down in such a close game as your first game here.
Yeah, after first map, we are not tilted because they smashed us on first map. But when we joined to second map, we have confidence. And a little bit after first half, we really was shocked what happened because we beat these guys very good, very strong. And on third map, it was really good fight. But I think we have maybe we have a little bit lucky than these guys. Yeah.
Tell me about your favorite memory during your time on Heroic. Is there something that stands out to you that you're going to look back on and go, that was my favorite moment?
I think my favorite memories, it's when we won 2 tournaments in a row. It was CCT Global Finals, Mesa, and we are qualified to Major. Yeah, I think this was insane memories.
We have obviously, of course, saw you crushing Spirit's Key yesterday as well. Yeah. Can you tell me the emotions you felt during that?
I don't know, really, I don't have so lot emotions, but when I crashed this K, it was very loud and a little bit shocked, you know?
Final question. I know it's cheeky for me to ask Tanir, but can you confirm where you're moving on to after Heroic?
Sorry?
Can you confirm where you're going to be going after you leave Heroic?
For real, I don't have information where I'm living.
Fair enough. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, and also today it's a very important match for us because I also have a deal with owner of Aurora. If we beat these guys, he will give me Rolex.
No way. How did that deal come about?
I don't know. We're just a little bit close friends with him.
Okay, well, a lot on the line as we head into this one. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Good luck in the game.
Thank you.
A new watch, but maybe not a new career as a poker player there for Tanir.
What?
He's getting a Rolex.
Aurora owner is going to give him a Rolex if he beats his team.
Fortunately, there's no illegal competition.
It's not a Mercedes.
I've heard some stuff in my day, man. But you giving incentive to your opponent to beat your team? Why?
What do I have to do for a Rolex?
Why? What's the... You have to go into a dealership, Jason. You got the money. We know. But it's like, what's happening there?
I don't know. It's weird all around. It's all good. Let's get into it. I mean, like,
where's Ise?
Either way, I don't think he's
salary cap.
I don't think he's going to be getting the watch. I think Aurora should be able to handle this. You know, as much as Heroic might be flying high, they've got a dead team buff that's here leaving.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
No, I don't. I think Aurora have been really struggling as of late, and I think Aurora is coming in with no pressure. I'm not saying they're not the favorites, but I think it's very likely that Aurora could lose this game. Had it been Aurora playing at full force, had it been these 5 guys, you know, playing as well as they did, let's say 3-4 months ago, sure thing they'd be the heavy favorites, but I really think that they're struggling and have been struggling as of late. Santaro's not showing up for Cologne. Some of the losses they've had have been very disappointing. The way they turned it around against FaZe, sure thing, that was nice, but that's also FaZe knowing that they were going to kick a leash coming into the tournament. So I don't know what I expect from Aurora anymore, to be honest. I really lost faith, and I think they're a bit boring at the moment.
Okay, that's fair. I think I haven't been impressed necessarily by anything, but I think coming in with the game, beating FaZe and
first
in the fashion. Shut up. Just the fashion in which they did it, as I remember you said it yesterday, Yanko. It just felt like they wanted it more in that game. Just a lot of shouting, a lot of yelling, really getting into it. And that's an Aurora that we didn't see when they were struggling, right? Like they didn't have that energy at all. So I think bringing that back certainly was a conversation coming into this event, especially after Cologne, especially after the player break, of saying we have to get that mentality back, we have to get that energy back within the team.
Perhaps just this time start from the first map. Don't wait to go 1-0 down in the series to get excited and hype each other up. I think that's sound advice.
Sound advice. All right, Mirage, Dust2, Nuke.
It's like the most open map pool you could ask for both these lineups, you know. I think that's perfect. That's a perfect way to battle it out. You have a team who is losing Tenir. You have a team where, you know, they thrive in the open scenarios. Santerre thrives whenever he can just do whatever he wants to, and Mirage and Dust too. So I think that's a perfect middle ground for both teams here.
Last second thoughts, who's winning?
I'm taking Aurora.
Heroic.
Ooh.
Aurora.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it remains to be seen what's going to happen in the server. We've got someone with hope in the dead team buff, but will that be enough to push Heroic over the line? Tenir, he wants to make another happy memory, but to do so, he'll have to get through an Aurora team that is looking to claw their way back to the top, and a win here at the Esports World Cup could go a long way in doing so. Now, it's time for our game. It's time for our casters. Take it away.
We have seen Team Vitality and the Mongols punch their ticket to the semis. No matter what it has been to get here, we've seen some of the heavyweights clap their opponents with commanding wins.
And we've seen underdogs take the entire script, tear it into a million pieces, and completely reshape the playoffs picture. Plus, we've seen giants bomb out of this tournament before even getting warmed up. Now it's time to test some more reputations and see who's got the fight to make the Final Four.
That's right, 2 quarterfinals go right now. Let's welcome the first team to the stage. It is Aurora Gaming. They silenced FaZe Clan, claimed revenge for Cologne, and they're pushing deeper into the playoffs, picking up valuable club championship points along the way.
Their opponents, Heroic! They shocked the tournament by eliminating the favorites, Team Spirit. Now they're chasing momentum and a long-awaited semi-final on a huge stage.
To secure another semi-finalist, Day 3 of Counter-Strike at the Esports World Cup is here.
Sounds like Heroic have got a fair few fans in the house today, which is a great thing because I'm here with the team manager, Sondre, of Heroic Squad. You didn't start off as a team manager for Heroic, though. What's your journey to this position been like?
Well, it started as a video producer in Heroic, following the guys to events and filming them and catching the moments of joy and sadness and all of this. And yeah, I just loved hanging around the guys. I loved the competitiveness, and yeah, now I'm a team manager.
I'm sure you loved the result that went down the other day as well. You guys taking down Team Spirit, one of the firm favorites, having just won the bounty, won IEM Cologne as well. Can you tell me some of the emotions you guys were experiencing during and maybe after that one as well?
Well, how do you explain something like that? It felt very good. It's good for the organization with the VRS points. It's good for the guys. It's an amazing win. It really feels good. But like nothing is over. We always want to go for the next win. So
yeah, we're excited for this one today as well.
Of course, I have to ask about the future of this Heroic roster because, as we know, this will be Tanir's last outing for the Heroic squad. So when you're in a situation like that, when the news has been published, it's very open and, authentic with the audience. How do you make sure that that isn't getting in the way of the team's goals moving forward as you still have more events as well?
Well, it's like almost easier because it's nothing to lose, they're like full sending it. It's like Face It, play Face It, PUBG. It's just having fun, like they have nothing to lose. There's no pressure.
When you face Aurora, obviously you faced him online just the other day. It's LAN though. It's different. It's a different beast today.
It is. We have 2 new players on LAN, so that one is got to be exciting. And I feel like having the first experience on LAN in an environment like this where it's the team is not going to continue like it is. Maybe a less pressure in that sense as well. So I think it's good in that way. Final question, because you have such a wonderful group of fans out there. Anybody you want to shout out who's joined you guys here in Riyadh? I want to shout out everyone. Yupi, Tom, Nikolai, everyone. It's an amazing group of guys. They're following us everywhere. And yeah, no, the Heroic fan base is actually the best fan base that there is in esports. There's no doubt. It's incredible. Let's not keep them waiting a moment longer then. It's time to kick off Heroic versus Aurora.
Aurora, either way, it's going to be a banger. Heroic are coming into this one with nothing to lose. And it is an interesting conundrum, something we encounter all too often in competitive video games, that when that pressure is off, when people are smiling and saying the words nothing to lose and they mean it, sometimes you do get these flash in the pan runs, deeper than we expected, taking down Spirit. Is it just the start? Chad, what do you reckon?
I think this for Heroic right now is obviously swing for the fences, right? And all these cliches every day of the week, but you're here at this tournament, you're playing right now, you know that the future of this team is going to be different after today, tomorrow, maybe Sunday, so play your hearts out.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well, Tanir giving an interview to HRTV.org. Last question was, how did you beat Spirit today? I mean, understandable, reasonable question, I'd say. And his response, similar to that from the interview there with Freya, he said, because we know it's the last tournament with this roster, everyone is feeling freedom. They don't care about the result. They want to enjoy themselves and show a good performance. I think the main thing I'm taking away from that is they don't care about the result. There is something that happens in the brain when you are trying to play not to lose, as opposed to just playing to win. And then the win is having fun with your boys.
And we get to encapsulate it. We've seen this throughout history. Everybody remembers NIP. Well, no, you probably don't. Once upon a time, the legendary NIP roster was meant to be done, dusted, and a dead team walking, and that dead team smell is what propelled them to results that they were struggling to find. With this Heroic team, this is the first event for Alcaran in the Heroic jersey, and he is from Spirit Academy. So the fact that they took down Spirit alongside a Tanir, who is, people keep saying rumored, I'm going to go with reported to be joining the Spirit ranks in what is only going to be a couple of days' time, because the tournaments keep on ticking after EWC. That right there is something that Heroic are going to be able to rest their heads on.
And it's something that I also think has fed into this veto as well. Looking at the first 2 maps, Mirage, Dust 2, when the vibe is play it like it's a Face It, you couldn't have a puggier start.
Well, this is the thing, there's no resentment that's going to build up. Hey, you make a mistake, you bait me, you go for a play that you shouldn't. It doesn't matter because we get to wipe that slate clean. But on the other side of the server, we know that the Turks, they get a bit frustrated from time to time, and they're still trying to pick up the pieces. Zentaras wasn't with them first tournament out of the gates in Cologne. And, well, since then, look, it hasn't been sunshine and rainbows. The season didn't end sunshine and rainbows with the major, and they want to find the form that they know they can deliver.
Yeah, I actually had the opportunity to speak to both Aurora and Heroic just before this tournament kicked off on Media Day, and spoke to Arcadia briefly. And he kind of alluded to the same kind of thing, knowing that the topsy-turvy absence of Zentares, playing with Xfloud as the stand-in, it had led to just kind of a little bit of a feeling of stagnation. You're not constantly, on your toes. You're not that 5-man squad. You're no longer that fist. It's a little bit more awkward when it comes to closing out. And you know what Counter-Strike's like. We're talking these micro decisions. It could be the timing of a flash. It could be something as simple as the way in which something was said that can influence the outcome. But something I wanted to return to is that this environment for Alcaran, it could not be a better place for you to dip your toe into Tier 1. It's a no pressure, no resentment. For the boy Tanir, I spoke to him on Media Day and he didn't say the team, but he did say, yes, I go to better team.
That's a pretty good...
Now, with the reported and the better team, sorry about the accent, that felt rude. The second time it felt rude. I'm just trying to do my Tanir. I love the boy. And he just followed me on Instagram, so I feel like I can now.
Okay.
We're Instagram official.
What's his first name?
Personally, I call him Tanir.
Okay. Well, also another factor for Heroic, they don't actually have their coach with them. They've got their mental coach there to try and usher them through this, which also might be contributing to the vibes. And for Heroic, it is a new coach situation. They had Saw, now it's Turbis from the Mouz Academy, but I believe it was his wedding or somebody was getting married. There was something happening that was a goddamn big deal, but we are about to get this one underway. Don't you worry about that. I think Aurora are the favorites due to, well, a lot of factors. This is actually their team. They are used to playing at this level of Counter-Strike.
Start to the list.
I really like this Aurora roster, even though they haven't been able to find their footing in all the tournaments. Now, up until the Major, it was like, yeah, they're making the playoffs of every event, and then the Major happened, and they didn't. They were also the original I just did some gang signs there. Vitality Slayers, right? That's where the season started with them. Actually, the team toppling Vitality back at Bounty, which was back in February. So we have to go back in that way back time machine. Something that Aurora are going to be looking to forget, Alex, from season 2 of Bounty. Right? Wow, it's like a bloody TV show out here. But they were up 11-1. First half versus the Mongols on Mirage, and they ended up losing the game 16-13.
Now, Chad, you've played Counter-Strike a long time, right? You've competed. You've even, been a salaried professional in the competitive video game that is Counter-Strike. I want you to tell me honestly, how long does it take for you to forget about that game?
A game like that, it's
in your head for a while.
Not easy to forget, especially when it's against a quote-unquote rival, I would say, and those ones are going to keep you up at night.
How close were they to the 13?
Well,
11-1.
Yeah, it was a big old landslide, mate.
Well,
so they even were able to get themselves into a position of 12-5. It then goes into OT, and they only win 1 round in OT. So
I mean, that's mental collapse. That's not about Counter-Strike.
And that's what some of the people at home discuss regarding Aurora. They obviously have the weight of a nation on their shoulders, just like the Mongols, right? They represent Turkey. We finally got the likes of Zentaras and Woxic in the roster. And I say finally, obviously this has been like this for a decent chunk of time now. For me, and one of the things, if people have been tuning into many versions where I talk about Counter-Strike, I really like Joda and I really like Wakadia.
Yeah.
Right? I think their additions, they're the next gen of Turkish CS in the server, and I love what they're able to put out. I think that they're the real deal. The consistency is what we're looking for this roster. And I also love how open the first 2 maps are. I get to see Woxic in full display. So today's series, as far as map 1 and 2 goes, I think it can offer some very entertaining CS.
And I believe Mirage featured in that win versus Spirit, if I'm not mistaken.
Have you found that you can find the button on the desk yet that says caster, stop, talk, start game, or we're still looking for it?
Well, there's 6 of them that all say keep, talk, stop game.
Okay.
So I don't think I'll press any.
All right, I'll keep looking.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. We're not allowed to say why. We did find out. We found out why, and actually I've been told I can now. So there you go. Someone needed to print some papers.
That's all right.
Yeah, which I would have probably done the night before. But
no, you can't because you don't know what the veto is. Do you hate trees?
I do.
Okay, well, I've seen you hugging them before. I believe that there's a solution, and you know what my solution is, which I've stolen?
I just print onto microplastics.
Okay, well, I stole this one from Gomez, my old manager once a time ago. His solution is we use Kindles.
5 Kindles for the boys.
6. The coach needs 1
Wait,
too.
Can you get your notes? Can Kindle open things that aren't books?
Of course.
Okay. Wow, actually seems like Gomez might have been an innovator in the field.
So we get Kindles, right? And with those Kindles, they're obviously offline because they don't need to be online devices.
Oh, that's true,
that's
of course.
An issue as well.
Yeah.
And then with those devices, you can load your notes in, and they can be there, and then you can have all the maps.
And no printing required, so you don't delay the broadcast, and casters don't have to stop game.
And you can hug those trees.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Look, there's solutions, aren't there?
Today we learned.
But right now, this is really nice. We are building the intensity of this.
We certainly are. Someone in the crowd's feeling rather intense. Yeah, he does.
He doesn't. Well, just all food.
Just general, yeah.
Any type of food. No preferences there. Just get it in the belly.
Sounds like James Banks has managed to find the CEO of Aurora in the crowd. So why don't we go ahead and tune into that for a moment while we wait for that printer to get going.
I got a very special guest joining me. It's the CEO of Aurora, Adalet. How are you doing, my man?
Good, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. We're out here in the heat, but you guys have been heating things up quite a lot in Counter-Strike because a thing that's very interesting for the Counter-Strike world right now is you guys went in, picked up the Turkish side, they came from Eternal Fire to you guys, and the first thing I noticed is that now we see them, performance coach, analysts and stuff, so you guys are supporting them very well. Just talk to me about the process of picking up these guys, why you went for them.
I mean, we were always looking for a good CS team.
Yeah.
We're actually looking for potential acquiring options. Natively, I'm Azerbaijani. We say it like İki devlet bir millet, which means I'm culturally Turkish.
Okay.
So I knew some players from before.
Yeah.
So it was a good opportunity for us to make a deal with Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're lucky here. We'll do our best as a club, like bringing all these staff people, providing better options, like bootcamp wise and etc. So yeah, we hope to grow more and bring Turkish CS on even better level.
And that's what the boys want as well, right? You can see they're trying to grind for it right now. Overall, have you been pleased with what you've been able to see from them? Because they're still being able to be a consistent team up here.
Yeah, I mean, there are always ups and downs. It's really hard to keep on tier 1.
Yeah.
Like, we obviously were high when we got the team, and the opponents obviously as well was good enough. I think it takes some time also for the players to have the new team tag, you know?
Yeah.
So I think it will take some time.
It's a refresh, but a positive refresh. That's what I've definitely been seeing. Now, in terms of the Esports World Cup and the Club Championship, you've been very successful in the titles you've had. You currently sit in 23rd overall. You could fall out of that, but it looks like the CS guys are going to get you a good amount of points here.
Hopefully, yeah. We hope that the game will finish well for us as a club as well.
Yeah.
I think we have 4 teams right now, including MLBB, which is also a Turkish team,
Nice.
Chess and Dota. And we finished top 5 minimum, top 5, top 8 at all the game titles we have.
That's impressive.
So we're not that wide, but we are performance oriented.
Are you thinking maybe for next year going to try and add a couple more teams to that?
Yeah, we plan to add more teams, obviously.
And if you can keep that success running by having them in the top 5, top 8, stuff like that, you could be really up there. But where is your goal to end for this one now, considering where you're at?
This year, you mean?
Yeah.
I think top 20, top 15 would be something good, considering the fact that we have only 4 teams. For the next year, I would aim for top 8, top 10.
I like it when you got ambition like that. Thank you very much for your time, man. I appreciate it. And I'll see you soon.
See ya.
And the ambition of Aurora today is to waltz past this and put themselves into another semi-final. Let's recount the year so far. Blast Bounty, second. They go into Katowice, 5th to 6th, another playoff run. Cluj-Napoca, 5th to 8th, another playoffs. Pro League, season 21, 5th to 8th. Open Lisbon for Blast, 3rd to 4th.
Sounds pretty damn good so far.
5th to 8th. Astana, 3rd. Dallas, 5th, 6th, another playoff, and then the major, 12th to 14th. Then, however, we're back on track, Alex. We're back on track, right? Obviously, Cologne, they didn't play with their full team. Zentaris wasn't there, so we won't count it. I think that's me being
fair.
quite charitable. Bounty, another 5th to 8th, so there's another playoff run for them. And now, at the Esports World Cup, well, it's a single elimination bracket. I guess Bounty is kind of as well in some way, shape, or form. Just a different way of getting there. So this right now is them trying to go as deep as they possibly can. They would love to take on the winner of Mouz or Falcons. That's our second game of the day. You can see here, just sorting through the notes. Good lads doing their homework.
Your name at the top, date.
Well, LNZ's the in-game leader, so he wants to make sure all the X's and O's are in the right place. Don't you worry about that. Yeah. Now, let's get into a bit more head-to-head focus, shall we? Because we've been able to give you everything under the sun right now. Well, between these two teams, they've played a decent amount of times this year. Back earlier when it was Eternal Fire, we just heard there from the CEO of Aurora, obviously picking up the Turkish side. They played back in the Katowice play-ins. That one went to EF, aka Aurora. Then they played in Dallas twice, and they split the difference. Riyadh won the first time, Aurora won the second. And then more recently, Bounty it actually went to Aurora again. But what is quite interesting is this will be their 5th outing against each other, and they played 4 different rosters in 5 outings. Because Dallas, they played twice, so that one would be the same team. But there's been different player in the heroic roster every single time that they've met.
Okay. Well, this one may be the most potent yet. We get to see more from Alcaran. This, for me, is going to be my very first look at Alcaran as he strides through Tier 1, newest, hottest pickup. Heroic, though, they do seem to be quite a powerhouse in finding these newer names. Youngstar as well putting in a great shift in their win versus Spirit. No one saw it coming, but that is how they find themselves here in the quarterfinals. One of these two teams will be in the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup 2025. We start mid for the T side. Youngstar is going to contain towards B side, and Zentares, okay.
What?
Just takes the head off of Alcaran before he can even get going.
Or anybody. Woxy's got one as well. So 2 openers
Oh, pressure onto Zantares. Backed up and run on down. Can he evade? He hits it on the way back. Moonwalks out, taps the head, and a clean, flawless pistol looking likely. Not bad from Tanir. That's a nice turn. Onto Woxic. Jota punished for not finishing him cleanly. Now he does need a pistol. I will not see a 1v3 with just the knife. Retrieves his own.
Okay, Zantares is very low, and Major on B currently on his lonesome, so he can get past this fight, and will.
Come on now, Tanir. I didn't think a 1v5.
I know you're a Tanir stan, so...
I really am.
Let's full send right now.
Let's go, Tanir. Going to tap off on Zantares' head, finish what his teammates started. Major and Wicardi are healthy. Spotted out, position noted. You can see they're playing scared. They know they're up against a real G. Does find another headshot. Plucks Zantares from the air. Oh, 4 of the 5. That's what I'm talking about. He's got muscle. And he doesn't play scared. Tanir nearly breaks Aurora's spirits first round of the game.
Yeah, he's the real deal, isn't he? I know he doesn't win that one right there, but there's a reason he's going to greener pastures, and he's putting it on display immediately. So we'll get to see more of that, I'm sure, throughout this series. But
look at this one.
Second shot is mental. Look, bang! Flicks into it. And then it's Major.
Oh, come on.
The in-game leader having to save the day under all that pressure.
Oh, the coach reaction as well, rather the stand-in.
Okay, well, we've gone from waiting for notes to almost a 1v5 to attack. So we'll keep our conversations muted for a moment, as we can see headsets are not in.
Nah, Tanir's actually called that he's for Aurora. He thinks their mice and keyboard's not working.
Now Alcura down here probably looking for a little bit of support. For
the way Zantares killed him, he probably thinks there's something wrong with his PC.
Well, that was a fun pistol round.
Yeah, wow. First round of the game. I'm standing up for this one.
Okay, well, if you're getting Alex out of the chair, it means it's going to be a good one. Now, Alcarin is probably one that people at home are not too familiar with unless you're hardcore. He's only 18 years of age, came from the Spirit Academy. He is from Kazakhstan.
These Kazakh Orpas.
Oh, if he can be anything like Molodoy, and that's setting the bar ridiculously high, because Molodoy is an absolute monster.
Yeah, between Molodoy and Icy.
And Alcarin got to play with Kyosuke.
Ooh.
Yeah, so more Spirit Academy alumni. Chit chat going on. Let's monitor this. Tech, Mike, R. R means ready. That means we are ready to go. So likely to get this one back underway. Now, oh dear. There is going to be a 4 spy, and this is without the plant. So 2 Deagles, 2 Tech 9s, very light util, and the statement piece of this round is Tanir with the 4 frags being able to get himself into a...
I feel like Tanir stands are going to be getting a... we're going to be eating good today. Backing themselves, buying into this one. You know, Sans plant, that's a sign of things to come, I suspect. Already, Heroic have made no secret of the fact that they're not playing under any pressure, and also that leads to perhaps a shift in their decision-making, more feel, less of a science.
Top Consmote landing.
Okay, Youngstar's going to try and punish on this. Zantares, he's light on ammo. He doesn't have the bullets for the 3rd. Nice handling of business, though, removing Tanir and completely nullifying the threat. And that's why the science exists. A flawless.
Even get that Galil, so there's a free upgrade, and that one's tough. It'll be the Eco now. When does X-File play? Next event, I believe.
Yeah, probably.
He'll be back in this Heroic jersey. It has been a strange turn of events, hasn't it? Because the Heroic, they signed Nilo, but then they ended up getting Tanir to play for him for whatever reason. Nilo was unable to play at the start of the year.
Okay, we've got a confidence Zantares in the server today. He knows he's up against pistols, and he goes looking for the fight. Youngstar can't believe it. Zantares is just pushed under. Perhaps for him, he doesn't consider it a risk, but one Deagle headshot. Suddenly an M4 finds its way into an Heroic hands.
Well, we'll see if the excitement can kick back off going into round number 4, because this one is done and dusted, as the old cliche goes.
I wonder what the origins are. What will be dusting? And Zantares on a bit of a heat up. 4 on the eco, but also a very impactful double in the round prior, breaking that 2nd round force.
Oh, look at that. That right there is pandering, and I love it.
Absolutely.
And the cameraman.
Can't
So
argue.
he's taking care of both. The people who are going to put you on camera and the people who are going to talk about you.
It's a flawless strategy.
You should have put the people at home watching as well. That is one way to keep everybody happy. But here we go.
All right, then, let's get started. Hope you guys are having a good Friday evening. Could start off with Aurora, heroic little amuse-bouche before the main event of the day.
Very staunch in middle right now.
Oh, Cardio over the top. Which is LNZ. Woxic had the opportunity to really seal the deal. Instead, missed shot. Allowed to peel back is Tanir. Young Star spotted out by Woxic. Just the tip of his head will slip away.
Can't keep playing from behind, Heroic. This is mainly the conversation about the pistol round as well as the gun round right now. The force buy, it wasn't great. Round call clear, so now you'll be on high alert, at least towards Palace. Will he jump up and give Nilo a look? Looks like it. Hello. Spotted.
Yeah. And covered. Oh dear, Nilo. Thought he had a freebie there. Played right into their hands. Santaras actually was supposed to be the second prong of this crossfire. Knife out for Alcaran. Good work from Tanir, put down by Woxic. Just Young Star, but can get into a little bit of a power position here. Undetected will slip. Will they be able to catch him on CT in time? They are coming. Jota, and he misses the tap. Jota does not. Composed with that one, just taps the head and finds the body to secure a 4-0 start.
Yeah, regardless of him slipping through to B as well, Madja was up in the B apartments, and that's very tough. Madja could just allow him to plan and then deal with him after that, or even get him while he's getting that bomb down. Curious there, Jota, did he note him going up the ladder? That's why he stayed tucked in, and the bodyguard was on high alert, so very well done to handle this, but it's another opening kill and another round in favor of Aurora. 4-0 as a partial will now be invested upon. Window smoke, top cat, and what's looking like a fast B play with a mid element.
See how Wakadia and Madja's B setup handles this, and right now Zantaras is saying not too much happening in middle. Through the smoke. That from Alka, and Madja has a freebie. He does need to dip away. Used quite a lot of bullets for that first fight, but still has great efficiency. Finding the head of Youngstar on the drop. Wakadia pieces together the next. Now it's just a question of will Alcaran get a frag anytime soon?
Alex, they have 6 kills in 5 rounds, and 4 of those 6 came from Tanir on the pistol.
Yeah, it's flying away from them fast. The most excitement we've seen was Tanir.
A bit of support there for more than a few of the heroic names.
And it does look like it's time just for a team talk. Even if it is just like initial game planning isn't working.
The nice color-coded notes. We've got blue for CT side.
Oh, we used the color printer, did we?
Yeah, well,
wow.
Yes, Alex.
Wow.
As we all know, ink cartridges, they grow on trees.
Yeah. I actually feel like I've become a newer level of adult recently because I bought my first printer. I've resisted for years.
That, the air fryer, and then tactical timeouts. Is those 3 that really bring you into adulthood.
That's right. That's right.
They're trying to put some hair on their chest right now. Heroic, they need a round. So they're going to get the rifles back out after another partial. AWP for Alcaran. Let's see what the kids got.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. It's not now or never, but it's now or we're running out of options.
It's getting there.
Okay, Alcaran. Get across to the boxes. Looks like he's been spotted. Woxic was going to line up the incendiary, but in the absence of the window smoke, it's too high of a risk. And it's blocked. Enables Woxic for the deeper line ramp. Youngstar's already across. Hacking his aim on that pixel. These are the kind of fights I would have backed Tanir to win, but not electing to go for it instead. Maybe Youngstar gets caught on his jaunt towards the ramp, now spotted. Does have to respect Woxic's proficiency with this AWP. Alcaran, that's the fight he's waiting for. Draws blood. Correlating his first thought with his first frag. There's Jota, sandwich and traded. Youngstar into the sights. Zantaras, what have you got? Alcaran in middle, it's Youngstar down onto Wakadia. Still Zantaras stubborn, 45 to work with. Bomb on Tanir's back, Alcaran last seen mid. No commitment. And a cut of noise.
Hanging around in the middle, hoping to catch anybody leering forward, maybe looking for some information. But right now, just a 1-1.
Whereas with the Jiggles, Madja allowing the sound cues to be made, so the den of the B side, and will have to be made. He will need to jump out of the window or make his way off of the plat.
Time really is going to become a factor here, Alcarin. You can't afford to stop holding W at this point. 10 seconds. Madja now knows where they're both coming from, and a missed shot from the Orpa. Tanir has to run at him, and that's enough. Madja wins it out in the 1v2. You can play 1-1, you can afford to if Madja can deliver like that.
Yeah, and getting Madja on the board early, that's great. Oh, he still loves food.
He does.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Well, there should be enough to go around.
Yeah. Fantastic restaurants on the Boulevard.
Well done from Madja, though. I just want to highlight one of these in-game leaders who can get a lot of scrutiny, right, when he's not getting output of frags. Obviously, in Counter-Strike modern day, you need to be getting frags, but it's not always going to go your way.
But rounds like that, you kind of, you know, you've already, that round is yours.
Yeah.
You're the reason that that's so clean.
And he had a couple of nice kills as well with the Famous previously. Big nades down the back pocket of Alcarin there, chunked to about half HP as through the underpass they saunter. So right now the options are open. Go searching to B, don't find what you're looking for, can't punish that of Madja, and now you're going to have to chop and change as Tanir wants to be boosted in the window. The footstool.
Oh, this looks like this could do a lot of damage.
Oh, a bit shy.
Mark, actually, Tanir. Ooh, thought he had the jump scare on Zentaris, did not have the drop.
Heard that.
Hardy has definitely heard that, so he's on high alert. Crouch peek in, Alcarin. Frustrating death. Youngstar is constantly winning these duels out ramp, though. It feels like him and Tanir, only real kind of source of round impact frags so far.
Well, considering LNZ and Nilo, the other two Swedes and the team have yet to find a frag, and that's going to continue for Nilo as he gets blindsided by Wakadia. It's just going to keep on being painful. Mr. In-game leader, for your confidence, can you get a kill just to open the account?
Not going to be easy. He throws out the nade, and Wakadia should have him any day of the week, just like that.
Two secret agents. With their powers combined, let's see if they can nut out a way to win a round. Spotless start.
I always get James Bond and Mission Impossible theme tunes confused in my head. Which one's that? That's Bond. Yeah. Okay. I can see it now. LNZ turns to the camera.
Yeah, a lack of kills is not good. A lack of plants, also very bad.
Yes. So it's a
both exist at the same time.
Combination of bad.
It's not a good bad sandwich, it's a bad pasta.
Oh, it's actually gone from bad to worse.
It's al dente.
Look at the attempt. Zentares back in his aim. And it's understandable what a joy to behold Zentares is. These mechanics on display. Alcarin, that's a nice shot. Flank coming in, it doesn't even matter. Zentares a top spin pokeball for the quad kill.
17 and 2, 8 rounds deep.
Yeah, feeling himself. Just looks at his boys, turns to his left, turns to his right. Did you miss me?
That's the thing, right? To not have Zentares at Cologne.
Yeah.
It's such a big event to miss him.
Boy, he wasn't far off, you know.
We're back to regular scheduled programming. Going to be another chip in. Another light investment. Galil, some pistols. And Zentares getting cheeky with it. They are going to try and punish Madja, right? This is, okay, guys, nothing else is working. Should we go bully the elder statesman? Well, no, Zentares is actually here.
Ouch.
Zentares is jumping, well, he's not, he was about to. He's worried about the window leak.
Tanir manages to play ahead of the util. The angle Madja's trying to work with, though. He's managing his angles well. Mortar grenade from Wakadia connects, as does Tanir's Galil. He's going to get hot under the heels, though. Nice from Zentares, using that AK for the instant headshot, removes Youngstar. It looks like he's a dead man walking as well. These pistols not going to be able to contribute too much. Nilo, a nightmare for him. A 9th and counting. Alcarin, medium rare. 9-0, flying to the finish on their opponent's map pick. Aurora looking to make light work of the first map of this quarterfinal. Glad he's having fun.
Yeah, well, I'd be having fun at 9-0.
Okay, here we go.
I would be having a great time.
See, they said they were going to play it like a face-it pug. I don't know, man. Dropping util for your boy to Faker.
It's a bit slow for a face-it
I'm
pug.
not sure about that.
And they're not arguing yet.
Far too much team play on display.
Well, it's Mirage, the map everybody knows.
That's true too.
Look at the CT setup.
Yeah. That just says that we aren't worried about anything with Xantares in the server right now. 19 and 2.
They brought the double ore, so really flexing. Money's insane for everybody. Here comes the A play. It's trying to open the avenue for the mid creep. So this will be a two-waved attack.
Coach has got a nice little safe haven at the front of bricks there. Say safe, not so sure actually. LNC gets eyes on him, puts him low.
This is heard. Hello, Nilo.
Nilo, over the stairs, open dunk. Nice cover though. CT's hold on. Youngster onto Madja, there's still bodies on the site. Woxic and Xantares to near. Oh, he does adjust. Catches Xantares, spots out Woxic, low HP on site. 1v2, very winnable. To near, can't finish. Woxic, low HP, under scrutiny, leaves with 4 kills and 4 HP.
So closest round since the pistol.
Yeah. Feels like the pistol was about last round or so.
It's gone quick, hasn't it? This has been rapid. I think we're waiting for papers longer than these 10 rounds are taken.
I don't think he needed to print them, to be honest.
Nice!
Xantares likes the way that one feels. Well, we've crossed the line of we need rounds. Right now, we need anything. Kills would be great for LNC and Nilo, and I don't think they're going to get too many of those. They just continue to hit the dirt, kill after kill. It's deathmatch with utility right now as far as Aurora is concerned.
Oh,
spotless, stunning. This is a waltz in the park.
Yeah. This is the same heroic that beat Spirit on Mirage, right?
It was a couple days ago.
Not like the cousin with the same name. Well, we did start off with a Tanir moment. See if he can put anything on display. Nope, just a magnet on his face.
Okay, well, Nilo, I need you to get a kill. I really need you to get a kill.
Yeah, no, I think he knows he needs.
No, I need because you know what's going to happen if he doesn't.
Yeah, yeah, I do. All the face at level 7s will make nasty memes about him.
I can see the threads now. Come on, Nilo.
Oh, there's something. Alcaran just trying to heat up a little. Give Heroic something into the second half of play here.
Opening kills have been so few and far between. It is quite nice to grab one this late. I don't even want to say you need this.
Goes without saying.
I don't think you have a chance.
Good nade from Wakadia. Delays with a block smoke on B. AWP was noted and it pulls Xantares away from his duties middle.
Okay, well, if Wakadia tucks into towards market, he can worry about B out, then Xantares can start to go a little bit more aggressive on shore, and then he can chip in. Now, their util for the finish is a smoke and a flash. That doesn't really feel like enough to push the AWP off the line, especially not when the smoke is about to be used top connector. The question that is being asked right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to trifle with Aurora Dust 2 next.
Yeah, this is dry into an AWP.
Yeah, and that's usually what happens when you're playing against the very best. Okay, Tanir onto Xantares.
Here we go!
Okay.
Nilo's on the board.
Gets his. They get the round, though. They could end up with as many rounds as Nilo has. Frags, Alcaran, there's a chip in. Just Jota in the 1v3. Has Alcaran down low. Adjust to Nilo. Suddenly, this one gets a little uncomfortable. Alcaran crouching on that bench. Jota likely could throw a bullet through. Anticipates this 180 crossfire. Alcaran not playing scared though. Heroic. Something. Better than nothing. 3 kills from Alcaran to pick it up. Heroic 1, Aurora 11.
Atladı. Gol attım. Bakıyorum önüne hala. Nice! Bravo lan Özgür abi.
Eyvallah.
It took them 11 rounds, but Heroic are on the board. Welcome back, map 1, and Heroic picked this, believe it or not. Aurora flying high, especially with Zantares. He wasn't able to show up with the team for Cologne. However, he's making good on his return here at EWC. 21-4.
It took them 11 rounds to do a lot of things. Plant the bomb for the first time.
Oh, that was big, yeah.
TyLoo to get a kill.
Yep.
They managed, what, three opening duels, a success within the first half of play. Multi-kills very, very limited.
Zantares with more frags than 4 members of Heroic combined. That's what will happen when you're 11-1. In the hole, Alcaran makes a massive hole in Jota's head. Quick tap to the skull. Flash for CT, he's in trouble. Cardiac lock up close, but not willing to fight with the flash underhanded. Buying time, Alcaran trying to get one more out of this life. He's done well there.
Very well.
Double swing CT, who's got the headshot? It's Woxic! Oh! A glimmer of hope, but Woxic ensures it fades to black quick. Just as Alcaran gets going, Woxic waves goodbye to any hope Heroic had on Mirage.
I actually thought there was a huge chance that they just take Woxic down there because Bacardi picked up the USP that had no ammo in it and was reloading.
Yeah, so it was one guy versus 3.
He goes, you're all dead, apparently.
But sometimes the Glock just works like that.
Yeah, so this was nice. The opener, very tidy indeed. Great shot. I think anything we see from this new kid on the block is going to be very nice. Yeah, they've lined up there. The Swedes are having a very rough day at the office right now. Youngster LNZ Nilo. What he said.
Yes, please.
Oh, look what Alcaran's purchased.
Okay, so we are having fun.
Okay, I'm glad we've come for the level of enjoyment. Hugo Byron would be proud with this one.
Well, when you are 12-1 in the hole and they say force, buy whatever you want, mate.
Whatever you want.
Hello, one and done. That's actually a huge amount of info for the CT side.
I hope he gets a kill.
I really want to see it. I want to hear it, at least. Please
He
let
needs
him,
to fire a bullet.
Yeah, I don't want it just to be... Oh, he's dead.
Okay.
Ooh.
And this is where it starts.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen.
Get on your feet. Channel the energy. Put your hands in the air.
Let's go. It could be Zentari. You know, he gets mad as well, Chad.
Oh, yes.
He
true.
gets mad.
Don't steal it, LNT. Oh! They like the trade, though. The crowd like the trade. Good trade.
Okay, Matt just walking through that.
Madja.
Oh, it's a speed. Goes down empty-handed, does LNZ. Oh, Tadier's D cracks a stunning head. 1-on-2 for Woxic.
It's the southpaw.
See what he can get done on the AK-47. He's got that high sensitivity, quick adjustments. You can see him. Whoa! Precise as always. Woxic as he got it. Tanier extends play. He's celebrating that one like they've just taken it to overtime.
And we're going to dust too.
Next round, probably.
Okay, well, yeah, they got something. And as we've said, something's better than nothing.
That's right.
This one right here, I think that's the key to the Kingdom coming tumbling down. LNZ, nice shot. I'm so sad.
Oh, man. Didn't even, like, start warming it up.
Okay, that's the... You need to get a few bullets out before she starts shooting straight.
Yeah. Oh, he's actually broken the audio levels. He went subsonic.
Oh, they're ecoing. Look at the respect being shown.
Well, I mean, for Heroic, it does mean 3 rounds, though. Guaranteed. That is Machini TV guaranteed.
Chance for the individuals to warm into things before Dust 2.
It's very real, very real. You know, I know...
Oh, wait.
What?
Wait.
I want to find
Do you not remember the fill? And I'm not talking about the producer.
No.
I'm talking about we're waiting for those papers.
Yeah, I remember the paper.
Mongols, Aurora, Mirage, 11-1 first half.
Oh, that's right.
How many rounds would it take for those demons to start coming creeping back into the mine?
Okay, I'll tell you what it needs. In my shopping list, it would take obviously a clean eco, anti-eco here.
Okay, so no casualties?
Absolutely 0 casualties. Then it would take, like, you know, a Madja, like, gets picked and forced to save.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Oh, wait, sorry, they're on the T side. I'm sorry.
No, but that's fine. They could still get picked and forced to
Yeah,
save
forced to
for a crazy
save.
reason. Look, we're still painting that picture.
Okay, Alcaran's going to start popping off with Tanier, and then Youngstar wakes up, and then LNZ and Nilo 2v4. Okay.
All right, I like it.
It's 12-7.
We're going to get going.
Then it's 12. There's a casualty.
Oh, it's fine. It needs to look shaky. Oh, right. It needs to look shaky before it can.
Right. Because we want
really
overconfidence
good.
from Aurora.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, guns coming back out now.
Game on.
What's the opener going to be from Aurora? Every round, backs against the wall. Heroic.
I don't think it's even crossed their mind. I know it's crossed yours, right? But I don't think Aurora have even considered that, like, that Mongols game.
Oh, they're thinking about it.
You think so?
Oh, they're closing their eyes and they're seeing that scoreline flash before their very eyes.
Okay.
Right now, mid-utility. We'll be going into the A play. One man, just Youngster on the site for now.
Oh, but he has a little bit of support, and it is the helping hands of Tanier with that one-shot AK with the Kalash in hand.
Good amount of util held on from the CTs. Alice block for now. Youngster will pivot. Won't be the mid-fight. They've got all that space, and now Alcaran's AWP can find itself posted on the line.
Util will sail over. Youngstar trying to be disruptive up front. Alcaran forced off by the flash and smoke. There's commitment here. Bacardi up back turn. Youngstar does start off strong, very strong. Nilo in combination. Woxic trying as hard as he might, but Zentara's putting up a fight. Flashed up one-on-one. Sick. And close it right here and now. Heroic will take another step closer. Here we go again. LNZ locks it in. It's good output from Youngstar there. 2 on the initial intercept.
Okay, the first bricks being built for Heroic back into this, because now they know with the loss bonus there will have to be a partial investment. Another easier type of round to waltz through. Another confidence builder Another chance to step forward. No U2, just some pistol upgrades. Over towards B, Deagle surge towards A ramp. Ollie ahead of it, Madja. Not give away a sound cue, the nade. Lands on his doorstep, lots of damage done.
Yeah, great nade accounts for someone playing ahead of the flame. Toxic trying to work his magic on the Desert Eagle. So near the contingency plan here.
Had the
if
nade
LNZ
ready.
go and looking. Good angle for it. Jota actually does find that immediate trade, so good shooting with that Desert Eagle, but Tanir taking his place and having nothing to report, so they won't over-rotate. I will say that TyLoo is having a little bit of an inquest into the top of the B side.
Kak finishes off Madja. That's that nade that started from LNZ. Now the pivot, it's in question. We didn't expect a lot from this round.
Yeah, I mean, one Deagle bullet into Youngstar, and perhaps you pull those two bodies to stay on A. Perhaps there's a gap, but never mind. Your bomb's gone down, and Youngstar wins it.
Well, Xantares, you're good. You're currently 24-8, but I think this one is even out of your wheelhouse right now.
But that's what I'm saying about the likelihood of this one. I love what we're doing, and I'm happy to keep playing this game. But with Xantares' form right now, it's just such a big ask that, or like, how realistic is it that there will be a run of, what, 10 rounds where Xantares doesn't have one round, you know, a Xantares round?
Aurora should not lose this game at all. This should 100% be their map after an 11-1 first half, after being able to pick up the pistol round, but now it's been 4 straight rounds.
Yeah.
And this will be another gun round. And if they don't get into the site and they don't get the bomb down, it will have to be another partial buy.
And that's when you start feeling like you're in the washing machine.
Exactly, and this is where those genuine feelings of, are we just cursed, right? Is our mental actually that poor? And we do know that this team does have the tendency to get quite frustrated. And look, I'm being a little bit cheeky with it all, but right, if we're talking about the bigger context, think about 3D Max yesterday. They started very slow on map number 1. It was a 10-2 first half. They worked back into things. Then we had a competitive series. So right now that Heroic have been able to get a few more rounds under their belt, players starting to get a few more kills, that's a positive sign as far as Dust 2 is concerned. So if they can have a couple more, let's say they can get up to, I don't know, a 13-9 scoreline at the end of the day, that is going to be great going into map 2. Might get a competitive map.
Aggressive warping from Alcarin. Nothing to lose, they say. Pushing through the smoke. Telegraph, but Xantares down. TyLoo wins it. That's a big opening. Scalp. TyLoo paid a heavy price, but an opening kill for Heroic.
It's good as well to have the heads-up display showing the cameras at all times. So if those frustrations do start to mount, you just have to look at the left-hand side of your screen, right?
Yeah.
You'll get to see how the comms are. Oh, they've seen Alcarin. So he's been spotted creeping top middle. I think that was communicated by Xantares watching Madja's screen. His mouth moved once he crossed the top mid box. It's going to be tough to flush him out. You will need top mid as well as underpass prongs. Molly could work, but I think you want some help, Madja. You don't want to do this alone. You really don't want to do this alone. Headbutt.
Alcarin, though, is actually going to be swung upon. The Flames forced him forward, but no swing. This is big from Jota. Alcarin burns lower. Jota relays the info. Youngstar on sandwich, presenting his back, though Jota's good. Clear! Very nice angle management. The trade from Tanir is immediate. 4 on 3. Guardia burrowed into under. Here's that movement of Alcarin, and we'll try and find this gap. He's starting to move. Making moves. Alcarin smoked off as that con presence comes in. A little bit of damage onto Woxic. Ooh, safe, doesn't bounce it. Doesn't elect to molly out TyLoo. He gets a chance, he gets a freebie. Trade good, Tanir's in the right place once more, and it's Ricardia up against them all. Alcarin will close. Okay. 11-1 half goes 12-6. The very last round of the first half and the very first of our second. Only round we've seen from Aurora is that pistol.
So here's the other partial because they didn't get the plant. So the loss bonus is in place, sure, but you don't have enough to justify a full buy. They're also not using pace, so it's not like you can catch the Heroic players off guard, just like with a nade out or maybe at this time on the swing. They're really struggling with opening kills within the first half. That is the Heroic camp. They only had 3 in total. I believe Alcron had 2 of them, and Tanir may have had 1 of them. So they were few and far between, and that's at baseline. There was a real lack of kills, a real lack of multi-kills.
Really late mid-set. Stretching his legs is Antares, realizes this mid-territory has been given to them by Heroic.
This is what you'd hope for as well from a CT side, right? You want to play a little bit more passive against the partials because this is where they can erupt a bit more explosive, a bit more poppy. TyLoo catches this.
Can't lose out to this one, well handled.
Looking damn good. Just 2 more to find right now. TyLoo around the smoke is going to dance in it. Trying to buy some time, make sure he doesn't go down, see if his teammates are able to help him. And as they chip through, Woxer will fall, and Madja, that is flawless. If you don't win this gun round right now, I'm telling you, your mental is worse than Heroics, who were down 11-1.
Yeah, and you're going to start seeing that Mongols game, that HLTV page, you're going to be seeing it behind your eyelids every time you blink.
The only fact I will say is when Aurora were owning, they were all very sharp, hitting big shots. It does feel a little bit more labored for these Heroic players, but they're still getting the kills.
Yeah. I mean,
like last Gunny, look sharp, but
we saw TyLoo open onto Zantares. I don't know if that's an expectation we can have again from him.
Change up in this one is the AWP starting towards B. Is Wakadia probe as one of the first elements? Well, no. Madja in through the underpass, jump spot from Wakadia, trying to have whatever he can for free without giving away too much. And this is slow. Yeah, sub 1 minute 20. Now second wave of mid-util drop. Deep connector and window deployed. Bomb still down, Alex. It will need to be retrieved.
Yeah, whose responsibility will that be?
Now, what's space and then where's the finish? Smoke, couple of mollies flash to HE to find exactly that. So Zantares will get connector. Now molly up towards the vent room, trying to flush a player out, but nobody home. Redeploy into window, so no more smoke for A.
It's just about this bomb. Madja, so he has to throw the nades, do the boost, and get the bomb? 47. They're going to go for a little flash ramp play as well. There is that Jota presence in Palace, though.
Rotation's coming. Alcron's left B. They're reading this.
Yeah. Guardia boosted through the window. Will try and fight TyLoo on the fade. Youngstar just playing for that final stairs side. There's first blood. TyLoo does go down on that fade fight. Zantares, however, caught by Tanir. Madja into the side. He's got power position. Youngstar, nice clear from Madja. That should do it. Certainly warming into things, though, Heroic. They did not let this one just be a flash in the pan. Can't just have that one round to boast. They managed to at least soften the blow.
Yeah, and there was good positioning there, right? You lose that initial fight. I think LNT was in a good position towards ramp. It's just not hitting those shots. And Alcron found some flashes, but this will be this. We're going to tighten this up. It's going to be 13-7 in a moment. His scope in the ticket. First shot hit. Does have a kid, but the bullet between the eyes is going to seal it. Jota takes him down, and thank God the mental demons for Aurora will not have to creep in. Map number 1, Heroic's pick. It is done, it is dusted, it was over, and it should have been much quicker than that. Regardless, the result is theirs. Dust2 is up next. Have Heroic given themselves enough of an opportunity to warm into this game to make the next map competitive? Because that was just about making sure the players' keyboards and mice were connected to the server.
Yeah, I mean, that first half was comical. I mean, it really did just not... It felt like a horrible, well, melancholy feeling for Heroic, but for Aurora, it certainly reminded us of what they're capable of. Zantares just ripping them a new one, and a 13-7 scoreline certainly takes them in a very good step towards that semi-final. Next map up next, it's Dust2, Aurora's turf. Could it be more of the same, or have Heroic awoken?
level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
I'm here with, on my right, Sampaius, All for G2, Kixon, in-game leader for Falcons. On my left, we have Brolin, in-game leader of Mouz, and then Rain. I don't know what your role is
I knew that was
FaZe,
happening.
but you do something. I've heard that you're the best teammate of all time.
I'm there, somewhere on the map.
Yeah, you're either, sometimes you're entry fragging, sometimes you're the support guy, but either way. Today I brought pens, and 4 of them, which is great because there's 4 of you, so you can take one of these, I'll give one over here as well.
All right.
And then guess what? Everyone's going to get a piece of paper. And
we gotta
today's
write stuff down?
just one thing. And I don't want you to show each other. I want this to be secret from each other because otherwise you'll copy each other's answers and I won't like that.
All right.
So what today's focus is, we've got 2 in-game leaders and we have 2 guys who aren't, but the focus is going to be around in-game leaders. So what I want you to do right now on your piece of paper while I'm talking is write down who you think the greatest in-game leader in Counter-Strike is of all time.
Okay.
Pretty easy task, all right? No cheating, no looking at each other's answers, all right? Write down who you think it is, and then we'll do a reveal, and then we'll go through the answers, and we'll talk about in-game leaders throughout. So, look, Rain didn't waste a minute. He's done. This guy's done. Sampaius is still thinking.
Can I think a little bit more?
You can think a little bit more.
It is crazy.
You can think a little bit more.
I always answer this answer, so it's...
Same answer, okay. So you want a bit more time on this side of the table?
Just a little bit more.
All right, we'll give a little bit more time.
All right.
So you were very quick. Now, I know who you've written.
How do you know that?
How many in-game leaders have you even played with in your career?
Depends if Nuke is one.
We can count it. You know, he'll be one soon. Don't you worry about that.
Actually, maybe I have a second search now.
Oh my
So
God.
you Nico as well?
I put 3.
Put 3?
I don't know.
Okay, and Kixon, are you done?
Yep.
Okay, all right, boys. All right, are you happy with this or do you want to change it?
It's like 60-40.
What does that mean?
60-40%.
Okay, well, let's
So
okay.
61.
Everybody reveal your paper so that the camera and I can see it, I suppose.
Oh, no.
The camera and you?
Yeah, well, that's Carrigan. I expected that. Carrigan as well.
Carrigan, I got that
Carrigan as well.
Yeah.
My boy.
Oh, wait, who, you put multiple?
I put Glaive and Apex also all of a sudden. Apex winning a lot of tournaments.
Okay, so
Really good also.
I think, who was your other option?
Apex.
Really? And we're going greatest of all time?
Yeah.
Okay, well, here's what I want to do. Because you have the most answers on your page, we're going to start with you.
Why?
Because you have the most
Yeah, we
variety.
can start.
Because we're all going to talk about Carrigan, right? But in terms of why you put Apex, right? And the other one was Glaive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's start with Glaive, right? Why did you put Glaive?
Well, I think when Astralis won a lot of tournaments, so obviously he was a great IGL, and I think he's still a great IGL. I played with him not a lot, but a bit, and I think he's really good. So obviously I need to put him there because obviously he won a lot of trophies, so that means something.
So for you, like obviously all those names, like Carrigan has the longevity, especially towards the top. Apex is more recently started winning a lot of trophies with Vitality, and Glaive, one of the greatest of the, I don't want to say old generation, but you know, what are we talking, 5-6 years ago now, right? So for all of those guys, is trophies the reason that you consider them greats?
No, I think more. I see a difference between all of them.
Okay.
All of them.
What's the
Glaive was
differences?
playing on national team, so for me it's like the friendship he had on the team is different. So probably also the chemistry was different. Apex is a great captain, right? He won a lot of the trophies now, and I can feel like he changed a lot for the past like 2 or 3 years. He's stronger mentally, stronger physically, and you can see a great leader, right?
Yeah.
And I think Carrigan is obviously a great leader also. You can see how he's making people like the mood up, you know, instantly, and the playstyle is a bit different. I would say Apex is the playstyle of Apex in general on his teams have been kind of different, but the same. It's like, I don't know, for me Carrigan is like a weird, because you are faking a lot. You are doing a lot of fakes on the map, and it's pretty annoying, to be honest. So that, for me, that's the difference. But Carrigan was a great captain, but the different playstyle from the other two, and yeah.
But everybody's essentially has Carrigan here, right? Which I think, you know, this is something that the people at home debate. The people at home love having debates, right? But right now we have 4 actual professional Counter-Strike players who all have pointed the answer in the same direction. Now we'll finish with you because you play with him.
All right.
So I think you're going to have, like, I would love you to hear what these guys say and then see how it kind of goes on your ears, right? And how you sense what they're saying. Now, you 2 are in-game leaders currently. Why do you have Carrigan as the greatest in-game leader of all time?
Actually, I was thinking between Carrigan and Glaive.
Okay.
If I'm not wrong, I mean, I think Glaive has more trophies in his career, but I think Carrigan is playing for a longer time. And the reason why I went with him is because he did it with multiple different rosters. And I think his teams always had like good mentality, and they could always bounce back and win games that maybe they're not supposed to win. And also the way he calls, I think he's unpredictable a bit more than other IGLs, I would say.
I think these are the main reasons.
Okay, what about for you, right? Carrigan's been doing it for a very long time. He was even a star player back in 1.6, so he's had to evolve his game over a very long time. So what do you think makes Carrigan the greatest?
I think what Christian mentioned with the roster, like how many times we've done it with each, like multiple rosters. So I think that's maybe like the head thing for me, especially. I think he's very smart IGL, and I think the leader role as well speaks for itself. I think it's really like hypes it up the team basically all the time, and as a leader, I think it just looks really good in my opinion from outside. Yeah.
So, and then we go to the man who has played with him forever. Obviously, there was a little period where he wasn't part of the team, right? But
I don't have to talk about that.
Yeah, we forget about that. It's like the time that a couple of those Fnatic guys went to Godsend and then they came back. We don't talk about that either. But Carrigan, you've been with him for an awfully long time. You know, you've lifted the biggest of trophies with this guy, and you know, you've essentially his right-hand man, his soldier, right? So what is it about Carrigan that makes him the best for you?
I think it's a lot of different things. I think he's always been the hardest worker in the team he's been in.
Okay.
At least in our team. He's first in the practice room, last to leave. He just does so much for the team, other than just being agile. And also the fact that he has gone to every roster he's been to and lifted trophies there is also a pretty good achievement, you could say.
Okay, all right. So we've all set Carrigan as the bar. So that's and for you it's going to be hard, I guess, to talk about other in-game leaders, especially in more recent times. But we'll try and take from whatever we can. So, like for some of the younger guys, right? When you were coming up in your local scene, was there an in-game leader that you learnt from, or how did you learn to become the in-game leader you are today? Like, what was the kind of inspiration, or how was your path to get there?
It's a bit funny, but like I never had an IGL that I looked up to.
Okay.
I mean, I liked some IGLs obviously, but when I started playing, let's say, a bit more serious, at the start I didn't have like coaches or known teammates who can teach me, so I was just kind of doing what I think is the best, and I think that's how I became who I am today. I mean, obviously now it's different. I have people who I can learn from, like also coaches, but at the start I think I was just doing what I was thinking is the best.
Okay, and your situation's a bit different, right? The way that you've transitioned into an in-game leader this year, and apparently you always wanted to be an in-game leader. I think people went back in the archives and found the interview, but what is it for you? Because you've played under a lot of in-game leaders throughout your career. So how did you model the way that you wanted to lead Mouz now?
It's a good question. I mean, of course, I've been under a lot of them, but I haven't really specific who is the best, to be honest. But it's just, I think mainly when I became the leader, it's mainly from Psychon. He helped me a lot with it because I have a lot of small tips that he gave me a lot. And I mean, if I come from in-game leader-wise, I'll say Golden is maybe more of a sort of mine, because he likes to switch up the pace sometimes, and sometimes he just likes to do his own things basically and have some structure overall of it. And but if I look at that, I think just Cyclone helped me a lot as well at the moment. That we do small things.
Bring it to a close. 16-14. Aurora take down FaZe Clan. A slow start to the series. Toxic with a lights out series.
If we just play like how we played today, we can even go to final. We'll see. Shouldn't underestimate us. 1 week ago didn't go so well, but we're gonna prove them wrong this time. We're gonna be better, we're gonna win the game, so good luck for the both of teams. We'll see.
Strong words from Woxic, but well backed up in the server by Aurora. Domination on Mirage, though Heroic found their pulse right at the end.
Jacob, I just have a quick question for you first. Were you one of those guys that when you played, did you write good luck, have fun, or just have fun, have fun? Because Voxy just wished him good. I never wish my opponents good luck.
No, true. I think I just did HF.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I don't want them to have any luck. What the hell? They had enough luck, Heroic. It feels like even Tenier said it in their first game of this tournament against Spirit. And today maybe we saw a little bit how it goes with not that much luck.
I was just about to say it makes it make no sense whatsoever how Heroic were able to beat Team Spirit in that first game, because this one was one-sided as hell. I know the scoreline evened out throughout the second half, but that was as cosmetic as a comeback will ever be in Counter-Strike. Aurora were by far the better team. Santaris had a fantastic showing in that first half. Basically, as we spoke about coming into the map as well, Mike, just running around and doing whatever the hell he wanted to do in this game. He was by far the best player on the server, and it's not often one player can dictate the entire game, but he did.
This will really make you feel good if you're an Aurora fan, right? Because feels like a little while since Santaris really took over a game or popped off, so we're going to be super excited about that, not just for this match, but potentially their future chances in this tournament. I think also Aurora, I don't know, are they the best CT side team in the world now? I mean, there's been they had a couple of 9-3, 10-2, 11-1 halves, right? It's just unfortunately on the T side where they've really struggled, and there was a moment where you thought, surely it's not happening again, right?
Surely not.
I started to believe just a bit. We have seen some of those ridiculous comebacks, but the round timeline tells the tale. It was always just about waiting for that one round where Aurora would break through. They had man-up situations again. They had even situations in the end of some of those rounds. It was just finding that last kill to close.
Yeah, and to be honest, like the only exciting moment in this game for Heroic, yes, they win a couple of rounds in a row and make the scoreline look slightly better, but Tenia almost getting a 1v5 in the first pistol round, that would have been a game changer potentially. I think if that would have happened, if they would get off to a good start like that, maybe they could have ridden a bit of that momentum. We see Santaris had a fantastic pistol round as well. We don't get to see Tenia almost pulling off a 1v5, but that could maybe have been a way into the game for Heroic, and that could have made it so that the first half wouldn't be as dire as it was, but he didn't win it, and they didn't win any of the rounds basically on that T side, so the game was over before it even began.
I think that probably now the most important thing from Aurora is to not get complacent going into map 2. I know it's also their map pick, Dust 2, but we've seen in the FaZe series and here, when they're on point where they're hyping each other up, when they get rolling, I mean, they looked unstoppable in those moments. But when they get a little bit laid back, and that's when things start going south, that's when the frustration starts to come in and they start spiraling out of control. I think absolutely. Same thing happened to the Heroic also lost their map pick against Spirit.
Yeah.
And then came back from 1-0 down to win. So Aurora can't get too ahead of themselves in this series, that's for sure.
That is certainly the silver lining, if you're a Heroic fan, is that they did kind of do this. They did kind of do this in the last round, so there's still some possibility that maybe they get smacked around a little bit here. They wake up, they start to feel it. Maybe they just think, all right, it's already over, and suddenly the dead team buff reactivates.
And I mean, if you're looking for silver linings in that regard, and if you're looking for a way to believe in Heroic coming back into the game, then you look at the map of Dust 2, and it is a map that can snowball out of control. I know Santaris and the boys in Aurora, they play the map to a high level. There's a reason why they picked it as well, but if any map out there has that snowball effect where you get off to a good start on the T side, you win your pistol, you convert, you maybe get lucky with a couple of B hits where there's only one player defending, so they have to retake, then all of a sudden you're down 5-0 and you feel like you're out of the game. So that is the silver lining for Heroic, that the map at least itself offer opportunity.
We'll have to see if they can find that silver lining, but we do have some words from Wakadia before the game.
Aurora did very well in the opening game to take down FaZe, and that's where I want to start things here, Wakadia, because FaZe has been, in general, quite a tough team for you. How important was that win for you guys?
I mean, last time they destroyed us. You
didn't have Zantaras, though.
Yeah. And this match we really wanted to win. We take revenge, so it was really good for us.
Now, looking at the fact that Heroic took down Spirit, who you probably thought you'd be facing, how much of a surprise was that?
Yeah, it was really a big surprise. Before we even collect mouse and keyboard, we were checking HLTV to see who is winning. But I think they beat Spirit. They're a really good team with the new Whopper. I think we should be careful.
Should be careful. Okay, so you're giving Heroic some respect.
Yes.
Okay, I understand that, but let's look at this. When it comes to Heroic and what they can do, obviously the rumors are that Tanir's leaving the team, right? Do you think that will change the way they play? Like they might be a little bit looser or play more aggressively to you? You ready for that?
I don't think so. After I go to hotel, I watch the game. I think they play the same way they do before.
Yeah.
So I don't think so.
Okay, I like it. Well, looking at this, right? Semi-finals will be huge for you guys because since the start of the year, Astana, you made 3rd place, right?
Yeah.
But it's been tough for you guys. You've not been going as far. So how much do you want this win?
So much. And I think I don't want to talked big, but I think we can do something in this tournament.
Oh, really? You got just some feeling?
Hopefully, yes.
Hopefully, yes. I like this. We never normally hear this from you, so thank you very much for your time. I'm now more excited for this game. Let's see what happens in it all.
Thank you.
Confidence being voiced there by Wakadia, and I mean, well earned after we saw that first map. I don't think there were too many exasperated faces from Santaris. He was having a great day. We're headed into Dust 2. We've got a bit of time. You talked about the silver linings. What should we expect on Dust 2 here between these two teams?
I want to see a good performing Aurora, you know. Let's be honest, I said coming into this game that I've been a little bit disappointed in the level as of late. I do think it's a team that's shown us they can play at an incredible high level. I also want to give them a bit of leeway playing Cologne without Santaris. That brought them to a bad start of the season. So if they can get a clean 2-0 right here and go into the semi-final of EWC with maybe facing Falcons, maybe facing Mouz, let's see in that regard. It's not impossible for Aurora to make a big result here. So get the job done now, do it in a clean 2-0 fashion, and let's not have a conversation about what may or may not happen on a map 3. That's not good enough for Aurora.
It would be a great way to bounce back, get some points in the club championship, so, you know, get a couple of extra hundreds of thousands of dollars. Always sounds nice. And for Heroic, unfortunately, you know, they played 3 times in the last 3 months, kinda, and all 3 times Dust 2 went the way of Aurora, right? So this is the one map where they couldn't really find a way in, so it's not looking good.
It's not looking good indeed for this version of Heroic, because this might be the last time we ever see them. One more hurrah, one last hurrah for Tanir in a Heroic jersey. It's time for Dust 2.
I think I'm the only one here, Chad. I think you probably echo the sentiments at the desk, but I'm seeing that third map already locked in. I think we're about to see the exact opposite of Mirage in reverse. Aurora's map pick. Dust 2, a comfortable turf for them. That's why we're here, but Heroic. Doubted by everyone, but Alex Machine Richardson 2025.
Look, I tried to will the comeback into existence on the first map. I was bringing up the Mongols result. I was with you, so why not? Let's bandwagon the hell out of this. Now, look, I'm not a fan of either of these teams. I just talk about the games. But I want something more entertaining than map number 1. So let's get it right here, right now.
Shouldn't be too hard.
There are some fans in the building.
They are.
Some vocal Heroic fans making some noise because this could be the last time they see Tanir in this jersey.
Yeah, why not go out with a bang, not a whimper? Sure, you took a nice scalping spirit, but different feeling team today. Nilo, however, it seemed to warm into things towards the tail end of map 1, and then look at this pistol. Couldn't be a better start. Everyone wins their initial engagement. Nilo and LNZ did get a goosh for their troubles.
It is great to get them off the gates early. They were very, very slow on Mirage, so if they can get going very early on this map of Dust 2, happy days. Smoke for the cross. Hey, Tanir, he's going to light it up. Can he get the double? No. Woxic with something to his name, and that'll be that. Nilo gets 2 frags, and here we go. The energy is still in the room.
It's coming. Say I didn't tell you so. Oh. Can we get an oh? I'm sure there's plenty, actually. Freeze-dried strawberries, my personal recommendation. And so we are going to be seeing that Woxic scout. I couldn't even mention it before it fills the feed.
Now they force, right? They buy the scout. He gets the kill. Now they force by behind.
I haven't seen that. That's cheeky.
Okay.
He actually hits the shot quick enough for them to all purchase.
Well, now with the number advantage, this round is on like Donkey Kong. 2 towards B, 1 man long. The rotation of Tanir already dealing with mid, and if they pop into this, you're going to have to break through Alcarin and Nilo, who are getting aggressive.
Oh, this goes one of 2 ways. I just take 9, Jota's mag 10, lots more coming that way. Alcarin holding on. Pressure amplified. Mag 10 retrieved, they are accelerating into Alcarin. What can he get done? Absolutely nothing. Zantaras brings him down. Tanir trying to hold on, they're very, very low. Susceptible to that scout though, does manage to get another closing the gap. It's going to fall to the 1v1. Woxic, he started this. He close it. M4 retrieved 8 bullets and pushing the door smoke. He is playing this like the veteran he is. A calculated risk will lead to LNZ running out of time.
He's got the molly though. If he drops at doors, Woxic is going to have to reroute window.
Or will he mantle straight towards the window himself?
No kit.
Okay, molly doors. Limits your options. You hear the sound cue.
10-second defuse.
Woxic throws out the flash, fakes the steps. LNZ has the audacity to hold it on.
It's over.
Woxic clutches up. That's a hell of a way to pick up a second round. Buys the scout, hits the shot on the cross. LNZ gets away with 1 point of health.
The bomb radius has been adjusted to the fact he stays alive there at 1 point of health. He's a very lucky man. Could have lost it all right here. Here's the opener and what is essentially the closer, because this informs the buy. They explode in towards the site. Tanir's here to try and hold them at the door. And then Woxic has to take a risk, plays in the smoke, knows there's likely not a kit in play. And right now it's 1-1.
Didn't panic on the incendiary doors either. Knew it's unlikely.
Alcaran's got an AWP.
To see a kit, and it's even more unlikely to see Alcaran with an AWP. Okay, this might come as a bit of a shot. Oh, and from Wicardia.
Crispy.
LNZ tucked in tight. Oh, he's so dead. Alcaran in transition. If he gets flashed off, gets to swing through the boxes. Woxic takes his head off.
Didn't even get a chance to use
look at his frustrations in the cam.
Oh, that's miserable.
Woxic's scout is already causing problems.
He's going to get a free upgrade, isn't he? As Wicardia can just deal with it right now. All the information for him, but will it be all the kills? Yes, it will. Now Heroic onto the eco.
Well, yep. He's got the hand warmer on his forehead. Feeling like it should perhaps be an L. Woxic handing it to him.
It's a throwback, Alex. I'm not sure how many even aware of that tune.
Banger. Wicardia hitting 3 of them. Yeah, full recline.
It's like he's in business class.
I can't blame him. And an eco to really think about what you've done. Could be over quickly though. USP stampede into the AK-47. Not bad output, to be honest. 2 kills on the eco from Tanir.
Chipping away.
Jota. Oh, actually ducks under the USP bullet. Wow, he does very well for the 3rd kill.
For decent damage.
Yeah. You do need to win a round for that to matter, though.
Just recounting, this is only the 2nd match for both of these teams. Obviously, the upset of the first day was the Spirit lost to Heroic. However, considering the circumstances about the changes and the future, that could definitely play into things. And Doc even said a couple of them were sick. Not to take anything away from Heroic in that win. Still massive game.
No, it sounds like you're a Heroic hater.
Aurora did take down FaZe 2-1.
Long,
them home.
Fast flash, and he's out.
It's all theirs. It's all theirs. So just use the radar, right? You can see it's drawn this massive rotation. The question to me is Wicardia, right? He's worried about an upper tunnels push, which if you lose long, you are going to try and search for some information, and that's why he's going to be very diligent with his clears. Now, they're actually going to make sure that there's nobody slipping through middle. So Molly towards the Xbox, and they have to worry about green box. You can see all of those problems. And Wicardia is late to this, but it might be perfectly timed.
Oh, he does very well on TyLoo. Shows his presence.
He's done enough to inform this. Oh, okay, Alcaran.
This is nice. Oh, it doesn't help that LNZ's gone down, but there are backs turn. Magda turns around. Good timing. Favors Alcaran. Flash and fight. Jota spotted.
Go again.
One more of those. Swings out. Oh, a good chance. Young start. Messi on the spray.
Like the idea.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed the idea there.
Like that shot too. A nice one from Tanir, no less. No surprises there.
For 1, going to be a partial buy now from Heroic.
This is all part of the Heroic Dust 2 bonanza, though.
Now, I know this isn't the world that we're living in, but if so let's just say that regular scheduled programming happened. Aurora beat FaZe and Spirit had actually beaten Heroic. Then it would have been Aurora against Spirit. And then if they won that, they would have to play the winner of Mouz versus Falcons. And then likely have to play either Mongols or Vitality.
Yeah, sounds like a different world, but
it's still
exciting world.
The run's still going to be very difficult, right? Let's assume that they win this series. You're still going to have to take on either Falcons or Mouz, and then one of the other 2 that I mentioned as well in that final if they do go the distance. And Wicardia in that pre-game interview with James that we just played there definitely had some confidence about him.
Yeah, did avoid all of their smoke spams. Does it lead to anything? I think Woxic just caught a whiff of him, yeah. Still gets 2 shots, and they do connect.
Scarier than it had to be, isn't it?
I like his attempt. You got to try something on that lower weapon, and more damage inflicted. We have still lacking lethality. There it is. Centaur's Goes down to the scout of Alcaran, and he adjusts to finish off Tanir's Deagle work. Okay.
Badge is low.
Positions towards the CT, going for that round-the-world maneuver. Does he go all the way long?
Yeah, it's cheeky from Jota. He just parred through that CT smoke. So he's completely rumbled wherever Alcaran could have been. And at this point, they can start having the penny drop. Wacardi, ready for this?
Shot! Oh. Alcaran showing us what he's got.
Remember, Madger is low.
Certainly winnable. Both dropping off, though. This is cheeky from Aurora. If you do catch that first, you're not going to be ready for the second. There's Madger! He gets a shot on! Jota last challenge! So close! Oh, Alcaran really shows us what he's made of there.
Oh, okay, well, almost a highlight. Gave it a damn good go.
I love that scout shot onto Wacardi in particular, but really nice shooting. Gets the most out of that. Tanir's damage onto Woxic, 2 body shots. Deep, this one, lovely. It all comes down to, yes, he gets the shot on. You can see that one there. Not far off. Has Jota on half health. 2 bullets would have done it.
A bit more threatening. Starting 4-1 right now, Heroic, so they want to play to shut down long. Don't want to give that over to Aurora for free. Alcaran liberated with the aggression.
Oh, what? Yeah. He's asking the same question.
The fact that he's taking the hand off, going, what's going on? Feels like he should have won the previous. Feels like he should have hit that shot.
And he's super slow-mo.
Yeah, give us that one. What
hell?
percentage do you want? 25?
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, catch that one, Madger. Let's get off the starting blocks.
Okay, is this one of those fakey boy maneuvers? Fake AXX into a mid-split. Alcaran could be under a lot of scrutiny here. Woxic is in the open. He's done well there. Very nice. Quick adjustment onto Woxic.
Skyball.
Weird smoke.
Someone in the crowd just shouted, nice smoke. Okay, well, they're going to have to return back to long. This is because of the position of Jota. He had the bomb, and he'll drop that back. So, clear through the doors. They'll have to get past this man, LNZ.
I always find it
impressive. He knows they're coming.
When the T's win this duel without losing a body, it feels like it's almost always a guaranteed one for the CT in this power position.
Time, Alex.
Make a move. There's his. Gets one. Zentaro's on the trade.
20 seconds.
Madger, though, causing problems around that exec. They knew it was coming, but there's the flattened from Youngster. Alcaran dead, or rather missed shot. Wacardi left up in only 8 seconds. No chance in this one. Heroic getting their second on the board, getting the juices flowing now. CT side going to try and string together something consecutive.
I love the aggression there in middle. You know, mollying, flashing, taking fights, not allowing it to be easy. Now, we might get that shot. Here it is again.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I'm feeling the same. And how much does he work with there? Very little. The pointy elbow of a flashbang Woxic, caught crouching behind the pillar.
Cheeky smoke exchange there for Badger to get his first kill. But just down too many numbers, aren't they? Unable to get in towards that side, and Nilo will hold them at the door. So, LNZ, you don't want to go home just yet. Now, it is a big round to win because of the financial situation. And these lighter buys are
3 kills, yeah.
Yeah, almost winning that previous round. Let's put them in a bit of a pickle. AK's AWP and a Tech 9.
Whoa. Woxic was pre-aiming for the jump peak of Alcaran.
I do love the mind games of AWPers with the head-to-head of the type of peaks. Is he going to be deep? Is he going to be close? You even get them where they sit close to the doors and they crouch and they scope up and they catch you as you're either moving through suicide or throwing that traditional set that we see of the smoke molly. And that's the mental warfare that the two of these will be throwing at one another, especially if he stays stubborn, the young addition.
I mean, as far as win conditions for Heroic on Dust 2, you know, all jokes aside, is your AWPer taking control of middle.
It just, yeah, and a round like this where Aurora don't have a huge amount of util, cheeky smoke there, thrown at range to kind of apply some short pressure. It forces you into a scenario where you need to be kept very honest with how you use your nades, right? You need the flashes. Mid doors has to be smoked. We have to account for the short boost, the short aggression. and especially if he continues to break. So that's going to slow the default down for Aurora if they can't snuff him out.
Feels like they've got a read on this. 3 blocked and 3 bodies here.
You wonder if the trajectory of that smoke, if it's caught that they've thrown that from range. Here they come.
Yeah, committing it. Nice start, NiLo. Wow, great output from Kart.
Save.
Forced away. Oh, just trying to retrieve the bomb and it nearly lost another.
It's not worth that much, Woxic. You need a save.
Yeah, Zentares too. I don't know if he's going to get away. Alcarin's from one side, LNZ from the other, and a clean double dink. Youch.
And LNC's going to start transitioning over towards spawn. There might be worst case scenario right now with only 18 seconds left on the clock. If LNZ does investigate T-spawn, Woxic very low on HP, could go down after time.
Okay, he got called off to flash for Alcarin lower and doesn't seem to be pursuing that T-spawn venture.
Okay, so this will allow the CTs to put a bit more finances in an AK. That one's always juicy, isn't it? So he's going to grab himself one of those. They'll keep all 5 alive, and that is one of the best heroic rounds yet. Money will have bottomed out now for Aurora. But last time Woxic was the only one with a sniper in his hands. He was able to find that scout kill on the mid-doors cross. They got them into a forced by victory round number 2. Maybe he tries it again. Hey, boost me suicide. Yeah, cheeky. Drop down, take the shot. He doesn't have a good spawn. He can't peek long corner, so we'll have to beat this suicide play. Boost it up and loses the fight. Alcarin, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I just love that he's gone for that fight knowing they saved an AWP. He says, you want some, I'll give it to you.
It's nice, confident Counter-Strike on display.
Flash jump across, spots him. Oh, and he tags him up. The 1-2 punch, left, right, and good night. Wakadia's gone. They're playing hot potato with the AWP. Alcarin finding another, and that is clean. I said they won something consecutive. House 3 on the trot, 2 without a casualty.
And interestingly enough, they've run out double AWP, so they picked that one up off of the corpse there. They've equipped it again, and on the other side of the server, Woxic, due to the financial scenario, can only bring out a scout. So sniper advantage is going to be on one side of the server for sure. Here's the opener. Bang. Beautiful work.
This time, Woxic Scout's not going to get that instant opening. Inspired second round forced by Woxic spearheaded with that scout. This time he connects it.
That's what he's looking for.
Oh, right on the money. You invest into the double AWPs. They've got that royal flush CT buy. 3 Kalashnikovs, 2 AWP.
This is where it gets a bit more of that puggy feeling, right? Yep. It's always going to be something you're not expecting. So this is frustrations that will brew as Joda's out long.
Zentares, warpath.
Getchy.
Risky. Finding Alcarin, full flash. Great informed crosshair placement. Pulls Aurora back 1 closer. Starts to swing through. Happy to take the engagement is NiLo. Attempted trade from Woxic, gets nothing. Jota, empty hands, and just another step closer.
All time
5-all.
Has to be another partial. And look at the body language of...
Adja didn't learn his lesson.
No, and he was crouching, right? He was like, okay, well, I'll make sure I'm not giving anything away, but you do have to throw that util set. There's plenty of other ways that you can lob out the smoke with the molly. It's a little bit harder to do.
And the molly does expose you in that deeper line. Adja's got his lineups locked. Drum roll, please.
All in one.
Well placed incendiary. They have to pay quite a price for that. That's a miss from Alcarin. Won't come costing. Near reveals the double AWP still. Present incorrect.
All right, well, they will get the cat control, and they do have smoke. So this is the type of round where you know if you're dealing with an AWP, what you want to do is first of all obscure the vision, but then make sure that you can scale. So Alcarin, if he plays Car, the man that we need to turn to is going to be NiLo. So if we do the trickle smokes, that will give them the potential to drop into spawn, scale it through CT as well as out towards A, and here it is being lined up now by Madja. This means they can close that distance. These flashes need to be perfect, Woxic.
Yeah, you're pushing through a grey screen. Zentares, flash is good, but the catch is him actually. Awkward, Woxic though. Would love to recover that AK and would love to be able to get that bomb planted. Evades the nade, at least the brunt of the damage, and able to get the plant. Turns the window flash. Double peeking. Oh, he's isolated to near. Awkward now. Woxic steps up to the plate. He can't tame it. Oh, what a valiant attempt. On the AK, Youngstar stands strong though. Heroic fans eating good tonight.
Great shots here from Woxic under so much pressure. Knows he has to hit these or it'll be all over Red Rover, and then unable to tame the spray for the final. Youngster makes sure it doesn't get out of control, and the hard work will continue. They have a one-round lead, but we'll be all tied up going into the halftime break. Woxic finally gets an AWP back in his hands. The double AWP still in play for Heroic. They've got money for days, and well, they don't need it after this. Even leave yourself an M4 in spawn in case of the retake. Now, no good long spawns, or at least the heavy pack will have to opt for something else. Likely to see Woxic right now post up, try and catch a player jumping platform with the AWP.
How's that for an opening? Tanir taken down. Youngstar needs to stand up. Oh, wow! Fully blind. He taps the head of another. LNZ gets aggressive, gets punished. They're quick to that.
It was the bomb spotted
there. Yeah, I think so too. Nilo has to address Woxic's util on B. Weird lurk smoke that he tries to address. Now, that looks like the rest of the cavalry are quick to this.
He's going to push.
If he keeps pushing, yeah, but that's going to cost him everything.
Oh,
he hears it. Nilo pushing anyway. Back turned! Oh, he gets the dink onto Madja as well.
Gives Alcaran something manageable if he can get a rifle.
The full nades.
That's true. It's going to be tough, and he's dropped to the AWP, so he wants an AK or an M4, and he's behind them on a quick timing.
Yeah, Woxic responsibility, but turns away. Focused on throwing his nades. Alcaran does scoop up that AK. Woxic considering it. They're lining up for Alcaran. This would be a big one. Heroic were down in the depths of despair. Just one round to their name as 5 stood for Aurora, and now he has the power to secure a 7th. Sends a message if you win this one. Says this one won't be for free, this one won't be fun. Woxic stands strong, 2 HP in it. 6-6 dead even. Do we need 3? Find out with us when we return. coming into things quite nicely now after what was a bleak start for Heroic here in the quarterfinal of the Esports World Cup. An 11-1 half, or I should say a 1-11 half, and that was Mirage. They didn't manage to convert that, understandably, but here we are, second half, second map, Aurora's pick, but a significantly more competitive scoreline as we return from our break.
And the future for Heroic, it is certain. It is certain that it will be different. We know that this is Tanir's last event within the team. This is Alcaran's first, and it's nice to see the young lad with some flair on the AWP. They've been chopping and changing those, some buyers, then they had Griggs, now they got Alcaran. Even had a Danish stand-in for Bounty. The head-to-head between Heroic and Aurora this year, this will be the 5th. And there have been 3 different rosters over those 5 matches. Shows you how often things change.
It's been quite a tumultuous time for Heroic as far as consistency in your roster goes.
Well, when you tend to continue to find strong pieces, they get picked up. Mitsubishi Smoke does land, and 2 players on the site. Wakadia is joined by Jota.
Wakadia's first tap not connecting, second the same, and the third time not the charm either. Oh, that's LNZ.
That's his tech tips.
That's the job done. Bit more than the tip.
I think it's the round, because right now Zantaras and Woxic are not going to party with this one. Hold on to those graded armors and give themselves something to work with going into the next. Youngster wants to avoid that possibility. He has support as they're trying to take this away. 3 players to pipe up through middle. This hunt on the pistol is on.
Yeah, it is. Good pre-aim, Zantares. Got to be sharp to take him down. Hold on to his Kevlar, unable to do so. Good work from Tanir. Woxic the only one with Kev. He's holding on for a moment longer. They're coming for him. Oh, Nilo! Just before the round resets. Aurora, nothing to benefit or boast from the pistol. Heroic starting strong T-side.
Yeah, this is very tidy stuff. This really removes a few threats as far as Aurora's second round purchase is concerned, and that's how it all kicked off. That's where it all finished. LNZ with a lovely double. Well, we get 2 scouts, 2 UMPs, and an MP9 going into the next round of play.
Wakadia.
Jump again.
Yeah. Egging him too.
Oh, tasted his own medicine there.
How's that one taste?
Not again. Lads, you won the first pistol and lost the 4s.
Yeah, it's becoming a recurring theme. That was an AK just thrown by the wayside here. Oh, Mad just got them both down on long.
If this was the first map, this is fine, but not now.
Oh, now Nilo has been hurt. He retrieves the bomb, takes a scout tag to the butt cheek. That's not looking good.
Like everything, weren't they? Yeah.
Wow.
Now they're strapped. How quick it's gone wrong. Suicide death, 2 kills long.
Take me to Counter-Strike school. What did they do wrong other than die? Like, if we added a bit more nuance onto that, what have they done that they shouldn't? What shouldn't they have done that they did? Wait, how? What have they done? What could they have done better, Chad?
Look, I think the long play was very limpy.
Yes.
Right? It needed to be a little bit more team-based.
Even
so
like a flashbang, a corner smoke, you know.
Right?
Yeah.
A few more details in that regard. Obviously, Alcaran dying early to the scout, that's not ideal. But let's say you lose that, you'd still need to be able to piece it together by not going individual. But we're doing that Heroic playing a little bit more loosey-goosey considering the circumstances.
Sorry. I have no idea what I just said. I knew what I wanted to say. I don't think I did say it.
Well, they want to save, but yeah, I just think it needed to be more team-based. It was too individual. And if they tried to react off the information of, oh, there's a scout short, right, and just go, let's take long then. Well,
I'm going long, I'm dead long.
Exactly. So it just needed to be more team-based. There's obviously answers against forces that are better, but on a map like Dust 2, some of those could be facilitated by spawns. But giving away an opening kill is... well, the road to disaster, as you can see now. So this is miserable for Heroic. I understand the scoreline 7-7, and they can still try and battle back in, but you win both pistols, you lose both follow-ups, and that was the opener right there. And this is what I'm talking about. You're walking out dry out long. There's a flash for the second.
It could not be a better MP9 angle. Like, that's the fight. That is the length of fight you want as an MP9 user and abuser.
Oh, they missed the HE for the cross there. So Aurora are definitely feeling a little bit of pressure. Right? They're not playing as if this is waltz in the park.
Sounds romantic.
Upcat silently. This could surprise the A defense. Just contacting. Oh.
Well, Woxic is really abusing this scout.
Well, this is the same problem.
It's essentially just an AWP in his hands. Don't worry about it. A whole lot cheaper, same output. T side, CT side, it doesn't matter, Chad. He's got 16 frags, and I swear, at least 6 of them are with that scout.
Nice nade. Persuades the mid to B for now.
Alcarin thinking about going. You'd be a dead man. You got to get past Woxic's scout and fires off another warning shot. This time Alcarin lives on.
Yeah, Aurora are going to be a little bit more on edge about the mid to B because of the pistol round loss. So they actually heavily rotated.
Ooh, Woxic needs help. Calls for backup. They tuck in on site, and that's when the short players will activate straight into the AKs of the CT side.
Good reaction, just not only from the A defenders there, but as well as the B players. Once they identified it was in the mid to B, they quickly came and helped collapse on middle. Another kill, but they're too low on HP. 13 and 24 between them, and this flank from Jota with the UMP should get some output.
Yeah, I think Jota just wants to get this UMP out of his hands. He wants that upgrade. We'll take it from Nilo's cold, dead hands.
I think it is very important as well to tuck this one in tight if you are Aurora. I think the sentiment roughly from Pimp on the desk was, yeah, get this one done 2-0.
Yeah.
You are against a Heroic who, sure, he did pack a punch against Spirit, but this really should be Aurora's chance to find themselves in a semi-final. Now it'll be down to the eco, so 9 rounds, almost a certainty. Obviously, you'll go for the corner peek with the AWP. Cardia will take a couple of liberties himself, so this will just be a farm fest to near. Oh, that's a huge nade. That is a chunky meatball right there, as this will just be racked up one after one. There you have it. If Madge is even finding himself confident, he knows the Eeks are in. Okay, Wakadia, maybe a little bit too much W.
Once it done, no funny business here. NT in the chat.
Alcarin can't have an AWP, which is unfortunate because I really like what he was delivering within that first half. He will have to wait a little bit longer or buy the scout. And everybody, I'm sure they're waiting idly by to catch the next match of play. Falcons versus Mouz, their 8th outing between the two teams this year. It's been a bit of back and forth between the two organizations, but a different roster. Again, for Falcons. That's another team that we seem to be talking. Oh, okay. Mid-door and Xbox smoke. Nice clear. Very nice clear.
Empty hands at the start of round 17. Can't say the same for Woxic, though. An aggressive AWP line that's punished by Nilo.
Madge is in so much trouble.
He is a lone wolf on the A side. Util coming in.
Don't envy his decision tree.
It's really bleak, and that was one of the options. Swing through the smoke off a flash and hope. Guardia, Hail Mary through the smoke, but Jota and him likely prioritizing the save now.
I said Alcarin didn't have the AWP. He's got one, thank you very much. What's it? So,
what's it? One of my favorite.
What's his name? All right, well, there it is. Round back on the board. 9-8.
Such a UK player coded name. What's it? You can see it now. 0. Lowercase W 0. You know the movement mechanics of like manipulating your model, you know, looking down, jumping around corners, etc. that we're seeing more and more prominent. Was it like rising to prominence in CS:GO, or is it more of an evolution in CS2? Oh, that's a CS2 evolution right there.
That's interesting. I don't want to be back in my day guy, but back in my day, in 1.6, you could hold angles, especially on pistol rounds, because you're going to be surrounded through walls, where you would look at the kind of the ground to hold an angle as a CT, and they couldn't really shoot your head.
So you could, there was still model manipulation way back.
Yeah, it's something that in certain circumstances, right, it's going to have a place for sure.
Feels like we're seeing it, you know, pushed to its extremes as the game continues to develop.
Couple orb set up, so Arcadia, with the retained, will be looking to see if he can find Alcaran.
Good restraint from Alcaran. You can see he knows just how punishing it can be if you try and leave before that smoke does pop. There's the nade break. Gets nothing for his initial venture. Double orb setup. One of them heard towards middle.
They're going to pop out long on Madja.
They are, and he's been fully flashed off. He's pulled the trigger, lined up a bit of damage onto two of them. TyLoo especially, worse for wear. Okay, he's got the nade break, but...
I don't like that short block.
Oh, Angle blocks it, looking the wrong way. TyLoo gets him. TyLoo gets a 3K. Job done, round one.
It's very important. TyLoo, even though he was getting kills on Mirage, they weren't instantaneous. They were a little bit more labored. They are going to try and take these guns away because
easy
they
output.
Yeah, just look at the body language of Zantares. We had Wakadia back in his chair earlier as well. So, right out of the woods are Aurora.
Good to see TyLoo's woken up. We saw it second half of Mirage. He started getting his first couple of frags, or specific, I think his second, and following that.
Oh, Jodo losing that, so this is going to sting. This A side, right? The reason I said I didn't like the short block in that situation is because they needed some territory. You can't just sit on site. You're going to get pinned in, and they're going to lose everything as the hunt's successful for Tania. They've wiped the board, and they know that they should have an easier round coming up next. The loss bonus going into the next round of play is going to be 2,400. So there might be the ability to have a couple of cheeky upgrades for Aurora due to these saves. TyLoo, sharp shooting.
Yeah, just some unfortunate timings as well from the CTs. What Virtus' gaze on short side.
Arcadia has a little surprise. So they're being a nuisance in mid, and he's going to push up.
Oh, wow. Okay, this one could come as a shock to LNZ. Likely traded by Tanir. Not even that. Ricardi gets nothing for the M4 purchase. He reclines to watch this one get putted in by Heroic for 10.
I think it's a timeout. If I'm Aurora going into the next. And this is much more competitive than map number one. So right now, Heroic will be finding himself in the lead unless somehow Heroic fumble a 3v5 situation. A couple of really nice kills for LNZ in this second half. The one where he scouted up short and got that opening kill, that was great. This time the aggression comes his way and he delivers.
He won the pistol for him.
Yeah, exactly that. The mid to B with the nice little two-piece. Still being diligent. Don't want to trip over their shoelaces. A flash out long. And the space taken. Now Joda has vacuumed up a lot that was available. Youngster not in range to hear those steps. So where that it is a possibility. These two 5.7s for Zantares and Madja may as well try and fight through the smoke and the chaos.
They didn't connect any of those 60 bullets unloaded into the smoke there. And now that flank comes through, Alcaran goes down. Weird. Shouldn't be problematic in the grand scheme. Yeah, Tanir will handle, but...
Must have got a perfect timing because Youngster was green box looking between that T-spawn, the mid-slip there. And there is that tactical timeout as discussed. So right now, hopefully you've got some words to screw that mental on. Right now, Wakati is still sitting back in his chair. Only has a Famus to work with. Orbs out for Woxic. There's not a defuse kit in play. They're light in the util department. They're lacking flash to set up angles. Woxic has no utility whatsoever. I wouldn't say Nuke's looking likely, but we're getting closer.
Certainly closer than Mirage ever was. That's probably when Aurora have a rather stern team talk outside.
Instant mid-smoke here from Alcaran.
Orb duel. A little bit of a pre-fire. Feels like Alcaran's just playing on timings there.
Right, so they get the long control, but they have to worry about this pop that they used before to punish Madja. So you can see here playing anti-flashes and Tares, and then after a certain amount of time elapses, they'll swap. They'll make sure that Madja stays as the long guy, and that's going to freeze Tares up to float, be your A rotating rifler. And I think a mid to B would be one way to sour the mood, and they're just going to waltz out contact again.
Yeah, starting to move. Smoke flash go.
Zentaros will probably break this.
Has another one.
Well, that one's going to have to be used on a picture-perfect timing. LNZ seems to have a pretty good understanding of the situation. You can see some talking there. Another B-block smoke called. So as you talk through how many of those pieces of utility have been used, Woxic has the last smoke available, and they're still going to do this mid to B.
Yeah, but they keep them on their toes, keep their boots planted A. There's the replenish. Last nade from Zentares is going to have to be perfect, as you said. Jota and Wakadia going to be begging for help. There's the nade, damage inflicted. Jota steps up when his team need him. Double kill in defense. Alcaran trying to back away straight into Maja.
How much damage can Youngster do? A couple of kills would be huge right now.
Yeah.
Seconds.
Maybe Wakadia. Ooh, a little bit of a sound cue. Wakadia covered by the corpse.
Body's a real problem, isn't it? Well, he's completely boxed in. The money situation, they can all buy going into the next. Kills are, in my opinion, more important right now for Heroic. If Youngster can find anything, it's going to force some drops, it's going to lighten up the load, and right now, with only 10 seconds left, he risks going down after time, which, as mentioned, he will still be able to buy, but I just feel there's a bit more power if he would look for some kills. That won't be the case. One more transpire. And we'll tie things back up 10-10. I guess if we're thinking long game, if we're looking down the line, which we're starting to get into the business end, maybe having that extra cash, 2,700 that he, well, with the armor as well, so it's more than just that. But a bit more money down the line, maybe that will come into play. It's the double orbs again from Aurora. Okay.
Faith in it.
And Alcaran's starting over towards B to catch this platform slip.
Ooh, we're going to get a quick orb head to head on B side. Jump up! Ooh, that's a scorching shot. Flick up. Just one man on the side. Jota, only the one. Can't stand as strong.
That's it. Round over.
One hell of a way to find the 11th. Alcaran. That's what you want to see from an AWPer. Making the most out of your spawns and hitting the shots required. It's not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination, but puts Wakadia second AWP down. Alcaran demonstrates the difference between a hobby AWPer and a primary.
I'm going to go and do a bit of research. Our scoreboard a little bit delayed, but I don't think Alcaran's had too many kills in this second half. That might even be his first, so I'm going to have to go back and check this manually. But give me a second.
Here, Nilo. $19 apiece. LNZ does go hunting, but not going to have anything in time. This is the shot, very quick flick. On that single zoom, straight up. Muscle memory.
That's his second kill, and I've done that rough. Well, that's his second kill this half, and it's a huge one to find.
Yeah, at 10-10 to put your team in the lead.
Yeah, and I think at such a pivotal moment of this game, he's going to pick middle, and he's taking a shot as that smoke detonates. I'm sorry, as that HE detonates. Excuse me.
Okay, LNZ on quite a quick timing. Pacing up short side, already hoovering up this space for Heroic without the need for nades. Tanir takes a heavy lick. Wakadia connecting through the doors. LNZ already claiming short for the T side.
So only mildly stalled out. They have this space very early, and Zentaros is under more pressure, and I think he realizes that's a massive nade. But onto the AWPer, so we'll have to find the target of a rifle. Lurk smoke and block smoke. Keeping them busy across the map. Woxic is going to post up aggressive long doors. Ooh.
Try again.
He's going to go again, I think.
There's Alcaran. Wakadia chilling, happy with his door jump spot instead.
They're going to split B again. They know that the smokes on this side of the map have been expended.
See how they handle it. Well, can they count on a Jota double again? Bailed them out once. Wakadia as well on the side. Good work. He's blinded off. Jota down as well. They take the side, costing them everything. Tanir gets away with it. Just 6 points of health. Oof. Oh, it's a toss-up now. Concede 12.
They're looking. They got the kids.
Give it a go. Youngstar, he's got the most health, he's going to play last. Let Alcaran hold that window position. Tanir on the box, very, very low HP, but it's about the timing. Safe for now, Zentares creeping. In their blind spot, punishes! Lovely from Zentares! Alcaran in the clutch now. Zentares can just hold him from this elevated position. Asks Woxy to get on the bomb. Misses his shot, pot shot. I love the attempt from Alcaran. He read the play. He knew what he had to do. He hits that flick on Woxy. He wins it.
Massive round there from Zentares, isn't it? Just using the fact that they're low on HP, they're slightly scared, nobody peeking actively on the angles. Zentares gets so deep in towards Car, kills Tanir, who would never be expecting that. Ready for Youngstar to pop up, who probably not expecting the fact that's even possible. And then poor Alcaran, what are you meant to do? Well, we tie things up again. Alcaran has a long spawn this time.
He's going to go for it. Worked out on B on his opening venture. Smoke for the molly, and a shot again.
Oh, I love this.
Okay, overstaying his welcome or regressing into Woxic's line.
This pushes his team out. They can go into an A split.
Yeah, who's holding for the potential reaction on B side?
They're coming back now through tunnels.
Start. No tap, spotted out. Brave to re-emerge for another peek. Woxic's been on this line. How does Alcaran peek in? Woxic, full focus. Let's do X-ray off. We'll live in the ignorance with them. Shadow, you see a little indication. Zentares tested. LNZ does manage to go down to the Zentares hold. Woxic's bailed himself out with a nice underhand smoke. 3 on 3 thanks to Youngstar. Burning down short side. Nilo chips in. Can they get across? Riccardi responsible. Smoke, perfect. We'll usher them across safely. Tanir with that plant, getting it across now. Riccardi's going to have to go frisky in the smoke. Flash and go. It's worked out nicely. Nilo caught. Team play on display, and there's a nade. It's coming in. Oh, it's perfect. The 12th served up. A delicacy from Riccardi and Jota.
Ah, these 2 rounds back-to-back, the individuals putting themselves on display. Zentares and now these 2 to close it down. It should have been their round every day of the week, but they piece it together.
Lovely work. I mean, that's just their pedigree on display there. Team play in the 2v3. They didn't feel like they had the number disadvantage at any point.
And that's rocked them so late.
Oh, that means a lot to him.
This has been a very tough map for them, all things considered. And this is with losing both pistols, winning both second round forces, which I think most people would say is the better of the 2 rounds to win.
Yeah.
You scuttle open the board, and it's been fighting very hard from Heroic. This could be the last round with Tanir in this jersey. The upset against Spirit was one thing. Pushing this to a third will be another. You've got to do it with an AK, a Galil, a Scout, 2 Deagles, and very light utility. Gotten an entertaining game after what was very one-sided on Mirage. Are we done right here, right now?
Yeah, are there any more twists and turns? Heroic have definitely brought more of a game into Aurora's pick. Alcaran unable to give us that same scout opening. Woxic was generating. Semi-final run from their Aurora CS2 team. Nice for the extra points in that club championship. Well-timed nade. Will chip away at LNZ.
Gonna have to weigh this out. If you wanted to apply pressure to the mid to B and then you throw it, it's essentially wasted. They're going for the long pop again, and you can see the way that Madge is holding this. So even if he gets flashed off the line, he doesn't have to take the fight. He can just tuck in a pier, and Zentares is actually coming over to support. So the flash does allow Zentares to now throw the molly to stall this. A minute on the clock. Now it's time pressure as they're faking the mid to B. They've thrown mid to B, U2, as well as a lurk smoke on the side.
I just stay stalwart. It's the go. Flash now. Madja tucks in. Woxic's coming to lend a hand. They're not clearing, but they are fragging. Tanir and Nilo finding 2. Swing through, Zentares on the side, good for it. Finds the response, finds the rebuttal. Great output, can't finish off the job. It's Tanir on 10 HP. Headshot angle, needs the 1-tap onto Zentares, generates it. Alcaran side by side with him. Need that bomb plant eventually. 18 seconds and counting, and the incendiary will rot another 6. Orb needs that, can't hit it. And they disrupt the plant, looks like a safe plant. Jumping denial, no time for this one, no shot attempt, he can't do it! One hell of a way and a wave goodbyes, and Tara's happy. Aurora into the semi-finals. Heroic making them sweat map 2.
What a contrast of maps. You look at Mirage, it was a stomp, it was 11-1, and then they started to give it a sweat on the brow as comebacks of the past were dawning on Aurora. You come into map number 2, your choice. You think it's going to be dominant again, but they force you to work for your money. That's a semi-final berth. Mouz versus Falcons up next to decide who'll be going toe-to-toe tomorrow for that grand final spot on this side of the bracket. But for Heroic, the upset against Spirit will be all they have to their name in the last dance with Tania in this team. It all came together at the start of the year, another year where this roster was pieced together late. And at least some smiles on the faces to be shown between the two teams. It was a fun game of Counter-Strike. Great to see the likes of Alka and hitting some great shots. TyLoo coming alive in map number 2, but it'll be a new roster. It'll be Excellent back in the jersey. Aurora move on.
So does Tania. Last chance to see him in that jersey, and what a performance he did. Of course, 17-15, 1.3 rating map 1, and then comes into Dust 2, same output, 22 frags, 21 frags. It's solid work from him, and it's going to be exciting to see him on those greener pastures.
Oh, we'll be heading this one down to the tournament floor. Ian standing by with Madja.
All right, that's it. Aurora are into the semi-finals. I'm here with Madja, who's just been waving up at the stands there. You got some friends here from other teams supporting you now, right?
Other games, yeah. Crossfire games, yeah.
Love it. All right, so when you look back to map 1, it was such a dominant start. It was a bit of a slaughter before they started to put some rounds on the clock themselves. How important was it, do you think, to get off to such a strong start in that series?
Yeah, I think we had some flashback from the game of Mongols. Yeah, we started really well on City side, 11-1. Then we win the pistol this time, but we lose the first. After that, there is we're on some clutch, but I'm very happy overall about Mirage because I think we play really good Counter-Strike.
I feel like as a team that when things are going your way, when you've got momentum on your side, you really hype each other up and you build on that. And then when it's not, I sense a little bit of stress amongst you at times. Do you think that when you move forward in this tournament and you take on even harder teams, will you be able to handle it when things aren't going your way?
I think we will see in the future, but I'm very happy overall about the mentality of the team because the phase match, also the first match, was not easy to come back also after the loss on Inferno, the first map. I'm okay with the mentality of the team right now, so the future will say for the question.
So the Club Championship, when it comes to if you win this tournament, it can potentially put you into the top 10. Are you thinking about the Club Championship at all?
Yeah, obviously the goal is to be champion here. We have no other goals. And I'm not thinking about top 10 or anything. I just try to play good Counter-Strike to make my team play good Counter-Strike, and that's all.
Well, you're doing that, that's for sure. Sorry, just one more question. Your 4th semi-final this year, you'll either come up against Falcons or Mouz. Who do you want, and can you go all the way this time?
I don't know. Both teams are really strong. Obviously, Falcon will have a lot of support here, so they got an advantage for sure. But Mouz is one of the best teams in the world also. It's going to be a good match. I wish them good luck, both of them.
All right, well, you know what it takes to crush a key as well. Let's go do another one. You ready?
Thank you.
All right, come on over as we lock in yet another semi-finalist here for CS2 at the Esports World Cup. And Madja joins our key master to crush another. The Aurora lights outshine Heroic tonight, and another one bites the dust. Madja is becoming a professional at crushing keys. When you look at the devastation there, how determined are you to never let your key meet that crusher?
Yeah, the concept is very good. I like it.
Best of luck in the rest of the tournament, man.
Thank you. Can I send a message to my family? My son and my daughter and my wife are watching. I love them. Defne Aslan, Ceren sizi seviyorum.
Love that. Thank you very much.
Hey everyone, I got LNZ with me for our exit interview after a devastating loss against Aurora. And honestly, I have never seen a team so positive after a loss. The guys were smiling, the guys were having fun. Just tell me how you feel, because you guys didn't seem to worry about this loss.
Yeah, for us, I think we don't have our full team here, so we don't really care if we lose. Obviously, it's nice to win, but we're happy we could take down Spirit as a mix, and now we're going to be back to our full five, and also we wanted to enjoy our last game with TyLoo, so.
Well, I mean, yes, you fell short against Aurora, but you did beat Team Spirit, one of the favorites to win the whole tournament. So my question to you is, what do you think went different from your preparation against Spirit and what happened today against Aurora?
Maybe it was a bit of stage nerves, I don't know. But we don't have anything to fall back on really. So we're not gonna sit here and think 2 hours about it. We're just here having fun and enjoying the last time.
Well, what do you think the road leads to after EWC for Team Heroic?
Hopefully we'll be better and better when we get xCloud back. Yeah, we're just gonna try to go deeper and deeper in every tournament.
Well, best of luck to you, and thank you so much for joining me for this interview.
The farewell tour for Tanir in a heroic jersey comes to a close as Aurora wave bye-bye in just 2 maps, but Heroic at least gave us a real game of it on Dust 2, showed us what might be the promise of their future with Elgaren Intel.
Yeah, it's nice to see Heroic giving us a fight. You know, it was a little bit too one-sided on the first map, to be fair. Wasn't that exciting. Dust 2, it could definitely have gone both ways. I think Heroic, at the end of the day, will feel they kind of threw away the game. There were a couple of clutch scenarios that definitely should have gone their way in the second half. Santaris getting to walk into the B-bomb side and get a triple kill in a 3v3 retake where Heroic simply played a little bit too afraid. You know, they were scared to win the game almost, in a sense, and you showed a bit of that inexperience. So I think the Heroic camp right now will feel that they let that one slip out of their hands. On the other hand, we did see a couple of positive moments coming out of players like Nilo and Tinea once again. So it's not like it was all for nothing, but Heroic today, it was never meant to be.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw that in the second round of the game, Voxic buying a scout, getting a kill, and them deciding to force behind it, and then he wins the clutch. I mean, this is a game where Aurora lost both pistols, but won the second round both times. And in its own right, like, you wouldn't be surprised if that was just a blowout from that point on, but Heroic made it ultra competitive, and yeah, a couple of those clutches. Here's the Zantares round, this is 11-10.
Yeah.
You know, if they win this round, at least overtime is guaranteed. They might even be able to close it out, and even at the very end, another 2v3 situation. Is just crazy how many times Aurora was able to claw back from these advantageous situations.
Does it give you a little more faith? I mean, we were talking about it on Mirage, that sometimes this team has trouble putting teams away. Being able to grit out those tough rounds, even if maybe ideally we don't want them in that situation to begin with, does it give you some confidence in Aurora?
No, not against Heroic, to be completely honest. It's great for Aurora that they win the game and they now book a spot into the semi-final. The big win was against FaZe Clan, but let's be completely honest. You're playing against a Heroic who is effectively a dead team, and even if it weren't, Aurora was still the favorite, so it's not like it changed my perspective of Aurora. They're playing decent Counter-Strike, but let's see in the semi-final when they face a quality opponent.
Honestly, their T-sides are still problematic. I mean, you'll say, well, what do you mean? They won 6 rounds on the T-side here. Yes, but they won the Force buy in the second round, which then, anti-Force, anti-Eco. And the first gun round, they just did a long rush and won the round off of the early kills and that. And they were up to a 5-1 start, and the half ended 6-6 from there. Right, so it wasn't great after Heroic was able to get their economy going. That's, I can argue, from a 5-1 start 6-6 is not good for the T's. So right now, it seems that they're a CT side team, right? Like if they can, that they need to win 8 rounds on the CT side, maybe even 9 on some of these maps to be able to get wins, right? Which isn't crazy maybe with the economy change, but still it's a tall task, especially going up against, teams that are going to await in the semifinal.
Yeah, I think that's a particular point, right? Because this has been haunting them as an issue over the last 2 tournaments as well, at the Bounty in Cologne. And now you're going to come up against one of Mouz or Falcons. Like that, you're not going to be able to get away with those same mistakes.
No, you're not, and that's what I want to see from Aurora, because I also want to give them a bit of leeway in Cologne, not having Santaris. That's almost make that event not count for me, because that team without Santaris is not a team that is supposed to be top 10, not a team that is supposed to win against anyone good. So I'll put that to the side. Then Bounty, yes, we saw early tendencies of some of those issues. Maybe we've seen some signs here as well, but for all I know, Aurora have shown us before in the beginning of the season where they were super consistent that they can make good results in the playoff, but I just haven't seen that level of play so far ever since the summer break. But it's only been one event where they played with Santaris, so I'm still, a bit on the fence.
Yeah, and another positive thing is Santaris had a great series, and
Fantastic.
so did Voxic, right? And then you always need that, no matter the team. Your star players have to play well if you're going to make any deep runs and get any good wins. So if they have that going for them in the semifinal, regardless of whether it's going to be Mouz or Falcons, they absolutely have a fighting chance.
I am curious to hear about the other side of the coin. For Heroic, obviously, it's a weird tournament. They know Tanir's gone. They're just taking it as they are. They're not too upset about a loss. But the big question is Alcaraz, right? He's coming in, replacing Grix. That was a bit of a surprise decision, considering they played with him for about a month. What's the first impression here of Alcaraz?
He's decent, and it's a tough one to come into as well. You're joining a team as an alt player, on a very short notice, and you're coming into a team where you're also losing your best rifle player in Tanir. So in terms of how much they've actually been practicing with him and how serious they've been leading into the tournament, it must be difficult for him. So I don't want to put any judgment on him. A couple of moments, in this game, he looked great. He had some good openers on the T side with AWP. Didn't seem to be afraid of making plays or being aggressive like we're also seeing in the highlight package here. So maybe there's something in store for him for the future, but it's not like he came in here and blew my mind away or kind of had the perfect debut, but he definitely showed moments, where there's definitely something to work with.
I think he's pretty raw still, right? Like pretty raw, pretty green, and we'll see once they have some time with him and he gets reps against, even just tier 2 online opposition and practice and everything, how he's going to settle in, because even some of these guys initially can look a little bit... Remember Ultimate at the start, like people were raving about him and all of that stuff, and then it falls off and maybe they need to expand their game a little bit more. So a little bit more time before we can really put a finger on the pulse.
Well, I'm curious to hear the opinion of his counterpart in this server. We got Woxic joining us. Before we get into your own team, any thoughts on the new guy on the other side, Alcaraz?
Hello, first of all. And I think he's a really talented player. Some duels was hard against him, but more experienced guy got the win.
Yes, indeed. Let's dive into it here. Strong win here now into the semifinals here at the Esports World Cup. We've seen a little bit of a bumpier start to the season, I think, for Aurora compared to what we've had in the past.
Yeah.
Is the team clicking now in this tournament?
I think we just start to feel the back again, like we were making it in quarterfinals way before. So I think we just start to get on shape again as a team.
Yeah, I want to ask you first about the FaZe game, right?
Yeah.
Because map 1, you don't start so good,
oh
right?
Oh my god.
Energy is pretty bad. Player cams look pretty bad. And then we go to map 2. You start, feeling like, a little bit on the server, but a lot of it off the server, just whenever you guys are winning rounds, hyping up. Everyone else started doing it. It happened on map 2 and map 3, and you just stomped FaZe. So how big of a focus was that part in your team talk, after map 1, I guess?
Like we just said, we got kind of flashback from the Mongols game that we played, and we couldn't win any rounds on T, but we just talked like this is kind of now a CT meta because of the economy. So this can happen, and we will do the same. We'll just start CT now, and we can just do the same punishment against them, like double up and stuff. So if we go with the second one, with full of hype, without letting us down yourselves, we can go to third one. That was the talk, basically. And it's worked, yeah.
A lot of people have commented on the update saying that it doesn't change that much, but I hear you maybe saying that it does feel a bit more rough to play on the T side nowadays.
Yeah, I think definitely because City side is economy is unbreakable sometimes. If they win like 5 rounds in a row, four rounds in a row, like we had, for example, in this game like 16k or something when we were leading 5-0, 6-0. Yeah. So if we even lose 2 rounds, we can still have a bye. And at least if you also kill some players there, so you still like growing your economy. So I think you need some changes like this, and I like it personally.
Tell me a little bit about this game, Dust 2. Second round, you get the scout kill. Who calls for the? Did you say?
I said. Yeah, Meyer wanted from me to pick long, and I said, bro, I don't want to do it. I want to kill the guy who just killed you like you in the game. So he died like this in T side. Yeah. So I think he gonna demolo again because he did it in first pistol rounds, and I thought like he gonna make it again, and it's worked.
Nice. Either facing Mouz or Falcons in a potential semi-final here as well. And my kind of argument has been that obviously the first tournament with you guys in Cologne, you didn't play with Santaris. You're a completely different team without him. And then at the bouncy, it seemed better. Do you think that you're getting to a level now where it's realistic to once again be able to beat teams like Mouz and Falcons, which you've done previously?
I think yes. That's the amount of work we are putting on it to get back the same shape again, also with him, because he had a break as well. Like he didn't play with us as well while we were practicing with Xplode. So I think now is like we are just start to feel like the same vibe like before, that we can beat everybody. That's the feeling that we are having right now. But things can be different because also other teams are working really hard. So we'll see. But I think I'm happy that we reached the semi-final and we will able to maybe play final if we play like today and yesterday.
Speaking of facing Heroic and Xflout as well, he's going to rejoin that lineup. He practiced with you guys a little bit. Yeah. Were you afraid that he was going to tell any of your secrets?
Yeah, maybe we even thought about it. Like maybe he just told already like some stuff. So yeah.
Did it change anything? No.
Yeah. After that we added many things, but I don't think so. He said them.
Okay. Did you think about maybe emailing Valve and saying, guys, can you stop removing our best map?
Yes, please.
Yes. How tough has it been, with Anoop is gone, to figure out, okay, what's going to be our sort of go-to pick now?
It's like now it looks like Mirage on CT side, we are really strong, it looks like, and also Overpass, CT. So I think this 2 map gonna be our like first option. Maybe also like same I can tell for the Inferno as well. But yeah, please don't remove our maps or bring back Cobblestone. we were also good back in the days in that map. Or Cash.
Cobble. You want Cobble back in the pool?
Yes, I want.
Did you play the last version they had in Go?
No, but change back again. Yeah. Also same for Cash. Clean that green grass from everywhere. Bring back the white one.
Let's just make it colorless, everything, make it easier for an opera to scope in. Understood. Roll back the map pool, Valve. You've heard a plea here. Woxic, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Now we've got an update on the bracket. There is one more game to go here in the quarterfinals to find out who is going to have a date with Aurora in that semi. We've got to get through Mouz and Team Falcons first.
Sus.
I'm curious as to, whether or not you guys think, because, you said you probably naturally find yourself in a leadership role. With those that aren't currently leading, is that something you'd never consider? You've watched Blitz doing it. You understand what he provides, what he brings to the team. Is that something, would we ever see Techno have an Apex, pivot? Is that something you'd ever consider?
Maybe in the future.
Yeah.
Because I have been together with
Sorry,
Mara.
a little closer to the mic.
Sorry. I have been together with Mara and Blitz for around 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
And it's almost, for me, I'm almost like them. And yeah.
Yeah, so you know how they think.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, you inherit it. I mean, you've played under. I'm sure your calling and leadership is an amalgamation of all the people that you've played under, played with, seen. It's
exactly. I think it's you become what you saw, what you learned, and what people taught you. I think it's a mix of everything. For me, when I started being IGL, I didn't think about copying someone. I just the only thing I thought about was not doing the same mistake as my old IGLs. That was, I think, the most important for me. Because when you think about IGL, sometimes you think, yeah, he's not giving us enough room, he's too strict or whatever. And for me in the game, I try to listen to people and give them like enough space, but not too much as well. That's like the really tough balance sometimes, because when you give too much, it creates chaos on the map. You can lose like rounds. You 4v5, 3v5, 2v5 in GG.
Yeah.
So that's exactly like the limit to get. But you need to give freedom for sure.
Yeah.
And I think that's then. But nowadays people play not the same CS, but it's really like similar.
Yeah.
Like back then it was a lot of different styles. But I think in general people play the same CS. Like they have explosive rounds, they have map control, everyone has like a bit. I think the only maybe that play a bit different is maybe Navi.
Yeah.
They are maybe a less explosive than the others, playing more on the map control.
Yeah.
But other teams, I think, it's pretty similar to each other.
Does that make Navi easier to read than other teams?
No, it's different.
Okay. Sorry, I was curious.
That's why it was, I think, tough for them at the really beginning when they got the 5 together.
Yeah.
With Simple first and then with Wonderful. I think it was tougher because it's tougher to be all the time good with the map.
Because everything has to be really
because you
tight.
really need to understand each other.
Right.
That's exactly the
and you
city
need
point.
to understand the structure. So.
Exactly, the structure. When to pick, when to do this move, when to, like we call that the if for us in our team. Like if this happened, if this happened,
it's like a long, like in science, a flow chart. Like if yes, then this, then this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Do you have a
creates-
flash? Yes. No. If no, then
we have a 5v4. Or I'm alone in this zone. I'm in a local situation, and I think that's a really good system. But you need a lot of time to create. That's
Well, I feel like I'm seeing Mongols as well. Like the amount of reps you're having now. You can see when your game is on, it feels like you guys are all just like reading each other's minds. You all know what the other player's going to do. You don't have to say what you're doing. I can just look at them. Oh, Techno's lurking out Palace again. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, like everyone knows what to expect from each other. I assume all players in Counter-Strike, because there's so much, responsibility, money, your teammates, everything is on the line. There's a lot in pressure-wise. Does an IGL, do you think, get more blame and more guilt than your average player? Like, I mean, I'm not talking to you. I know you're going to say this because I'm getting there. But looking at this side of the table for a minute, do you think that there is more guilt in leadership because I made the call, we lost that round? Like I've had that in Faceit. Like I call a B rush 11-11. There's a shotgun at half wall. What have I done? I've just ruined the whole game. Everyone wasted an hour.
But if you win it, you're a genius.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. It's the high highs. It's the low lows.
No, for me, I'm not IGL, obviously, but I'm speaking a lot, and then I'm coming with a lot of ideas, and sometimes it happens to have a bad idea, and there's just
what do you do?
You just take the blame, and that's it. Like you learn from mistakes.
Yeah.
So,
but you push. Will you push the talk down and go, that was a bad call, I'm sorry, or do you just move on?
Mostly, I will say my bad.
My bad.
And then because you keep
really
it
good, I think.
Yeah,
my bad.
For me, it's really good to
I don't
recognize that it was your fault.
Yeah.
For me, for the whole team to move forward, I think it's really nice that the guy himself comes to the point that I fucked up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and just keep it short and then just go next round.
Yeah.
But obviously, if it's the final round, maybe.
Yeah.
You say it in the debrief.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but this villain character that you've nurtured, I assume deliberate. I don't think this is a conscious choice you've made, and I think the culmination of that is probably shouldn't be doing that, but the double middle finger as you come up the stage recently. I wonder, how much of that is in pursuit of protecting your players from any of that blame and guilt, and kind of being, you know, that like meme of the soldier catching all the arrows.
Yeah.
You know, is that kind of the energy?
Well, I think when I answered actually at the beginning, yeah, it's the case for me that if we play bad, the community or whoever, even though my players have bad individuals, I'm gonna be the blame.
Sure.
And I understood that now for a long time. And even more when you have a great team, when you have like players like Raps, Zau, it's not gonna be their fault if they fuck up. It's my fault that they missed the shot. You know, it's not their fault.
It's your fault that Blitz crouched. Actually, it's your fault.
Exactly, exactly. And yeah, it's exactly like those things for me that I needed to accept. You need to accept like your faith in a way that. You know, you can be recognized as a genius if you win, and people will say, "Oh, a lot of good stuff." But when you lose, you need to accept that thing will not go well for yourself. And yeah, I think that for me, I took the villain role in some places where, for the first part of the season, we were like the target. Everyone wanted to beat us, and even the crowd didn't want us to win. So that's what happened. And in those moments where they started in probably in Dallas, and when people were really against us, I knew that it would happen in the major as well. I knew that we will be like the team that no one will cheer for. But that's fine. That's our CS work, and I was like, yeah, I will try to take the blame for myself. I will try to take the intention on myself, and the rest just have to focus on CS. And I think I think we handled that pretty well because we won. But I don't know if it would have worked. I mean, I didn't know if it would have worked or not, but that was my decision. And I didn't talk to them. I just was like, okay. And actually, I didn't do the middle figure for that. I thought about it 1 minute after coming on the stage. I thought to Flimsy and Raps, I'm like, I have an idea. If I come up with my phone and I do a middle figure to everyone, and they say straight, yeah, do it.
I mean, we are playing games and having fun. I mean, yes, pressure, money, profession, it is absolutely serious. But at the end of the day,
I needed to answer like for 2 weeks straight. It was Apex.
Yeah,
like,
it was.
Come on,
exactly,
guys.
Exactly. Yeah, you know, I think being the villain is an interesting angle. And for you, Shui, I wonder, you know, how has your reintegration going? Like, because you had both ends, like both sides of what Apex is talking about there. You had this guy's a genius. Oh my God, he's going to take over the world. Watch out, here comes Shui. Then you've had the other people going, oh, actually, we were overhyped, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. You can do both sides, right? And the truth is neither. It's like this beautiful middle ground where you are you.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. But how was your experience?
Yeah, I think it's, there's... the media, I think it creates actually a lot of the picture about the IGLs. I think if you put the media aside and imagine esports only with the team itself and like a little bubble, like the IGL will have like a completely different perspective or like a different picture upon him. Because like you said, like you play around, you bad call or something, you instantly say my bad, which helps a lot for the team. And this is something that doesn't get shown on the...
Wait 1 second. Also, it happened whenever someone is doing the call. Can be good, can be bad, and then people saying it's IGL because they don't know who made it.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's my fault. Oh, you die stupid. You know, like you die with Nate in the hand. But the communication was bad in the team speak.
Yes.
But everyone say he's so dumb.
Yeah, it's like the off goes for a
but
peak,
they told me 3B. If you're alive, mate.
No,
I rotate with my knife. It makes sense.
Yes.
I had a bad habit in casting because I would, like, you know, and I'm a noob, but I would sit there and go, oh, what's he done? What's he doing? And obviously now I've grown up, I'm older, he's probably been told no one's it's clear, you know, like obviously you have to think about these things.
Bad communication.
Comms,
a lot more than we expect.
Even in Pro CS, we're getting miscomms, we're getting bad comms.
Sometimes, but sometimes just the numbers, you know, I think it's also like the numbers, they are 2B, you know. Nope, they're not 2B. And it happens. And then you rotate or whatever.
Yeah, of course.
The only one that I know that he's not believing all the time is probably Zau. Like he's gonna run, but still aware.
So that's why
I take my knife and I run.
Or they do the opposite, where they just say like out B, and then it's like you question the number.
Yeah,
like,
what does that mean? Yeah. Oh, and then you've already started rotating, and now the smokes are up, and you're like,
we had one in practice not long ago where Zau would say, long, but like big.
That's a lot of long.
And then they pop 4B.
No, we had the exact same situation.
And we won it, but I'm like, bro.
Yeah, we got it. We can't do that. Like that's my level of comms. I just go long, and like my face is flashed. I don't know what's going on.
They just threw 2 flashes.
Yeah.
Long, because he was blind, you know. Well,
no, it happens.
It's real.
But yeah, that's kind of how I saw it. Is that like the media has a big impact on how the IGLs are viewed, which is fine as part of the game. For myself, like I'm kind of going into that stage where it's like I need to prove myself again in a way. With Liquid, with Mouz, there was a lot of positive media feedback, but now in Liquid, it's a little bit different because I'm kind of building up from zero. But that's just part of the game, and I feel like everyone has to go through this situation at some point. So yeah. That's how I do it.
I think that's an interesting, transition for you going into this kind of, from what was kind of all of us rising through the ranks together into some experience, some newer names, and trying to kind of make a team out of them. I feel like that's a lot of labor, like just to have a team functioning, to be able to compete with all of these guys and be able to like have the same depth and the same everything. Like that's not an overnight, that's not a over months. Like what is, that's a process.
Yeah, I always remind myself that I'm still 22, and it's like I came into the scene pretty young as an IGL. So for me, like, yes, I'm on the scene for like 2-3 years maybe, and I've played against the best teams in the world. But at the same time, like, I'm still aware that I don't have nowhere near the same experience as people like Apex or other players in the scene. So I'm still a lot to catch up on, and I think like this is just going to help me grow further with like a journey like this.
Yeah. But the thing is, the process can be fast. It can be slow. But well, I take the example when we picked up props. Things click inside, but it can happen. It can happen that things go fast and well.
That's fair.
And sometimes it takes a bit longer.
Yeah.
Like I would say, as I said about Navi. For when they went international, it took time.
Yeah,
beginning was not bright.
Yeah.
But then everyone wanted to change. They no, not good lineup. You should not have taken IM or GL or whatever. And then they started to get together. But it just depends. Sometimes you can get a month, you can get 2, sometimes 6.
Yeah. Sometimes none.
Sometimes it will work. And I don't know why. I just thought about that. I played all those 3 guys in the major grand final. In different teams.
Oh
yeah.
That's
true.
That was just my...
No, but that is... And you beat everyone.
Cool. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I could say something like, GG, go next. But we are actually just going to go next. We've got a special guest with us here from the Falcons, and of course, his name is Jordan. You might know him as Next. How you doing, bud? Welcome to the show.
Doing well.
Bad.
Pleasure to be there. Yeah. Just
not
like
much to complain about.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just want to see a bit more of CS, of course.
Of course. No, not partial or anything to CS, because I mean, you do have a very, very expansive CS background with us, right? So you've got time within 3D Max, but the real thing for me is Envy. That's where I'm recalling Jordan. So where you been, man? What's going on?
Well, it's been like a long journey since Envy. I've been everywhere. Also like a player agent for 3 years in Prodigy. So it's been like hell of a ride, I would say. But since 2 years, I'm with Falcon and just enjoying it because we have to create everything, and it's so exciting.
Tell me why this is one of the harder projects, because bringing all the Falcons together, first of all, that's a lot of birds. Secondly, getting them all flying in the same direction. Tell me about that.
Well, it's really complicated, for sure.
Just saying,
he's great. Well, he's right. He is right.
You know all the players that we have, and like most of them, like it was like really complicated and hard to get them out of their team, for sure. Like first of all, and secondly, it's just like they are like big players, means probably like big egos. But at least like we all want the same thing. It's just like succeed and winning. So in my opinion, it will just like take a bit of time, but we'll get there.
What was the conversation like? Was there any concern, I guess, within the organization after the early bomb out at the major, after Cologne? Were you guys like looking around like, oh God, we made a mistake, or was it kind of just like everyone chill and we're gonna have some time to breathe?
After the major, it was like a bit of like a shock. Like we were like really
scratching your heads.
Yeah, exactly. Like what happened? We figured out it was like we did mistakes. Happens. But at least like we had like a really beautiful start of the season. We're happy with that. And then like Cologne is just like, as I said yesterday, it's just unfortunate. We changed like one player, changed the entire dynamic. It changed like the position of the players. We just need like to find like the right recipe, but we're on the good path, I think.
And also, how big of an emphasis is it on just dealing with the pressure right? Because, as you said, big names on the team. I mean, Nico left G2 to join Falcons because he wants trophies, right? And then wants... and Falcons said we're going to build a championship caliber team, right? Which is what slowly and surely has been happening. And then you come here, obviously a huge tournament for the whole organization. So how difficult was dealing with all of that for the new roster?
I think like all roster, all games, and especially like on CS, have like its own challenge, in my opinion. It just like depends on how you deal with that and what you put in place. And we have the chance to have fantastic stuff. Well, Zonic is one of the most experienced like coach, and in my opinion, it's just like the reason also why Nico wanted to join. Not only him, but at least like Nico. And now like it's just, I feel that pressure is on us because of most likely media and big names. But us internally, like we're not looking like to put any pressure, not yet at least. It's just we are building. And we are confident that we will win like consistently at some point.
So tell me about the space then. You've seen a lot of Counter-Strike in your days, as most of us have. Tell me about what it's like when you have to go through there. You have to make a whole team. You have to deal with community backlash. There's a lot of moving parts to that. So what's the ride been like?
I try to avoid like communities backlash. It's tough, but unfortunately, like it doesn't affect me because it's our job in a sense, and no one is inside of the team to understand exactly like what happened, what are like everything, you know, like what is the real challenge that we face and the goal and the expectation. So we just like try to build like step by step, even if we have like big names. Kiyosuke is just still like a really young player and he has to learn so much, but he's already like really talented, of course. But this is like, at least in my opinion, it's what we do best is just like to avoid looking at what internet says and try to focus us on the goals, expectation of the players, and try to be like as much supportive as possible.
How's he doing within the team? How's he fitting in? I mean, the young kid coming into a team with a ton of experience. What's it like in terms of like the social dynamic? Is he finding a good little group to hang out with?
I think is like the dynamic in the team, like within the team, it's just like perfect in my opinion. Like I just like spend few moments with them, and it's just perfect, you know. Like he's really like fitting in correctly with the team, and also like you have Nico, you have Monesi. They're like really good at, you know, hanging out.
That was going to be my next question. When G2, when they picked up Monesi, like a big story was Nico kind of making sure he took Monesi under his wing and kind of helped him get acclimated to what it's like being a pro player, helping him get up to speed a lot quicker. Is he doing that with Kiyosuke? Is Monesi pitching in? Are there other people kind of taking him under his wing and making sure he's on the right path?
So I would say Monesi and Nico like are a big part on that, but I have to give like a lot of credit also like to Tezes and Kingston. Like they're like really understanding what is to come like as a youngster in the team, and they try to not put pressure and try to help him to understand like what is the difference between like playing home and playing like in one of the biggest team in the world right now, at least like in terms of name, not yet on trophies, and also the staff. And I would say like the new manager like Xavier, like he's doing like an amazing job with him, and it's you know, like it's, in my opinion, this is like the most important right now, and that's why we're not facing like so much challenge with him yet.
Okay, cool.
So there was this big thing that happened yesterday. I don't know if you heard. The Esports World Cup Club Championships came to a head. Falcons.
Tell me, I don't know. Oh wow! Oh.
Well, there it is. Yeah, a lot of moolah on the ground there. Talk to me a little bit about that as an undertaking within an organization.
It's it's really good, and it was like important for us. Of course, like we won last year, but it was like the opening one. Like maybe like other organizations were not like really ready for that. We were like really focusing all our resources on that. This year it was like much more complicated. We had like, of course, Liquid, Vitality, but also like we had like AG, we had like Twisted Mind, VP that were here. Like all the top 8 were like, everything could happen until almost like the next minutes. So for us it was like really important. It was the goal of the year, at least like the goal that the CEO like asked us to fill. But other than this, like it's just like really the only competition that you have to be consistent for two entire months. And even if you lose on some game, you have still like few games where you can get out of it and get through it.
How does an organization celebrate winning $7 million? What did you guys do the other night? You guys somewhere have dinner? What was going on?
At the moment, like we didn't do anything.
Everyone's just dead from like the 2 months long.
Exactly. Yesterday I was just like so down. I'm still like really tired, but it's. I think we will celebrate once we will like really, like get the trophy on our hands, and also like we still are focused on CS, and it was like Street Fighter also, but fortunately Street Fighter is off.
So, one of the last questions I'm going to have for you is this. Yes, we're all Counter-Strike guys here. But what are some of the games that you've looked at, you're like, actually, this is kind of lit. Might even play this sometime. Is there any of those when you were doing the research for the Falcons side of things?
Well, almost every game. Almost. I'm just like taking off like all the game that, in my opinion, is a bit random. I love CFT, for example, but in my opinion, like the format is not like correct for competition. But this is like another topic. Rent sport, I'm not like a big fan of that because like, well, I feel a bit boring to watch. But then like I'm a big fan of fighting games. And Street Fighter and Fatal Fury has been like huge and massive, and I loved it. Taken a bit less because like, well, you start a combo, you wait until the combo ends, and it's just a bit different. But I think like this is like the most, for me, like it's one of the most underrated esports is fighting games.
Sure. Yeah, I would agree with that.
You guys got anything else for the man? Or should we go next?
We can go next. No, I'm with you. I like fighting games a lot. I think they're a lot of fun to watch. I think the commentators there do a good job as well. I think they're a lot of hype. They're a lot of hype fun to listen to.
I think I can also like speak about like Rocket League. Rocket League like is really intense.
And it's hard. Like that game is hard. I don't care what anybody says. Rocket League is not for the faint of heart.
No. I can't play it, but I love watching it because like it's just like really entertaining and well, everything can happen until the last second, almost. And it happened with us. We're against Vitality in a third place match.
Soccer with cars. What's not to like?
What is not to like, Jason? Jordan,
Soccer,
anything you want to...
The soccer side of it.
Anything you want to say before we get out of here? We got this like whole Falcons game I'm sure you're aware of.
Yeah.
People at home?
I'll go to watch Falcons, but thank you. Like at least like for the ones supporting us, like thanks a lot because like it means like really a lot for us. And for everyone that doesn't like Falcon, then like, well, I can't say anything. Like just like we'll try to get trophies and hopefully at some point like will love us.
Yeah.
Jason,
cool.
You want something to add there? Please.
No, I'm good. Just good seeing you again.
Yeah, that's
It's been a minute. It's great having you back.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Quite some time. Well, thank you very much, Jordan. Of course, upcoming for us would be that Mouz Falcons game. So we are going to be jumping into that sooner rather than later. And when it comes down to the Mouz side and the Falcon sides, this is the playoffs, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, it basically, it really is. And it's going to be a big deal. Yeah, you might as well just get out. Yeah, you're already halfway up. You can go.
You want to go?
You can go.
You can go if you want.
We'll have fun with it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the playoffs and obviously with the Falcons, as we just kind of mentioned, like the major and the Cologne kind of catastrophes, it's not just playoffs. You have a lot to make up for. Like, you have to earn back some trust to a certain degree.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's no shame in losing games and whatnot, but they just look really, really poor in both of those tournaments. They played their worst Counter-Strike, right, at two of the most important tournaments that they had with those particular rosters, right? And the only silver lining was Kyosuke playing well in Cologne, right? So it was like, all right, seems like we didn't miss with this one, but everyone else had to step up, and seems like they did for this tournament. It was just one game, so the body of work needs to be bigger before we can draw any real conclusions.
Yeah, and hold on now, Jason. Hold that thought.
Yes, sir.
Right after this break, you can imagine that we're going right into this game. Mouz versus Falcons.
Top fragger in my team, I think it might be Kyosuke. Today he had a good game, but it was not his A level, so I expect him to be back there soon.
People might say Falcons is better, but I think we showed it many times that as a team we are much better. Maybe they have Monesi and Kyosuke superstars, but I think the chemistry for us is there, which is much more important, and we are just a better team overall. We will beat them again, but it's going to be a close game.
The result for Falcons Mouz will be 2-1 Falcons. It will be an easy game for us.
Once again, look like an absolute animal on the B bomb side. The 1v3 at the bench, they're going to double swing in together, putting the pressure on as Spank slices them up.
Well, Mouz Falcons, and if you can believe it, we are looking at a quarterfinal. That winner will go on to play Aurora, so there are plenty of things to take into consideration here. But first and foremost, I think it's the most important thing at the Jamil Motorsport Arrivals that we do hear from the teams themselves. And when we do that, we're going to get all the insight that we might need. Here we go.
Hello, Zonny. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Now, yesterday was obviously pretty important in getting that first win, not just for VRS and for the CS team in general, but also for the club championship side of things. How good does it feel for you to be able to contribute like that?
I mean, obviously it feels good. I know how much it means to Falcons to win on home soil. So I'm just happy that we so far could be a small part of it and secure the victory in the evening.
Could be a bigger part of it as well if you get some more wins across the way. But from yesterday's game, looking at the eye test of how the players played, what you've been doing in practice coming into officials, how much better does it look and feel for you?
I mean, we have definitely been trying to work on protocols and how we want to see the game. We still have, a lot of people in new spots and still have to integrate, Kyosuke. So we take it step by step. We have done a lot of work since Cologne. Obviously, you could see a little bit yesterday, maybe in the beginning of the game, that we haven't been playing since Cologne. We didn't get that many officials in Cologne, unfortunately. So, I mean, I think we stepped up throughout the game, and hopefully we can continue that, because we are, without taking anything away from D2, we're going up against a better opponent today.
You got enough to take down Mouz today?
Yeah, but we need the individuals to show up again like yesterday.
Let's see if they do. Thank you very much, man. Good luck.
Well, of course, for the side of Falcons, things look just a little bit differently. Yesterday, yeah, they did send G2 home rather easily. However, Mouz put VP out of the tournament, but not without dropping a map on Inferno, without making it just a little bit longer than they had to. And that would be what happened over there for Mouz. So plenty of things to put into order and sort of take into consideration here. But for the Falcons, Club Championship secured. Now what can the Counter-Strike team do?
I think there's a lot on the line in this game for both teams, right? Falcons, as we mentioned a little bit, looking to bounce back from that major and Cologne performance and start getting some good wins under their belt with Kyosuke. And for Mouz on the other side of things, right, they finally beat Vitality in Cologne, but then lose 3-0 to Spirit. It wasn't competitive whatsoever. Then again at Bounty, another loss for them. So they're also looking to sort of show to us, okay, we maybe turned the corner, or did they went a step back?
I think the problem is the fun thing would be like if you're Mouz, you're looking at this Falcons team and you got to be like, okay, well, we just battled against Vitality and that super team and lost so many times, finally beat them. This is yet another super team that might be an obstacle in their path, that might just jump in front of them, and it hasn't come to fruition quite yet due to those exits that we see from Austin, from Cologne. But this is another squad that could be right in the way of Mouz, who's like feeling like they're knocking on the door of a trophy, but one more squad might be in their way.
And those two second places at Melbourne and Blast Rivals for Falcons, they beat Mouz on the way there in the semifinal, in the playoffs, right? And in Melbourne it was super convincing. Then Mouz got them back in the seeding game at Dallas, right? But that was one of the reasons why we were sort of, ooh, Falcons. I mean, they're the second best team in the world. Maybe a bit Mouz 2 times, had played close against Vitality. Obviously, after that, they took a bit of a dive.
Yeah, a bit of a dive.
Yeah, but, I don't think they'll be uncomfortable going up against Mouz here. I think they know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all kind of know what to expect, sort of as Mouz. I like that you had such a big emphasis on Yimfat earlier as well, because that is like a guy who's kind of flying under the radar. And as we've kind of, I've mentioned a couple times, I think like some of the teams that get to like a point of greatness and get to that point of coming over the top of the trophy, it's a lot of contribution from like the kind of, I guess, the role players, right? Like you have your star players of Torji and Exertion, but it is the contributions of guys like Brol, and it's the contribution of someone like Yimfat, who's going to be able to like really kind of seal the fact that you can push it over the line.
Yeah, and if you're Yimfat, you came through with a kill assist yesterday. You're doing your part in the team. Might not statistically show the most frags, but hey.
I think it's, that was finally where he was on the top of the scoreboard. And I don't mean that he has to be that, but, he plays like what Robs plays for Vitality, for the most, not one-for-one, but in a good amount of situations. What Bit does for Na'Vi, right? And we focus so much on Torji and Exertion, right? And saying, oh yeah, they need to be a little bit more consistent, which is, for Exertion a bit tough in that role. Sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles, right? If they put a lot more resources in your area of the map, that's when a guy like Jimmy has to step up on the other side of the map, right? Where he has a 1v1 and sort of just create something for his team and definitely be that rock on the CT side. And it really has flown a little bit under the radar in all this conversation around Mouz, no one's talking about him.
Yeah, and I know for me, like, I know one of the things that I've mentioned as we watch kind of like the meta develop now that CS2's gotten a lot more time to breathe in the exchange from CSGO. I feel like anchor players have such a much more important role in terms of how much impact they can have. I think anchor players are critical right now, and I think you're kind of seeing a world where I don't know. I'm not going to blame it on Jimmy not necessarily being able to adapt to CS2, but remember at the end of CSGO, he was the MVP of the Pro League that they won. And he was top in scoreboards from time to time. Wasn't every single time, but we're getting it more, and we're not seeing that same level. We're not seeing those little pop-offs here and there anymore, and that's where I think there's the struggle. So you have an anchor player who feels like he's slipped a little bit as the role has become more important to perform it.
You're looking for that gym pact, you know?
I am looking for that gym pact.
Yeah, and fair enough. I mean, we got a lot of results out of Spinks yesterday as well. But, Yanko, I want to get to what we're looking at here. We got some rounds?
Yeah, sure. We got around with Kyosuke and Falcons to sort of showcase his game sense despite being a rookie, and also some good mid-routing from the side of Falcons. And I think that's going to be really important in the game against Mouz too, because they are a team that is also very active on the CT side. It can be very disruptive. So your players need to be on point really with their reactions. Just be quick on their feet, right, and play together. I think here you will see they were 6-0 down, so 6-2. m0NESY tries to go for a peek, gets flashed out. Mouz is going to sneak close, kicks and wins on the trade. You see on your kill feed, this is what happened on B. But Heavy God, after that kill, sort of runs away. I think Kyosuke heard him, maybe even not, and he's just making sort of a play. He just senses this is happening. As he's pushing lower, you can see Tessis and Kixan throwing utility mid. This is to draw attention to outside, right? Create that space for Kyosuke to do the lurk. m0NESY in a great position to punish a reaction. He gets one kill. Tampayas, no idea Kyosuke is all the way this deep. And now again, 4v2, what do the Falcons do? They freeze. They understand the pressure is on G2 to try to even out the odds. That should have not been a trade, should have just been a straight up kill on Hunter. And then after that in the 3v1 they managed to close out the round. So a very good example of first initiative from Kyosuke for such a young player, right, to have the decisiveness to go for those moves, and then also the team understanding how to best support him in that situation and showing poise at the very end with 4v2s, right? 5v3s, we know those are...
Yeah, they're a little bit of a nightmare.
Those are a struggle for Falcons.
We're going to keep an eye on them today.
So managing to close it out, right? And from a 6-0, 0-6 start on the T side of Train to bring it back 6 rounds in a row, 6-6, that's pretty impressive, Jason.
Yeah, it is pretty impressive, and we'd like to see more of it. It's just the problem is, like, for every round of that, if you get a 5-on-3 loss, it's like you just gotta negate it. You know, like that's really been the story of this Falcons team. Is no matter how positive we want to talk about some of the good things they do, there's just so much negative stuff that washes it even.
Which is funny because the first gun round was, or the second one was, they got the double entry with the HEs, right? And they still lost that round. I think you could tell from yesterday's game, you can tell that what they're doing in those rounds is they slow it down. Like they freeze first, and then they try to sort of throw a mini fake on one side to see if there's a stack and go to the other side. There was the round on Ancient that they lost a 5v3 where Hunter stepped up with a 3k even though he was alone on the bomb side. But it seems like for now, that's the approach from them, right? And eventually it will need to be a little bit more versatile, but for starters, even that is good enough.
Yeah, for starters, it's pretty good. Also, for what Kixan can provide for us right now. Maybe he's got some of the answers. Maybe not. Let's find out from Kixan.
Falcons looking to go a step further here at the Esports World Cup. They've got to take on Mouz now. I've got Kixan with me. Kixan, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to play again.
I'm sure, and you got a bit of history with Mouz as well, but I want to touch on just your first game back since Cologne. Obviously, you guys have tried to get things more together now, but comparing to what you saw in Cologne to the game you played against G2, how happy were you with like just the things are working, the things are progressing?
I mean, it felt nice to get the win. Obviously, we haven't had any officials for a few weeks after Cologne, so getting that win was important. I think we have more confidence now, and I could see improvements yesterday compared to the games in Cologne. I think we're playing, our comms are better now. We are not stressing that much, so I think it's good.
Is that the difference you're noticing mainly, right? Not so stressful, a bit easier to work into all the communication, how you know you want to play, especially with all the role changes?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of discussions after Cologne about how we want to play and about our communication, because at moments, sometimes it's stressful. So I think we are working on it. And as I said, I could already see the improvements yesterday, so it's a good thing.
Now, are those improvements that you've seen enough to take on a super consistent team like Mouz, who, in general, they've given you a hard time across this year?
Yeah, I mean, we played them many times this year, and so far I think it's been like 50-50. They won sometimes we won, so it's hard to say. They've been really good recently, so we will see how it goes.
Are you excited for this challenge, especially now you've had that more time?
Yeah, of course. It's always exciting to play, especially when we haven't had any games for a few weeks, so playing a good team like Mouz is always exciting.
You got something of a surprise factor you can throw at them? Maybe there's something they don't expect?
Maybe. We will see soon.
Okay, we'll wait and see. Thank you very much for your time, man, and good luck going into the match. Let's see what happens between Falcons and Mouz.
Yeah, let's see what happens. We're going to have to do just that. Gentleman Kixon, speaking the truth, gospel, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they were unhappy with what was going on in Cologne, and you could tell the stress in some of the rounds, and here being a little bit more calm and taking their time. I think one of the probably the most impressive thing about yesterday was they still lost some silly rounds, lost an anti-eco, lost a couple of 5v3s. Didn't derail them, right? Like they kept their eyes on the prize. They were still confident, still
Especially
had the
considering
belief
recent history, that could have derailed them very easily.
Exactly. So that's what gives you confidence when you saw it yesterday.
And even we heard from Nex as well, like saying there were some role changes coming in. We know Nico swapped some spots to give Kyosuke some space, so they're always going to be a little bit of a learning curve. But I like the point about them just kind of slowing things down. I think sometimes it's really easy, like when you get that double entry with HE grenades, and it's very easy in your head to be like, oh, speed up. We just got like a huge advantage. There's no way they're going to beat us there.
Space.
And then you miss the details. You miss checking a corner. You miss an additional flashbang. You miss a smoke on time. You're trying to beat a timing, so the smoke's not there yet, and you can fall apart so many times. So that little pump of the brake to give yourself time to breathe as, I don't know, like I don't want to say a new lineup, but with a new player in and with some moving parts, just giving yourself that extra like 10 seconds to think about.
Listen, it's also, you know this as well as I do, right? When you have great players and experienced players, they know how to play those situations, right? But it's like when things go south a couple of times, and especially in key moments, in key rounds, all of a sudden you're analyzing it to the tiniest detail, and you spent an hour talking about 3 rounds in VOD review, and you start installing...
Which side of the box
you start installing protocols and things for stuff that should like just happen naturally.
Yeah.
And until you start winning a little bit, and you know, you win a couple of games, maybe have a couple of deep runs, then all of a sudden they have the confidence to just do it naturally, right? And don't have to actively think about those rounds. You just understand what to do, where you are, where the opponents may be, and it starts flowing on its own a little bit better.
Yeah, and exposure to the elements. It'll certainly learn you quick, I think is what they're saying. But also, what is Torzy saying? We got to hear from him. Let's do that before we get in this game.
Torzy, let's start off by talking a little bit about how Mouz earned themselves a spot in the quarterfinal. I think it's fair to say versus Virtus.pro, it's probably a longer series than you would have liked. What were some of the hurdles that you faced in that first game?
Yeah, it was a tougher game that we expected, to be honest. Virtus.pro showed up really well, and I have to be honest, especially on the first match, we were really sloppy. They also caught us off guard with the Inferno pick. We were not ready with it. And yeah, that was the biggest challenge I think we faced. And after that, just staying resilient, you know, and grinding back, especially on overpass, the last map after 6-6. It was pretty tough, but on T side we managed with some good calls by Brolin and some good clutches by Jimmy and Lotan. I think they played really good, but yeah, that was a big challenge.
I wanted to ask about the overpass because Virtus.pro, they've been one of the teams that aren't afraid to be diving straight into it. They've looked really good, which is so impressive about you guys beating them on it. How much time have you actually been able to put in on, you know, getting the strats ready on overpass?
Yeah, we did put a good amount of work in it, but it's always different to play a new map on official than on practice. So it was a big challenge to play overpass on official again, because we played it versus Spirit one time already, but it didn't go well. And we were really happy that we beat Virtus.pro. As you said, they played a lot and they are really confident on it. And I think it showed a good level of us that we can beat them on overpass.
I know you're probably really bored of having questions about the consistency of Mouz, so I want to take it in a slightly different perspective. Like, if you were to look at Mouz back at the EPL Grand Finals, the Lisbon Grand Finals, back in March, what would you say is the biggest difference from the team now versus then?
Ooh. I think probably the biggest difference, I would say, is how much we developed as a team, because I feel like maybe in the beginning of the year we relied on a lot on just individuals a little bit showing up, but I think lately, especially the last like 2 or 3 months, we showed how good a team we are and how strong we can play as a team, and we can like we don't need to pop off alone, but there can be 4 or 5 players that can show up and just win a game as a team. And I think it's really nice to see, because I think all the best teams in the world, Vitality, Spirit, Falcons, you know, they have players who can shine. They have Dong, they have ZywOo, they have Monesi, but I think Mouz is a shared responsibility, and I think it's getting better.
Let's talk about the other individual, or one of many individuals on the side of Falcons. You haven't actually faced in an official yet. That is Kyosuke. It'll be the first time we see you guys going head-to-head with him. How scary of a prospect does he make Falcons for you as an opponent?
I'm sure that he's a great player, and he has a bright future in front of him, but we are not really scared of him. We are not really scared of Falcons. We have a good game plan, a good direction going versus into them. We know how they like to play. They rely a lot on individuals showing off, which can be really dangerous. But as I said, I think if a team prepares them and shows up with the good team play, I think they are beatable.
I'm so excited to see this one go down. Thank you so much, Torzy. Good luck versus Falcons.
Thank you so much.
And interestingly enough, we can talk a little bit about that game on Inferno. It was round 1 and 2. They locked it in. You're thinking, okay, here we go. Round 3, nah. Then it's Fit and Flame that kind of run the board over there when Mouz take on VP. Obviously, that's the first map of a series. Then they run it back the other way. So when we look at what Mouz bring to the table, does it feel like they figured it out? They figure out their mojo based on their formula?
No, not yet. But I think they figured out maybe the formula, but haven't really optimized it the way yet. I mean, you just heard Torzy sit there say, like, it is a little bit more of a, win by committee than relying on any 1 or 2 individuals to kind of pop off. I don't know if I'd place the entire individual angle on Falcons the way he did exactly the same, but there's certainly some truth to it. But when you look at this team, yeah, they do have a lot of players. This roster does go pretty deep with strong players, not star players.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking about what Jimmy said, rely a little bit more on their individuals, which is like kind of what every team needs if they're going to win trophies in a way. You can argue it's the reason why Mouz hasn't won trophies this year. I mean, outside of Cluj, right? Because in those big moments, like some of their guys just disappear. And I think that's the difference, when it comes to winning big events, right? Strategy, game planning, that will only take you so far. Like, you're not going to game plan your way into a 13-3 win, right? Like, it's going to come down to a couple of post plans, a couple of close rounds, mid-rounding, and that's where your individuals need to step up, right? They need to take initiative, they need to make plays, they need to be proactive, and that's something that perhaps has been lacking a little bit for Mouz.
Certainly sometimes, yeah. And I think, I took that, when he said that, I took it more as like, I think, I took it more as there's maybe instances in the game where he feels like maybe Monesi's peeking without being set up, or Nico's taking a fight without being set up would be where I'd look at for like that's what I'd think I'd have.
I think that definitely Mouz has more protocols and a deeper playbook at this point in time, but
they've been together for way longer as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And under Brolin's leadership, who would have known? Who would have known?
It's interesting. I mean, both in-game leaders in this matchup are relatively inexperienced. If like it kicks in a little bit more coming up into it, but not so much at the tier 1 level.
I can't call him inexperienced anymore, right? Brolin within the role, but seems to have hit the ground running with Cyclone and the rest of the staff, right? Which has been one of the more impressive things about Mouz, but also lately has been one of the problems, right? The T side for them, and that's why Cyclone was happy that yesterday they could get it done on T side overpass, which of course we won't see because it at the moment is the perma ban for the side of Falcons.
Yeah, I wonder if that sticks around. Ain't going to be the first map from Falcons? Okay.
Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, Mouz, when you look at them, they won 1 out of the last 6, but I think 3 of the losses came to the hands of Spirit.
Sure.
2 of them were overtime games. So, yeah, win-loss.
Not as bad of a map for them as it might look statistically.
Doesn't look great, but I don't think they're, terrible on the map. And I like the Inferno pick. It's a little, I don't want to say a curveball. Like, Mouz most of the time picks Mirage if it's available to them, but you look at the composition of the Falcons roster, do you really want to be playing Mirage against them?
Yeah, that's fair. Although Falcons does take it out at the end of the day, and the final map will be
Nuke.
Be trained.
It's gonna be Nuke. Which was another option Which was another option for a pick for Mouz. I mean, they feel really, really good on that map. Perhaps it was.
Well, you want to talk about a team that has better protocols and stronger protocols. Nuke is a map that, you better have those protocols down solid or else you're in some trouble.
But we'll see. Ancient was interesting. We saw Falcons play it against G2, right? And G2 didn't necessarily fight for mid as much. It seems like they were willing to prolong the round, right, and not allow Falcons to win the round on first timing. You know, they were playing more for the side, so those contact plays wouldn't work, and they made them sort of go through the motions, take map control, maybe thinking, okay, this is where they struggle. Actually, they're not as cohesive, and it was a close game. It wasn't, a terrible game plan. We'll see what the approach is from Mouz with a player like Exertion there who likes to get into the thick of it.
Stuck into the action. And yeah, we'll have to keep eyes on him as well, because that'll be fun to see if him and Kiyosuke ever kind of clash with different aggressive pieces that they put out into the world. So yeah, there's a lot of like really cool battles. I think Torji Monasi is going to be like a really cool, obviously not necessarily head to head, but in terms of can they match each other's impact, because both of those oppers, two of the best oppers in the world, probably put them both in top four oppers we have out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of the positional changes, we see Nico for the first time being the A anchor, really in a way, right? Kiyosuke now getting that mid position, so there's been shifts for Falcons on this map as well. I was a little bit surprised on their T side yesterday. They were really like just going B a lot, and whether that's just the mind games, they think we'll change now and we'll just slow down and still hit B in the end, but it did work out fine for them.
Do you think this new CT economy, the way it's like changing the meta, I know there's been a conversation about potentially, like Maui brought it up, I think on a streamer in a tweet about having less buy rounds on your T side because the economy is so different, like save a little bit more so you can get a full buy and do an execute. Like, do you think there's, I'm paraphrasing, don't put all those words in his mouth, but do you think there's a world in which Brolin as an inexperienced IGL is like maybe out of place now that the T side is getting more difficult?
I wouldn't think so, because he has a lot of people around him too, that are working on this, that are helping him out, and at times, their mid rounds were also pretty strong. I think a little bit of that is it's harder to reset the CTs, force them to eco, but also when you think their buy is going to be mixed, it's actually relatively strong, right? Like you think they might have a couple of SMGs, maybe no op, well, instead they have M4s across the board and an op, and it feels like teams are maybe still getting used to it. It's
hard to read it's so hard to read the economy now. It's just like an extra counting that you have to do. We don't like counting.
No, I definitely hate that. But I do like to know who you guys have your money on here. No, proverbial, of course.
This is I don't know. This should be a close game as long as Falcons don't show up and just kind of crap the bed. I really want to go with Falcons. I really want to go with Falcons just because I want this team.
You want to believe they're back.
I want this team to be awesome. I want this team to be really good. Like having Nico, Monasi, and a young star in Kiyosuke be one of the best teams in the world would be a really good thing to have in Counter-Strike. And like in terms of the Counter-Strike itself, I see no reason why they shouldn't be able to handle Mouz. I really want to stump for it, but I do think this is a very 50-50 game.
Yeah, it is going to be very cool. I think it might as well come down to Nico himself, right? He had a great series yesterday and they were able to come out on top in a close game. He was able to find a lot of impact. And in previous games, he could go missing. And that's when Falcons struggled.
Which is what we have. So we look at Ancient, we look at Inferno, we look at Nuke. I want to know if we need all three of the fixtures here.
Yeah, I think we'll need all three. I think it definitely should go all three. Like whether it's individuals popping off on a map and blowing the other team out of the water, or just an individual providing a very impactful clutch. I think there's no reason why either one of these teams with the rosters they have would be unable to respond.
I feel like if it's going to go, Falcons are going to have to win in 3. I think Mouz is a big favorite on Inferno.
Yeah, I think I can get behind that. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Anything else that we should be looking out for, or are we just ready to get this quarter underway?
I'm really ready to get this quarter underway, but I mean, I'm going to keep eyes on Jimmy, obviously. I think keep eyes on Falcons, whatever.
Especially after a good series yesterday.
Yeah. Keep an eye on Falcons when they're in a 5v3 or like a 4-on-2, any of those situations. Let's watch how they played post plants. Their post plants in Cologne were atrocious, I thought. That's like a sticking memory to me, how poorly they played them. So I want to see if there's improvements in that area, because that's a good signal of them getting on the right track.
Well, speaking of signals, we've just gotten that. It is about time to get into the game. So if you can imagine, we're jumping into a quarterfinal. Falcons looking to put Mouz away and continue what they've started here in Riyadh. So let's do it. We start on Ancient. Just kidding.
Hello. And we're back.
Yes, it's true. We are back.
Ancient's coming up.
Got y'all. You really had them in the first half.
Joke's on you.
Yeah, joke's on you.
Definitely not us.
Yeah, so we do find ourselves just a couple minutes delayed.
I'm assuming there's a little delay,
Yeah, so I think, the interesting conversation is these are two very different teams, right? Falcons, superstar, star power, not there yet in terms of protocols and depth. Mouz kind of the opposite, right? Tons of depth, maybe the highest floor we have when it comes to top teams, but lacking that star power to go all the way and lift a trophy. And we've seen at times right? The Vitality Series in Cologne in the semi-final, when they do pop off and everything comes together for them, how good they can actually be. But that has been lacking on a consistent basis.
Which of these teams will find themselves better versed to play against Aurora?
I think
whoever wins this.
I think whoever wins this is going to be the strong favorite against Aurora. But I mean, I think to answer your question, you'd have to say Mouz, just because, as you mentioned, the highest floor that we have of any team. I think excellent protocols as well. I feel like Falcons Aurora matchup in the semis would be like a really brawly firepower battle. I think Mouz would have way more plans on how to neutralize Zantares and just be able to play an intelligent game in the mid round. But either one of these teams, I think, is going to be the favorite to make it into the grand final if they're to win today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you look at some of the games that they have played ever since Monacy joined, it's when it came to the elimination games is when Falcons had an upper hand, right? When the pressure is a little bit higher. I don't know how Mouz feels in terms of how much pressure would they feel in this tournament and in coming into this game, but they've struggled with it before when it came to this matchup.
Do you expect to see Falcons a little bit shaky today? Should I give you enough confidence to where you feel like you can be comfortable?
I don't, because I also don't think G2 played a bad game necessarily. Yeah. Of course, there were some key moments where they lacked a little bit that ended up costing them the series. But for me, it's when I see a team lose silly rounds and not tilt and stick to their guns and still be able to bounce back and stay in it mentally, right? And then obviously ending up winning the game. I think that's a sign of a team that
started believing themselves in each other.
Yes, and is like starting to figure it out and get it together, right? And obviously, there was a round on Ancient where Nico and Monacy win a 2v4. That's what's going to have to happen. You have Robson Zaivu winning those. Like, you're going to always have those rounds if you're going to win trophies. So that also gives you some hope that their stars are starting to perform better.
Starting to align even. Composure is the word we're looking for.
Would have been way better, you're right.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it did just fly off the tongs there. I'm pretty sure, but I think that we are ready to get into this.
All right, sweet.
Now's your last chance to change your prediction.
I'm good, baby.
You straight? Okay, good.
I'm great.
Nice. Well, I think we're ready to get into the game, so perhaps we do that. Semi-finalist spots locked and secured. One more opportunity to join them lies ahead tonight. This is the final quarterfinal of CS2. Sorry, I don't know where my co-host is. Fancy? This is awkward.
Yo, Ian, I'm right here with the Falcon fans. Celebrations are still going for the EWC champions. They have been crowned, yet they can still earn more points towards the club championship. So how about you bring out their opponents?
How about you calm down? All of you calm down. You might be club champions, but you've still got work to do here in CS2. Let's bring out your incredible opponents. It's Mouz. Grand finals this year, but only one trophy, and it came at the expense of their opponents here tonight. They've ended streaks, they've denied legends, and now they want to leave every Falcons fan as quiet as a mouse.
Let's bring out their opponents. It's Team Falcons! Back-to-back club champions and still soaring. Under the heaviest pressure, they beat G2. They prove they can thrive when everything is on the line. This is a squad built for trophies, and today they're out to show why they wear the crown.
for it? I know you are. I'm talking to you. You are ready for this epic quarterfinal. Let's get into it.
What an epic way to be rounding out the quarterfinals here at EWC. I have Ole, the performance coach of the side of Mouz, to be diving into this one. First of all, what's a pre-match routine like for the guys? I saw you with a couple of tennis balls. Obviously, there's a lot of talking going on. Can you tell me what you were doing with the guys before this one?
We try to activate the guys a little bit more, find a good balance between activation and calmness. We're looking for a clear routine where they basically get in their comfort zone.
Obviously, we can hear the fans on the other side of the stage. Your boys are very experienced in terms of, going maybe up against an opposing crowd. Is there ever any effect that goes on with that when they're having to battle against a crowd who's cheering for the opposing team?
I think in the past it has been that way sometimes because they were young and unexperienced, but nowadays we're used to it that the crowd is a little bit against us. Actually in Cologne the crowd was a very big favorite of Mouz. So we see how this one goes, but I think the guys are well prepared.
See, I don't expect you to specify any names in this next question, but I imagine with such a packed schedule, right, there's a lot of stress, maybe burnout creeping in. Is there anything that you've had to do with any of the Mouz members this year in terms of giving extra support, perhaps from the kind of mental side of things?
I think it's a constant battle between the tournaments that we get them to the right spot, and it varies. So all the players at a certain point have a stressful day, and then we just get them in a good headspace before the game.
Final question, because I know this is only the quarterfinal, but we've seen Mouz consistently making it to the grand finals, being within touching distance of trophies, but never quite being able to claim them for themselves. Do you think there's any kind of mental block for any of the players in terms of, overcoming Vitality, let's say in Cologne, massive feat, but then falling at the hands of Spirit? Are there any issues that you feel like present the team in these grand finals?
I think if you point to something, then it's probably the tight schedule that they have sometimes, so the stress is very high, but we're working on it, that we deal with it better and better. We're not there yet.
Really appreciate your time. It is time for the quarterfinals, Falcons versus Mouz.
That's right, it's the game of the day, Mouz versus Falcons here for the quarterfinal. The Falcons, they might have already won the club championship, but their CS division still has a hell of a lot of room to grow. A lackluster debut in Cologne. Kyosuke lived up to his side of the bargain, but the rest of Falcons did not, and so this is their shot of redemption here at EWC.
Yeah, and I think for that reason, it was reassuring to see Nico play as well as he did in the game against G2, his former organization, his cousin taking over in-game leadership. Him and Monacy had a very strong Ancient as well, so Kyosuke wasn't taking the highlights and the headlines by the end of that game. G2 done, and Falcons took care of business. Now they've got a bigger Mouz to find, a Mouz who've been making finals, a Mouz who have grown in this year, who have taken a trophy on a stage as well.
I mean, yeah, it's 9 playoff runs in a row for Mouz. Only 1 trophy in amidst all of that, and that's over 5 finals as well. You could maybe even look to draw parallels to like the Liquid of old during the Astralis era, where they always had this consistent villain denying them these trophy lifts. It was Vitality for the longest time, but that's started to change now, right? Some losses to Spirit in there. Mouz starting to find some new enemies in their rogues gallery.
Yeah, it's a full curse, isn't it? They finally take down Vitality and then they fall to Spirit in a final anyway. So Mouz definitely looking to come in hot to this game. Do not underestimate them, despite all the hype around Falcons right now.
The stakes on it for Mouz is, if they lose this, this is their worst finish since this, string of playoff runs. They've always made it to the semis at least.
Oh, that's a nice move, but it only nets 1 kill. Monacy moves up, kicks in on the short side. Bomb getting planted. Brolin with a quick tap, and he's read the close position, but it's not enough. There's no teammate to trade. Spinks moving in. Jimmy saves him. 2v3, Nico and Monacy.
I mean, this is supposed to be the diamond duo for Falcons. These were the two that quieted down back in Cologne. And so now Nico, his first round here on the stage in this quarterfinal is a 1v2 clutch. Well, she holds on. Nico with the swing, defuse being stuck. And that's just robbed right out from under Nico. Never even goes for the fight. He calls their bluff. Mouz get off to the races with a pistol round win.
Very wide stick there for Jimmy. Just getting it done. Nico saw the tether. He could see that defuse happening, but couldn't find the angle. Of course, he's just keeping the pressure on. Good round from Jimpat, expecting things today because he had a great game against VP. This has been the player that's been struggling the most for Mouz, especially in these stage games, right? Came out into this Mouz team with a bang, looked incredible in his first couple of events, but as of late has been struggling. Maybe that new 3.0 rating doing him some favors. An impactful player at his best. Not meant to be the star of the show. He had a great game against VP. So I want to see if that continues into this quarterfinal. Falcons find a force by AK on Monacy. Let's see what these rifles can do.
Haven't even really touched on Kiyosuke yet either, right? Obviously, he was the one very exciting thing about that Cologne finish. He finished that event second highest rated player. That's in spite of them falling out far short of expectations. It was a great debut tournament from him individually.
Yeah, not many maps played, but when he was playing, he really just rose through the ranks. Had a phenomenal game against Fury despite the loss. Was really the only guy holding Falcons up to a degree. A couple of moments from Monacy, but Nico really struggled at that event. So Kiyosuke, high expectations delivered, but now it's about consistency, keeping it going again and again and again, event to event. And this is what Falcons are here for. This is what they play for. A lot to prove at EWC. Kiyosuke found first. Nico trades. The A split's happening.
Tessa's now armed as well after picking up that AK. And the plant found, CT plant at that, with Red Room taken by the Falcons earlier on. How's it going to try and lend some time to Brolin on this flank?
It's got to be a kit down, but where is it? It's either Temple or CT. They've got to go find it right now. Roland moving in, catches a player, looking the wrong way, and a dink followed up, but a strong position for Nico with a crossfire on Tesses. Mouz have got to get moving. They've got to get moving right now. That kit's still not retrieved. It must be in Temple. 2v2 tap. Nico with a chance, misses his shot. Jimpat followed up onto, and Tesses in the clutch, just buying enough time to win this round. I think the clock's decided it. Tesses refuses to give this round away, and Mouz must save. Falcons find their force fight.
Great stuff from Tesses. Right, not one of these like superstar pieces of the Falcons lineup, but looking for good, reliable output. And I mean, you've heard from guys like Pimp, he calls him, you know, maybe even the best Danish player. This is, of course, in an era where Denmark slipped down those rankings individually.
And we've been saying that about Tesses for a while, right? Before this latest blockbuster Kiyosuke move, even when Falcons were struggling, Tesses was that guy putting on strong performances. And you think in this lineup, the firepower available, you wouldn't need to be the best player from your country if you're a guy like Tesses.
1-2 punch, Nico and Kiyosuke up through ramp. Nico run out, but there's the trades. It's Tesses to find it as the rest of the gang just explode through that ramp smoke. Tesses even taking real estate away out here on long. Is going to get overran. Kickstand, backstab. It's a little ugly. But able to make amends, and Torshi just too far removed on this round.
Sigh of relief for Falcons, more than anything. That was a hard round to lose. Kixon's missed spray opened a world for Mouz. Just a save for Torshi, and no real reason to hunt this kill for Monacy. He's going to have a look. But a safe exit for Falcons, saves 3 guns. And starts to build up this T-side on Ancient against G2. We saw 7 rounds for Falcons. Found the first 3. Lost 3 in a row to 4 buys. And then started trading out rounds for a 7-5 half. So they're on for a similar path right now. Winning out the conversion is the last thing to do. A lot of entry power on this T side for Falcons.
Let's go, Brett.
So this feels like a very strong map for them. Well, they've tried to make their own.
And with that kind of early elimination from Cologne, it did give them a number of weeks in between then and now to try and strengthen the playbook a little bit here, get everyone on side.
Also the choice to skip a couple of events as well. Probably a necessary time for this team to do so. The threat has to pay off this.
All right, Nico. It's only pistols, sure, but a nice confidence-boosting round here. As he manhandles the cave, it's a clean finish from the Falcons. Gonna make some money at the tail end of this round. Nico rounds it out with 4. Now we get to see our first look at that Mouz buy.
Been a struggling map for Mouz. Ancient has. Despite a huge streak earlier in the year. Last 6 outings, 5 losses. Only a win over Bait online. And that's despite, 3 close games against Spirit. So you feel like Mouz at least have the experience, they have the tape. Even if they don't have the victory in their pocket. No kits in this round again. Mouz already down to just smokes, nothing more. It's going to be hard to make plays, get aggressive on this CT side. They've got to read right and put their pieces in the right place. Right now, hedging their bets on the B side. Jimmy blocking Donut. He's got a lot on his plate.
Exertion and Jimmy walking up, gonna try and assemble this boost. The timing for it, Jimmy holds on with 3, and there's Exertion swinging out to lend a helping hand. Falcons wanted this A hit, low and slow, but they play right into the hands of Mouz.
Not gonna outlook Spinks, Nico. Very late on the other side of the map. You can try, but get man walking. Take the bomb if you want. There is no sight open in this 1v4. So Kixon might just be combat saving. Huge shutdown for Exertion and Jimmy. Great move to make in the mid round. The whole map is quiet. They've got smokes to block. Middle seems empty, and Mouz just throw a boost up. They have shadow advantage. Jimmy keeps it going for 2 kills and a dink on the 3rd. That's the output we need from Jimmy today in those anchor positions. That's what we got against VP. High impact Impact round gives Mouz a bye.
Yeah, that's good, perfect.
Mouz content with that first round. It's a clean shutdown. Chance to start building up some of their own money, embarking on their own streak here if they can find success. Up against another Falcons full buy. Little timeout ahead of this round. Monik having a chance to weigh in. He knows the importance of it. They don't want Mouz to suddenly come back into this game. You got that win in the 4-spy, the conversions on the back of it. Falcons feeling like they're off to a great start, but you know how quickly these circumstances can change.
Honestly, going for a mid-pick. They break the smoke for him, but can't connect. It's a timer on that play. Another nade. He's not close enough to exploit it. Meanwhile, Mouz make a move, pushing through the smoke, something we know Brolin's going to be doing a lot in this CT side. Comes out with a kill and clears B lane entirely. Not seeing Nico on his jaunt out middle, playing towards B in the majority of these rounds. Maybe a recent change for Falcons on this T-side default. It's been Kiyosuke, it's been Monacy attempting these opening kills, and now Mouz just disappear. not allowing anyone to trade back. Even backing out on the B-bomb site. This does lose them info and may even force a rotation. With Exertion jumping in mid, there's still information to be gathered. Close shot, doesn't connect. Gotta watch out for the nade, and Kiyosuke barely survives.
It's thin margins there on a 5v3, but yeah, Kiyosuke still kind of hanging on in this round.
Super strong setup right now for Mouz, only susceptible to this A split. As long as Jimmy can get a kill out from this position, Mouz are fine.
There's going to be a lot of responsibility here on Exertion if this play looks to link up for the A split. He's responsible for watching this red room. Might look to trade out positions with Torshi eventually, but now he takes his eyes off the prize. That's to get the smoke in over towards main, and Falcons are actually going to play through this smoke. Exertion caught. You needed a multi-kill from him because now Jimmy's left all alone.
Trouble.
They're closing in on this split. Jimmy tries to make a move now at the top of that bomb. 2 kills from the impact. Nico finally putting him down, but no time to win this. Jimmy disrupts. And Falcons just barely get out with 1 gun saved.
Yeah, clock really running dry for Falcons. Mouz decide to give up everything, right? They fall back from B lane, they fall back from middle. They buy just enough time. And Falcons fake that plant because they know Jimmy can swing him at a moment's notice. But Tesses and Monacy both low, or Kiyosuke rather. No one can flush out Jimpat. That's 2 high impact rounds for the young Finn.
I think the thing for Falcons is you don't want to kind of catch this feeling at the start of this season post the Kiyosuke signing that you've regressed. If you remember, there was a time period where we were kind of getting hyped up around Falcons with Magic in the lineup that they might be one of the teams to challenge Vitality for that top spot. Thinking back to Melbourne there as a successful outing for this squad.
An event where they beat Mouz in the playoffs and they dominated them as well.
Number of good event finishes, and then you kind of bring in, I would say, the most anticipated player, even out ahead of someone like Donk, just because Kiyosuke kind of got the hype from how successful the Donk move was.
Yeah, people didn't want to miss the boat on this transfer day. It's hard to compare, though. I mean, the mechanics are certainly there for Kiyosuke, but I think the thing that was still the most astounding thing about Donk is that he's just completely unbothered by any stakes, any factors, stage, online, groups, doesn't matter. Doing it in the grand finals like it's just a normal day. Kiyosuke still has to prove he can adjust to the pressure in this round, succeeding, but still a 1v5 essentially, the pressure put on. Oh, this cave player gives him room. The reload comes in. He hunts the kill. 3rd frag for Kiyosuke before the AWP stops him at the door. A nice try to get some value out of that round with a 1 AK, but it's still Mouz building into this game.
You just breathe a sigh of relief there if you're Torshi. You know, the ball was very much rolling on this round. That's Kiyosuke with hot hands, 3 kills deep on his way to a clutch.
Love how he jumps that kill as well, realizing Spinks has wasted his mag. He doesn't take the free chance to plant. He just goes for the kill on the pistol. Oh, and there he is, cracking open mid again, but it's Jimpat in a different position with the same results. 3 kills from young Jimmy. They finally put him down, but Brolin's cave position noted. And unstoppable is his B-lane aggression.
Dude, if this is going to be the form that Jimmy gives us this tournament, it's a hell of a reason to get excited for Mouz. It's his departure, you know, as you said, when he first kind of moved into this squad, the thing that was so excited about him is he was putting up star player numbers, not in star player positions or roles. And for a while now, you've seen him quieten down.
Oh my God, that worked.
Okay.
Of course, he really tried to force it in the molly after tagging Monacy. It's led to his death. You would like to count him out with 17 points of health, but this is Monacy we're talking about. Issue is, first player to fight. It's the last you expect on this flank.
The fact this round's kind of gone by so quickly and there's so much time left is why it's kind of tricky for Mouz here, right? If the clock's low, you know he is to commit to A. But Monacy slows down and goes completely quiet here. That kind of gives Mouz a bit of doubt. They send Spinks over towards that B site. He holds on there long enough, decides eventually he hasn't heard anything, and so that's kind of the giveaway that m0NESY's still floating around inside of A. Roland makes his move now. Expect to see more of this. Him on these flanks in through main. So Brolin is the safety net on that round.
Plays it perfectly as well, because so long the m0NESY's looking for a player. After 20 seconds of silence, you don't think you're just going to get random timing. And Brolin walks in on that flank he could have done half a minute earlier. Jimmy said he's not in star player positions, put up on Heaven, sends him to hell. 3 kills with a beautiful spray. Torshi may have died for that tag, but it makes the finishing blow that much easier for Mouz. 4 rounds in a row. Oh my God. Pistols here for Falcons, popping through the cave. Watch out.
Torshi, eyes on. Oh. Exploding through ramp. No cover here on the wrap out of Kiyosuke. So that one's picked up. Tech9 for Kixan takes it even further, and we end up in a 3-on-3. That's in spite of a nice hold to open up. Just losing track of Kiyosuke in the chaos. Might prove to be your undoing. It's an Exertion flank this time with Spinks mopped up. Exertion has to try and do the heavy lifting. Left to Jimmy. Not going to find a thing as Kiyosuke and Kixan arise to the occasion on that low-buy round for the Falcons.
Yeah, it all comes down to Kiyosuke taking that space, jumping through the smoke. Torshi's story got past him, but he tried to pluck a player from the back with a rescope. Gets shot in the back of the head, hands over an orb, and space gets taken by the Falcons. That seems like some miscoming maybe for Mouz. The smoke comes down on long. No one has cover for Torshi.
Yeah, that whole round is just sort of losing track of yourself for Mouz, losing track of your opponents.
And look what it's done to the money, right? Some clutch rounds, some close ones. And with Falcons winning an eco, Mouz now have their final purchase. They do 5v4 onto Kixan though. It's going to make life easier.
He likes these spam battles, but they're not liking him back in this round. m0NESY, they're walking on you down the ramp, and that weapon switch couldn't be worse timed. The quick switch costs him his life, and Nico's not able to remedy it. This was Mouz with broken money, but now they're sat real pretty in a 4v2.
And this is what reps does, right? This is recent experience for Mouz. They're playing very well off each other. The synergy is there. Falcons haven't been playing the officials. Mouz is just crunching lane, pushing through smokes, walking down ramp, and catching Falcons on seemingly random timings, but they're working so well. 1-2 punch here. Mouz get an advantage, and again, they pull back. They give Falcons all the room, but nowhere to go. Both sites being considered. Orp on the line. B is a little susceptible with this setup from Mouz, but they can play retake, right? Just can't lose anyone for free.
I mean, you're glad you get the early warning system there, the shots raining in, and Torshi allowed to reposition. You get gun on in time, and he will deliver. Orb hits hard. And so no 2v4 today. Mouz in with a great chance of winning out this half now as they start to take control in the late game. They've got one more bite to break through.
Oh, Torshi's on it. Fantastic shots. Falcons again piecing together what they can. Galil's rife in this T side. The B rushers have been their best bets.
Up and in again with just this blistering pace. Spinks was caught out last time, in danger of it happening once more as he sandwiched m0NESY. Crazy sequence, 3 kills deep. He wants to round it out with a 4th. Torshi won't let him have that.
Just save.
But the round is already banked up for the Falcons. And it's in all the minutiae in these complicated plays where they're taking the pace out of it that they've struggled. These faster, direct rounds up the B ramp. I feel a little too simple, but you can't argue with the results here.
Absolutely. I don't even think it's just even coming down to complications. Sure, there's been some slower rounds for Falcons and the one where they lost the time after walking through the red smoke, but I think it's just been the fact that when they sit back in default, Mouz have been finding the moves, Mouz have been making the plays, and Falcons would rather go down on their terms So quicker approach again, grouped pack counter-strike. Monacy excels even on the AK. 3 kills to get them over the line and give them 5 on this T side. Good opportunity to make that better. We're going to have 2 M4s and an AWP here for Mouz in the final round of their defense. This spray, uncounterable. Both teams really doing more with less.
And I think one of the things that's a little nerve-wracking here heading into the final round of the half is, you know, you're a little more limited in terms of the util, and these B rushes have been a problem, so you have to take that into account, really. You're going to dump a lot of this utility from the rip. And so maybe Falcons do try to come in with a bit of a slower round here, knowing the limitations for Mouz. Boost up in middle, a gimmick to try and get this opening kill. Hoping they can catch someone scaling up heaven. Thinking that that's maybe a response from Mouz to these B plays. And that's given Kixan a real security blanket here to go for this control.
Roland just maximizing value from this limited util that you mentioned. They've got a kid on Torshi, 2 smokes and an HE. It's really not a lot to play with here for Mouz.
And here is that paranoia of these B hits, right? Yeah, you've burnt through everything and there's still 1 minute and 15 left on the clock.
5v4 makes things easier, but Roland forced to make a reposition. He's burning alive. Just finds a cubby on top of the box, and that nade falls short. Could have made all the difference. Torshi here to back him up, but ever wary of the ramp contact that Falcons have abused all T-side long. Nico peeked into by the AWP. Falcons top performer dead. 3v5 in their final round.
Tessa's going to try and catch a timing here in through the red room, and if he goes right now, he will find it. Instead, it's a block on the other side. Oh, Tessa's just lobbed one in as well. Roland picked up in the meantime over towards B. How's Tessa supposed to link back up with him, though, with Exertion covering this cross? He just tries to fade through the smoke. Monacy, in the meantime, up ramp, deals with Spinks, and so Torshi feels like he's got to have eyes in the back of his head. He's dealt with Tesseza on the backstab. That opens up the retake here for Mouz. One plant found, but very claustrophobic for Falcons. They're trapped in at the site. There's some pressure alleviated by Kixan. Slows down, grouping on short. Kixan found cleanly. Monacy spotted, but taps as he tries to close this. 2 top performers for either side clashing in this 1v1, and Monacy seals it with those taps. Tied up on the half as Falcons rally back in, still in with a chance on their pick of Ancient.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our body's moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can I try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over
An even game here between Falcons and Mouz. We've started off on the Falcons pick of Ancient. Map they've tried to make home. Getting off to a great start, having to recover in the late game. Monacy, one to offer up the goods on that tying round to close out the half. Staring down the barrel of the camera, he knows that was a clean clutch.
Two big 3Ks for Monacy on the B-bomb site to win out. Two important gun rounds for Falcons.
I mean, refreshing to see Monacy and Nico up top of the board. Given that they were the two worrying signs from Cologne.
God, look at this stack though. Couldn't be further from the right place. It's going to have to be retake here for Falcons. Alarm bells ringing as that deep smoke comes down, and Mouz, sooner they plant, odds raising. Cave control with a long plant is a little dangerous. Mouz going to reposition. Put Jimmy over on long.
I mean, look, you knew this was an option if you're Falcons. You had to be prepped for it. They have a flash and a smoke on Kicksand. Nade even to break open this block smoke for Mouz, but it doesn't go swimmingly. Coming through this choke point into the crossfire. Falcons decimated, and Spinks one shy of the ace. Does the heavy lifting in that pistol.
It's just such a comfortable chokehold there. That position very hard to get through. And Glocks with USPs. No util will save you there. Idea was nice, but Mouz had so much space. Spinks with a big 4K. And Mouz this time, the chance to convert. They couldn't do it on their first pistol. We had the force buy on T-side come through. But this is just full USPs, so little donut stack. And Mouz taking their time. A sweet treat in the center, waiting for Mouz.
Yeah, best bit of the donut is the middle. They're not to know about it yet.
Spinks getting inquisitive, but don't expect him to play first in this round. It's going to be a one-man execute here for Brolin, two smokes. And with donut cut off, might just answer the round here for Mouz. Falcons can run through, that's all they've got.
Just anything, a little bit of damage would go a long way.
Gotta go.
Gonna try and run through on the tap.
What?
And nobody lives. It's a complete shutdown again.
That's during the plant. I mean, Torsi gets off it, sure, but still crazy. Not a single kill comes through. Mouz with their eyes on the prize. The jammy play for Falcons.
I just think with Jimmy playing really well, that is such an X factor for Mouz here, something that hasn't necessarily been there for them throughout this year. With him showing us shades of the old Jimmy, the one that used to get you real excited for his future in this Mouz squad. And everyone else playing up to the level. It's added an extra layer of difficulty to this for the Falcons. Roland tries to break through on the cave side. Spinks will secure that trade, and that's an uncomfortable fight for him, so he does well to find the 4v4.
A little delayed on that reswing. I didn't think it was going to come through, but Spinks risks it all. That can be a 5v3 with Mouz having no control. So a high impact refrag coming there. Roland forever aggressive on these T sides. But all the better are Mouz for it. Spinks could get wall banged out if he jumps. Going to give the game away. Deep Molotov isolates Kyosuke. Good flash dodge, but there's two players here, and Torshi's good for the trade. Push back into B is Kixon. Zersha making a crazy play. Nico's ready. And they wanted to bail to middle. They changed their mind after that death. Back to B, into Kixon. One more kill before all is said and done. Jimmy's thrust into another clutch. He's been on the ball so far.
Nico creeping up at long. That's kind of the contentious point that Jimmy might not be ready for. Kixan has fully embarked on this wrap round, trying to take cave space away.
Oh.
And he's not even going to be required. It's the Monacy smoke spam that seals the deal for Falcons.
Whatever it takes, they'll take it. This is Mouz's bonus gone. So 4x comes in strong here for Falcons. A little bit of risk, a little bit of randomness thrown in by Mouz. It was what was getting them many CT side advantages with these B pushes. They come through two smokes in this round. Falcons able to stop one of them.
Play out in towards middle here for Mouz. It's Exertion leading the charge. Been good at taking this space away. So Mouz might look to do something with it. It's great damage for Tesses. Two players brought down low on the spam. So back towards A for Mouz. Falcons too strong here. It's Monacy and Nico. Both up top of the board. The multi-million-dollar duo that thrust Falcons into the limelight in the first place. That's what Mouz are going to have to break through. Ollie in, buys you a couple more seconds. There's a block, a smoke down. No need to break this. Mouz left playing through. It's a good flash. Monacy toppled after just one. Jimmy provides both the openings. Oh. Will get his comeuppance. It's spam for Kixan, trying to claw this one back. Really expect a late lurk for Spinks, a lurk that's got to get a move on as Brolin's left scrapping for control over the bomb site. His teammate very far away, and with Brolin toppled, Spinks has got to save the day. Lurking in late, he's got no time to go quietly. Running the whole way, Falcons know where he is, and it's Kyosuke to finish the job.
Love the Falcons stay aggressive in that round, right? A deep molly behind the smoke makes you feel like you're going to get the plant off, but Kixon was already coming through with a flashbang, committed to that move. And even though Jimmy breaks through with a double entry onto Nico and Monacy, feels like a perfect storm for Mouz to run away with that round. Smoke spam, flash through, Falcons unrelenting on that retake. Never let Mouz get comfortable. And so that's Mouz's money gone late in the day. This is now Falcons' game to lose. Advantaged on the better side. And the chance to build up even more capital here as Mouz have one Deagle. It's still Jimmy all the way. The forefront of so many of these rounds for Mouz.
In this slowdown round, you know, using it like a bit of a timeout, I've seen Spinks talking a hell of a lot down the line. It was him who, in that last round, was left to the extremities of the round that slipped through the fingers of Mouz, so maybe looking for a bit more of an active stance for Spinks. He seemed like he was at the center of the conversation. Yasuke overran. Jimmy's Deagle finds him, but how much more exciting can this round get with Nico moving in and playing cleanup? Round gets put down, and any excitement ends with that Deagle drop. The gun too far away for Brolin to retrieve. He's grabbed the Deagle, but Nico will not let him through.
Ooh. All good.
Lead taken for the Falcons, and they're in a very powerful position. Mouz might have taken that last round as a bit of a timeout, but they call in one nonetheless. Chance for Cyclone to get involved.
All smiles for Falcons, right? You feel like the game is open. There's a lot you can do here on the CT side. We saw the hijinks Mouz are up to with their aggression. Falcons haven't had to show too much in the second half, just been playing pretty lax on middle. Want to see Nico in the A-bomb site.
I think that's one of the things that's actually felt kind of scary is that, yeah, Mouz are being given a good chunk of runway to make these plays, and even when they found the openers, it's not translated into these round wins.
It's kind of the meta right now not to commit to these mid-fights on CT side. Mouz threw it in once or twice in their first half, but for the most part, Zertian back in spawn, holding the wrap. Always going to get those nades in just to keep the pressure on. Mollies and nades, or bludgeon Mouz. Brutal damage early in the round. Kicks and even spams out Spinks. And so all of that conversation, last round, forget about it.
That was Spinks trying to be a bit more decisive in this lane take, going there early.
Now Mouz are just forced into a B execute. Another strong grenade. A bit higher on that spam, would have been a 5v3. Falcons very comfortable in this B bomb site, 3 players strong.
And even now, Falcons still looking for even more.
This is perfect.
Aggression down the ramp. This is while Mouz are trying to rejig their setup and their util, so they're going to catch them with nades out. Tessez multi-kill and Torchy thrust into a clutch. No room to work with. Falcons keep the pressure on. That's double digits now. Money broken for Mouz. And the alarm bells are ringing as Falcons take full control of Ancient.
Hey, Kixon's a fearless captain. He's a guy who's going to call moves like that, right? Typically, you would expect Nico to be a guy to make a lot of mid-round decisions, make a lot of calls on his side of the map, on CT side. That's why it's so interesting to see him on an A anchor position, solo in his bomb site. But the move still happens nonetheless. Falcons collapse upon Mouz. This T side running out of room. One eco, thinking about back to those B hits from Falcons. Mouz will try their hand at it. Strong position for Monacy. Him and Kixon find 4 between them. Haven't seen anyone play Cubby, but perfect round to do it is against the Pistols. No spam to collect. And no kill here for Mouz.
I mean, Mouz can fully feel that they've lost their grip on this game. As mentioned in the beginning, it was quite passive from Falcons. They were willing to sit back, let Mouz run their strats, faith in those retakes, faith in maneuvering their pieces around in the right way to make it happen. But as the game is dragged on here, Falcons now are taking more and more liberties. This was a well-placed stack in this round. Good read of the situation, the limited options available to Mouz at a low econ point in the game, but in that last rifle round, it was aggression. That was the aim for Falcons. At all turns, now they're trying to remove options from the playbook for this Mouz team.
And this is a time when Mouz have to prove they are that championship level that we know they can be, the team that runs to finals, a team that takes down everyone but vitality and spirit. That clear third piece to recover in a very difficult game. 11-8 down on a T side on a map that has not done you well in recent tournaments. Now's the time to prove it, Mouz. They avoid those early mid nades, ever present. One does catch Exertion, but he still comes through.
He goes through on kind of a second timing, though, to dodge that other nade from Kiyosuke. That was the one that put him in the hurtful position of like 10 HP in the last round. So a little adaptation to still get this mid control, but just suffer less in the process. It's another round where Falcons sit back passive.
Timing.
Triple lean over towards B, and Spinks caught on an awkward timing. More spam damage for Kixan. It really is a bit of a hallmark for him of this Ancient. Feels like he's always good at finding connections on that spam.
There's a mid-round move for Nico. He's cleared out a lot of position. He's confirmed what they already know. It's a B play at this point in time. Unless Mouz make a very late rotate, and the whole map is dark when they have no information, they're going to be walking into one hell of a stack.
And I mean, this push from Nico's nice, because right now, Kiyosuke and Kixan were both holding on to the red room wrap because they don't have mid-info, while m0NESY now moves back over and actually clears this space. And so now it feels almost certain that this B play is coming in.
Oh, so much damage, still no kills.
Super wounded, but there's Torshi and an opening for Mouz, a chance to get the move on. Util in will delay this plant with little time left. That could be a problem. Kiyosuke, smoke spam connects. Looking for even more. Mouz on the reloads, might want to go through, but they've timed this. So they never have two players reloading at once, and Nico's even on this backstab.
He's got it.
Moving in, Brolin caught. No turn for Jimmy. He's battling these long players, and so Nico just collects all the free kills on that wrap round.
Setups have just been super strong here for Falcons, right? Not just the mid-round aggression, knowing when to play retake, giving up the entirety to B-bomb site. I'm sure at that point they feel like they've done a lot of damage with their HEs down lane, with their wall banks constantly. And two players just get full smoke spam. Torshi 100 to 0. Makes matters easy. And Nico mops up. This is Falcons ready to close their map pick. 6 rounds straight.
I mean, Mouz have had better success in these opening fights. They've been the team frequenting 5v4s. It feels like even that started to change as the game's gone on. But they've struggled at converting even with those man advantages. So if that isn't enough, what is? It's down to the cobbled together buy here to close. Back to that mid control again.
Oh, careful.
So many of these rounds have had the same ebb and flow for Mouz, which is get mid, scale up heaven, and then look for this B play. With a double cave set up to try and repel this lane control. That's no longer an option for Mouz. They've got to look elsewhere.
With the timing, is starting to be opened up by Kixan. Back to clearing red. Teammate right beside him. A 2-on-2 here in the red room. Dead is the first. Kixan and Kiyosuke found by the AWP. Jimpat takes a space. Falcons miss his timing entirely. It sets him up for retake, but these players are boxed in right now. They're not moving this bomb, waiting for a reaction. What they're going to get? Will it go their way? Nico peels ahead off, walks back to that A site. Jimmy coming in to assist. They've read this wrong. m0NESY's been here the whole time. Jimmy hyper aware. The kill feed tells the story of this round. Nico is still here.
Nade finds damage. Can Nico close this here and now in the clutch? Been a great showing from him in this game already. Can Nico remind us all just what he's capable of? Bomb planted, he's fixated on this CT position. Sees where that bomb's planted now, and so cognizant of a player back in main, he's going to go hunting. But no one's giving him these fights, not for free. No one wants to be that first domino to fall. On the way to a Nico clutch, Exertion's patience is rewarded. And Mouz stay in this for one more round.
That's a very scary round. The mid-round moves, the freeze in red room, losing ahead there. But Mouz don't panic, they stay calm. Jimmy takes the space afforded on A. And even though the move is good for Falcons to group up red there and fight together, Torshi with some keen shots on the AK. Someone needed to bail Mouz out. Oh my God, Exertion risking it all here. AIDS will come in late again. More damage done. Spinks even low on this B aggression. Tessus comes out to assist from heaven. Mouz just speed up on A, but with no CT smoke, it's a shooting ground for Monacy.
And you see that AWP, it's a huge red flag. It slows the play down. It gives Falcons time to move more bodies over. Now Nico joins the fight. Throw it in to Jimmy and Exertion. It's just Kiyosuke, but he's making it work. 2 clean kills, that's the boost. Exertion trying to run through.
Another case where Spinks is left to nothing on the wrong side of the map, not making a move, too low to want to risk it. There's space to take, he's not doing it. Mouz can group up in middle for kills, but it is again on Torshi.
I mean, even then his path to rotate is just so long. He has to do this pretty quietly too. Whole time, you know, Falcons could have gone anywhere, and eventually the clock becomes the driving fact here for Torshi. Swing out from Spinks is punished. Falcons have the victory teed up right here. The best spot they're going to be in to do so. One man between them, and a pretty decisive win here on Ancient. Jump up for Tesses, seals the deal, and Falcons get off to a flying start in this quarterfinal. Domination on Ancient to open, only a close first half to talk about. Mouz were never in that second half of play. And so for Falcons now, they return to Inferno. That's Mouz's pick in this series. It's a map we haven't seen them play since their shocking elimination from Austin. Some bad memories there, but a chance for redemption.
Hello, G.
Hello, baby.
Hello. I know. I promised you if you win. Oh my God.
Every day.
That's good. Every day. Every day ice cream. Now, G, I know we always bring you ice cream, right? But what we had to do, there is some more coming. We'll see. Your teammates are also getting ice cream because I know it's sad, but we brought ice cream for everyone. Let's get it. Let's get it. Everyone. Everyone. You like chocolate? Chocolate. This one. Mercury, there you go. Bom, bom, bom. Mr. Jam Young, how are you?
I'm fine.
Fine. Enjoy the signing session. And then, we got one as well. G.
One more?
One more.
I would do it.
Well, you can have two. You can have two. G, I know you're sad from yesterday's loss, right? But TyLoo is still doing great things for Chinese Counter-Strike. Are you proud of how far you can go with this team?
Absolutely.
Yes, that is great.
We will keep going. We will keep fighting.
Yes, that's what it's about.
Keep fighting for Asia Counter-Strike. For China Counter-Strike. Yeah.
That's it, man. Well, enjoy your ice cream, enjoy your silent session. These guys love you. Guys, do you love TyLoo? Yeah! Perfect. Thank you, guys.
I'ma get
More special guests and plenty to see here at the Esports World Cup. This is Jan. He's the Chief Business Development Officer over at Mouz Sports. And Jan, we were just talking a little bit, but tell the world, because you've been involved in esports and in Mouz for a long time.
Yeah, Mouz is actually almost half of my life. I started in 2004, so I'm 41 now, and then, 21 years, so more than half of my life. And have been in Mouz ever since, doing this full time since 2015, and has been a wild ride.
It has been a wild ride since the early days of just being the German organization, international teams, and where you're at now. Just talk to me about how you guys have managed to transform Mouz in recent times and have this opportunity right now where I believe you can do pretty good with the remaining teams here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest transitions that we did, especially talking about Counter-Strike, is in 2016-17, where we transitioned from a mostly German team to an international team, was about the ambition. We wanted to compete at the top level, and we figured that would only be possible for us if we went international. We had back then we had a guy who was playing against us tonight in Falcons, who's Nico, who was doing pretty good, and actually great that we managed to keep up with those guys, and I'm super proud of our current team that we're doing so well, top 3 in the world right now.
And you've also had success in Street Fighter for multiple years now as well, right? Starting with Problem X, now going to Ending Walker, who actually has a chance to do very well at the Esports World Cup. How do you go about getting to other games like that and taking the leap of faith?
Actually, those two guys probably one of my all-time favorites in Mouz. I love Ben. He's been with us for I think 8 years now.
Yeah.
I think we just got incredibly lucky. Our first Street Fighter player is one of the coolest guys in esports in general, I think. And Street Fighter is a game that's so much fun to watch, I think. So much action. The characters are super likable. And can't wait. I mean, I'm equally excited about Street Fighter as I'm about CS, and I think we have a decent shot in both of them. Still, if we win both and get some of that prize money, I'm happy too.
Anything you want to say to all the Mouz fans out there, especially probably some really OG long-time supporters?
Yeah, I mean, I was super excited to see we have quite a few people here as well with us, and obviously at home, guys. I hope you enjoy this ride as much as I do, and a little more patience, but I'm sure we'll take one of the big ones soon.
Thank you very much for your time, Jam. Thank you very much for teaching me so much about you as well. It's great going.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, for Mouz, not really the start they wanted in this quarterfinal. It's the Falcons pulling through 13-9, and we do see that first map go the way of the Birds.
Yeah, I thought it was a cool game as well. I thought we had some fireworks. You know, I was just looking it up before we came out here. Just the opening kill stats from this game. Mouz actually got 13 first kills in this game and still managed to drop it. So, I mean, you want to talk about Falcons, you highlighted the way they were kind of coming together mid-rounds on T-side, play it patient, slow it down, figure things out, trusting each other. They won 4 disadvantaged rounds in this to make this happen.
Yeah, I think, well, we'll get into it a little bit later. It was actually when they sped it up that they found success on the T side. Those slower rounds were a little bit tough. Mouz was doing a good job on their own city side of, Ancient. A lot of Ancient now is guessing on the CT side when are you going to play for mid, and because if you want to fight for mid, you sort of have to all in it, right? Like going from mid, going from cave, or crunching together and using a lot of utility early, right? Like, so all of that goes in. So if you do that and they are coming mid and you can win that fight, that's where you win the round, right? And then you see sometimes the CTs just try to simulate it with some of the utility and then play for the sides, because that's when you expect the Ts to try to hit the side. So a lot of it is that early guessing game where a couple of times Mouz was able to, get a good read, be in the correct setup, and sort of just win the round in the first 20-30 seconds of the round.
Another thing we kind of highlight coming into this too was we were on Jimmy Watch, after the conversation with him, and actually he lit up the server for the first 5-6 rounds. He had 3 huge performances. I think 2 double kill A-holds. He had a double kill on a push down mid in one of these aggressive rounds that you were just touching on as well. So Jimmy Watch today, and especially after their game yesterday, things are looking up for the kid after we mentioned that he was kind of struggling.
Yeah, and even though, Mouz has taken a loss in this first map, are we getting the full output from both of these squads, or does it seem like there could be a little bit more in either direction?
I think for Falcons, you're not going to get full output, because they just need more time to get going a little bit. That T side, despite winning the force buy, was still a little bit rough. It felt like, and they had the half buy that they won as well, the Tech 9 buy, which is, again, when they sped up and when the B. So they were struggling a little bit in the full gun rounds and when the pace was slower.
Well, and also, I mean, again, I guess this is maybe something that Torji touched on in the interview where he mentioned Falcons really relying on individual pop-offs. They got a couple of those pop-off rounds out of Monacy to really alleviate some of the pressure on that T side. The triple kill AK spray that he got pushing short over at the B bomb site, and the 1v2 he wins in the last round at the B bomb site as well. So you got that star player impact from Monacy. Kiyosuke had some great rounds as well.
Yeah, he did. It's just a tragedy almost. You think about Mouz winning pistol and then yikes for the rest of the first half. I mean, that is why they put the 2 in CS2, because that second round is the most important.
It is. But they were able to bounce back after that initial, second anti-eco and all of that. When they got the money back, they were able to win a ton of rounds, and Falcons were struggling to find answers. It was only towards the very end of the half where it almost seemed like, to some extent, they said, screw it, let's just send it and try to see what happens, because it's very infuriating to also lose rounds in such a manner, slow and everything. It's kind of, all right, let's just do a B pop and maybe Monacy can make something happen.
And on the other side, I don't think Mouz really ever figured out the solution on their T side. That's another lackluster T side on Ancient where they just kind of get shut down and didn't really seemingly have a whole lot of success or opportunities to catch some momentum.
Yeah, let's get into some of these rounds, because I think the grand scheme of things, yes, Falcons were able to close it out on the CT side fairly comfortably, but at this moment, it can be an 8-4 half for Mouz still, right? The score is 6-4, and they just go for a B rush. You can see that the defense for Mouz isn't quite there, so that's another one of those guessing games. And then Monacy sort of with the aggression comes in, gets a triple kill, secures the round, and it was very important, for Falcons. As we mentioned, they were struggling on that T side, and after this, he even had a clutch in the final round to make it 6-6.
This Monacy guy's pretty good, isn't he, Jason? He give you something to look up to when you grow up?
Yeah, for sure. I've always wanted to be an opera when I get a little bit older. I feel like my 30s aren't really the time for it, but I feel like maybe mid-40s is when I really want to take off with my opping career, so I'm excited for that. I'm watching him closely.
You can do it.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's good to see him have a game like this, and obviously after the game yesterday where he played well, also because, I mean, it's hard. He hasn't had the worst year in the world. I don't want to go any crazy with it, but it's been a pretty quiet year outside of some moments for Monacy, especially relative to last year where out of the gate was like contention in the top 1-2 players of who's going to end the year as the best. He was in that conversation with Donk right up until that Shanghai major. But this year, we haven't seen him get close to that level.
Yeah, it's been a lot more inconsistent. And granted, for the first couple of months, he was still in G2.
True.
Joins Falcons mid-season. They have a good couple of turns. But I mean, even if you go back to the Melbourne final, it was him and Nico that were a little bit missing in some key moments, right? Which was unfortunate, and hopefully now that they get things more coordinated is when they will be able to play their best as well.
Well, if you go back to the Dallas final, it was all Nico and Monacy running the show back there. But of course, that was just vitality. It wasn't a big deal, right, Jason?
No, not a big deal at all. I think what I liked about this series, what I think I'm enjoying about it is both teams having that aggressive, like you said, like Falcons kind of switching into the faster pace rounds. I love watching Mouz get aggressive. I think one thing Mouz does really well, and it's not a shame it didn't work out, but they always seem like to have like a game plan for the aggression to like really like neutralize a part of the map or a specific player, right? Like take something away from the opposing team.
You know what's looking like a little bit concerning maybe at times, because Mouz, when they have things set that they're doing, is when they find a lot of success, right? Like CT side, but even on the T side, we have this opening, based off of that, XYZ can happen, and then these are the next steps. But when they're put a little bit more on the back foot, and the opponents bring it to them, and they have to react and sort of play a little bit more on the fly, or plan A, plan B goes out the window because something happened, and now you have to come up with something on the fly. It's where it gets tricky. We have a round from the second half, right, that I thought illustrated that pretty well, and Falcons and how proactive they were, right, and how they were trying to disrupt. And so this is the early utility opening, right? Kixen just gets a spam on spec, so immediately a 5v4 there. At the same time, they will also be fighting for mid, right? Like they were able to secure that, but you will see that Falcons from that point on, they will also go for the re-aggress. So, they've shown themselves mid, right? They did a lot of damage with the utility. That's why Exertion is red HP from an extra nade, and now they're like, okay, it's time to reposition. And
perfect timing.
Seconds later, right, they go for a double banana push. They get a little bit lucky on the timing and are just constantly. You can see how Mouz is struggling in these situations a little bit to just come up with something good.
Yeah, maybe like missing a couple details. Surprised like no one's like prepared for that. No one's watching that back. Or maybe it is just really that perfect timing.
It is a little bit timing, but it's also understanding a little bit how the other team plays.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? That if you're gonna freeze and the team likes to do that, okay, maybe you take an extra 10-15 seconds to wait for that regression. I feel like Falcons are a team that is going to be very proactive and move around a lot.
So let's talk about that, Jason. We got Inferno in front of us. Can the Falcons put Mouz away here?
Absolutely they can. I mean, there's no reason not to. I think it's going to be quite a test to see if they can. This is going to be Mouz's pick, and obviously coming into this map, one of the things we always talk about with Mouz on Inferno is going to be Torgy's AWP and how good he's got at being a presence across this map. Monacy clearly has that in his pocket as well. So, I mean, again, I said this was a 50-50 series. I think it's a very 50-50 like map as well.
Well, I did say that I feel like Mouz is a big favorite on Inferno. I stick with that. It's going to come down a lot to Exertion versus Nico. In Banana, it feels like they both like to get into it. They both like to fight for control there. So whoever can come out on top in those little mind games and utility exchange feels like will win the map.
And don't think this is like any kind of crazy statement, but I mean, just because I mentioned I was looking at those opening kill stats on Ancient, Exertion only went 1 for 1.
Yeah.
And like they were playing so many aggressive plays that sometimes that stat gets whoever gets the first kill, right? So it's kind of like
Roland was 4 and 4.
Yeah, he might have been involved in it but didn't get the frag, but like you have a situation where it felt like Exertion on some of those opening engagements was not having the same impact that he usually enjoys. And then if you go into this saying, okay, well, Exertion versus Nico and Banana, we know Banana is so important to the map, that's going to be a critical battleground for the first 30 seconds. Well, Exertion better pull up his socks and get into it.
Yeah, pulling up your socks, that's something we could all probably do right about now. Jason, well, I don't think you're going to go up any further.
No, mine don't go up any further than they are right now.
We did kind of preface this in that we probably need 3 maps. So what is the win condition here for Mouz?
I think it's just bouncing back, right? Sticking to their game. This is more of a tactical map where they should have the upper hand. It's very important to keep your poise when Falcons come at you, when they play that aggressive style, to be able to really punish that, right? And they were a map down yesterday as well against Virtus.pro, so they've already been in this situation in this tournament. This is where they need to prove their mettle, sort of, and show us that they're able to bounce back.
Yeah, put your foot on the pedal and let's just see if Mouz can push us to 3.
Yes, that's the big question. Can Mouz push us all 3 maps? We're going to Inferno now. Haunting memories here for the Falcons. This was the map that saw them eliminated from the Austin Major in shocking fashion. And so a redemption arc chance. Kyosuke in the squad now, but this is not a map frequented by the new player, the much anticipated star of the Falcons. 1 game professionally logged on this map, and even in his downtime, he's played it 37 times. That's across CSGO and CS2.
37 Inferno pugs.
So he's had 38 games ever on this map.
This guy really is like Donk.
Which is kind of staggering.
Well, got to get with the times now, doesn't he? Now's on their pick. Falcons a map in their pocket, but as you say, those harrowing memories ever present. Kyosuke in the pit, come his way, hits his first with ease, and Tesses has his back covered. New player will fall. Tesses falls back, the site taken by Mouz.
They find their way to a bomb plant here, and they send Brolin off. Take some space away out on long. Tesses coming in on this flank in through the apartments. Gonna struggle to get too much reward out of this with the positions held by Mouz. m0NESY converts, and now it's just Torshi left down in the pit.
Oh my!
Been dinked up, and the knife is pulled. m0NESY settling the score, and a knife kill in the pistol to open up Inferno.
That's one way to do it. Just jump in 4v1, forget the past. We're not losing that round, say Falcons. Statement made. And lesson learned for Mouz in the pistol round. Force Spy comes out. Very excited to see this B hold as well on the CT side for Falcons. Anything changed? Same positions for Kixon and Nico. We were saying for the longest time this was the most aggressive banana pairing in the game all year. Nico always willing to hustle. Kixon holds flash and Nico awaits contact. Mouz, after trying to avoid nades, will shift their way up, but reblocked again. More time wasted. Kixon's out of flashbangs.
Swing ahead of the util there. Just trying to get stuck in, but ends up coming out of that looking worse for wear, and then they get blocked at top banana. I'm going to be watching Kyosuke very intently. Very rare to have a player so green on a map.
It seems like we've had some shuffles, him playing rotation. It was Tesses, who's now taking up back in the pit. Mouz will speed up on a 20 seconds, only 2 here.
Molly's rain in. Tesses and m0NESY not able to stop this initial swarm, and that's a big problem. Kills flood through, and even as Kixan and Kyosuke leave some chance to the pushes. Kixan knowing about out here on short. Nico blocked behind this smoke that starts to fade now. Got to find that first incision, because this crossfire is hard to deal with. Torshi and Spink split between site and pit. Nothing being offered here. Falcons are going to have to go searching.
Piece it together.
They draw out the pit fight, but Kixan had to nail that. The task feels now impossible here for Nico. It's forced by success out of Mouz. An immediate challenge to the Falcons on Inferno.
Yeah, Mouz get exactly what they want. They go really late B, they threaten Falcons, they burn out 2 of their smokes in banana, all of the util gone, and Falcons feel like they have to call for a rotation, that an execute is inevitable. in a round like this, and Mouz just make that hasty rotation back into a weakened bomb site. Even though Falcons trade out well, we know even 2v2s can be hard to retake. But Mouz's force converts here and now against just Eagles and 5-7s.
I'm just going to reiterate the crazy numbers one more time. It's 1 pro game for Kiyosuke on this map. 7 pugs in Face It CS2 and 30 from CSGO. This is his 39th game on this map.
Versus thousands of pugs.
Yeah, the contrast, that's over 1,300 Mirages in pugs. So far from a comfort map for Kiyosuke. Aggression in, kicks out, and Kiyosuke repel that initial push, but he's got to do even more. The Eagle dancing around this pillar, but it's struggling to deliver yet. That one's clean. Torshi runs him down. He's kept this open for a retake. Monacy and Tesses group on the banana. This is while Jimmy and Torshi are trying to get comfortable, trying to get set up. They will hit this little window to sneak forth, arming themselves now for the retake. Horrible memories for the Falcons at this side of the map. Tesses dead on the cross. And Monacy feels like he's got no room, no time to play. So Mouz will win out this conversion, walking into the B stack. They live to tell the tale.
And that's both rounds, just seeing solid trading, to be fair, on the defensive side. But as soon as that bomb goes down, the odds astronomically increasing, and even more so against pistols with no kits. Jimmy just playing heroic right now, jumping through that smoke after finding the double entry. Someone's got to do it. And, well, boy, it ain't going to be Spinks. Takes one for the team. Mouz now have a round with ease. Burning up. Full banana taken. Mouz can just walk on in. And that's the thing about Mouz, they often just walk it in.
They're not going to overcook this, not going to overcomplicate it. They never had anyone searching out towards the other side of the map anyway, so there's no slowdown to make here. Will be clean on these early rounds for Mouz ever since the win in that force buy. So a nice commanding start to Inferno. This first gun round, curious what Falcons are going to do about this B side of the map.
Yeah.
They've always been a squad, even as the meta's kind of shifted away from it, that have been keen for fighting for this deep banana control. Kicksound and Nico still on that side of the map. Wonder if that's going to be the go-to.
We saw the danger of it, of using all your util in that position, even in that force buy win for Mouz, because Falcons used both their smokes, they used their molly, they used their HE, and then they had nothing. And Mouz were all there. Falcons knew it, so they panic rotated. Mouz used it against them perfectly. I wouldn't even say panic, I guess. It's kind of well-founded to put a third player there, but and Mouz make a very late move back to A. So Falcons want to risk using all their util, just control the car. How are they going to fare against a full execute from Mouz? Here's that first full bite. No kits. Already limitations, but Zertian comes up banana with something to prove. Nico on his own, 4-1. Just fine for now. Falcons look like they have a read. Not only are they playing 4A, they are playing committed. Mouz won't figure this out until they get out of the apartment. At that point, it might even be too late. Bomb on Torchy at the back of middle gives the option late round, but how many kills will Mouz find?
Oh, that's a clean opening. And that might be a red carpet invitation. Into the stack they go. This crossfire's gotta save it for the Falcons. And it gets brushed aside. Nico left as the last man. Exertion was toying with the idea of getting aggressive, decides against it. He knows unless he gives Nico a kill, this is a retake that won't even be attempted.
There's simply no kit in the round.
So doesn't have the time, doesn't have the space. Blocked at Moto, that seals the deal.
I gotta say, in the 4 rounds Mouz have won, it just shows how brutally punishing holding a site is on this map. Because even though Falcons continue to trade out pretty efficiently, Mouz are just winning every single time. Sure, double entry does come through in that round for Mouz. They find 2 clean opening kills, but then a multi-back from Monacy, 1 more from Kixon. And still Mouz run it through. The scoreline is good for Mouz, but the rounds are tight. They need to stay on it. Feathers and bones. Falcons got any meat on this CT side?
This is fast approaching a real rough opening, right? Like you lose that first rifle round, you're instantly on the back foot, and in a big way. This Mouz T side could just swell out of control here and now. You had to play perfect from the get-go, and with it, in essence, you know, Falcons had everything they wanted in that last round. It was Mouz playing into the full stack, and not even that was enough. So Mouz with a lot to look forward to on this T side. They're going to have a real air of comfortability about them on this map. Clean stuff from Spinks, who keeps it up. It was him who got that opener into the stack in the round prior. Another 5v4 provided at the hands of Spinks. And what if he does it again? Nico flashed in for a mid-fight, but no one's dodging this guy right now. Spinks has nailed every single fight that's been offered. Well, that one! A little ugly for Tesses, but perfect for Spinks, who's on it for the ace.
Go get it, man. Hunt, find Kixon in that B-bomb site. It wouldn't be the most Spinks play, but I think he's earned it. A near ace on Ancient. And this one is teed up right there against a pistol. Clinical shots for Spinks. Spinks sneaks in. Closer and closer. Mouz allow him that. Here he comes for the ace. Spinks chasing the last, throwing sand in the face of Falcons, but Kixon denies it.
So, and the big takeaway from the round is, yay, we didn't get aced. It's not exactly the vote of confidence you're hoping for. I mean, every other shot in this round was perfect for Spinks. He never used more than 2 bullets, it felt like. These are all so crisp and clean, and then this whiff as well. Ugh.
Forget about it, say Falcons. Full buy comes out. Monacy's AWP has to hit. And again, we talk about Falcons giving Kyosuke powerful positions he's comfortable in, positions that let him extract a lot of value. Nico taking a back step in many maps while keeping it here. Kyosuke being on that rotation point means he is going to be very active. He is going to be very integral. He can play into both sides.
But I mean, it's also a lot of agency someone who, as we've talked about to no end, doesn't have a tremendous amount of reps on this map. In fact, a shockingly low amount of reps on Inferno. And you need to keep your head strapped on here.
Not a lot to think about. He leaves all his nades in spawn. Nico goes back to pick them up. He just holds his long side. Falcons dictate when and where he rotates. Honesty's orb looks to find an incision in middle.
Honesty opens a 5v4 for the Falcons. Yasuke tries to sweeten the deal. Down to 3 here for Mouz, but still in a powerful position.
So is Tessez.
Monacy full blind, had to hit that. That's quick off the scope, quick off the draw, and with cover from Tessez, Falcons finally wrestling one back.
Finally trading to their advantage. I think that's the most important factor, right? Falcons 4-3 up after that fight in middle. Just Kiyasuke traded. And an annoying smoke up in front of the site that forces Mouz through grey screen into that orb. Mouz just go back to B here. That's what Falcons seem to think. 3 strong at the start. Grenades go down, they land strong. Roland needs to clear this position. Flash kicks and activates. Grenades can come in, but it goes both ways. He eats them as they do as well. Good kill for Zershan, and he hears one more fire off. Flash dodge, doesn't matter. Kiyasuke holds strong. Still got a molly to stall this one out. Mouz would love to win the round right there and there, and they still can, but they need to get through this young player. 2 kills, and he concedes. Cost Mouz everything. 1v1 for the round now. Torshi lands it. But going alone, even he is fearful.
Jimmy's really taken a long time to link back up with him, waiting for mid-aggression out of the Falcons.
Now surely can't think someone's crossed into the site, right? This plant is allowed.
Ooh, is she going to commit to that? Tessa's electing not to blow this smoke open. And so just a bit of chip damage on Torshi. Honestly, does have a nade as well. It looks like they'll just wait for these smokes to fade. Re-smoked at CT, that's a big problem. That's where this nade will come in handy. Smoke at top banana to cut down some of the angles. For now, they've got Torshi out behind this pillar all alone, but the smoke breaks late and Torshi is right on time. Does it all solo in at the back of the site with his orb. Comfortable position for him. The nade gives the info, gives him that last little tidbit. And where Monacy misses, Torshi succeeds.
And Kiyasuke has a great round in terms of kill count, but he gets a little hungry, doesn't he? Goes back for one more. Doesn't want to sit in the silence. It's what gives Torshi the pick. It's what lets Mouz into that site in the 2v2.
And I think, you know, we might see a few more examples of this, right, where the mechanics are great and are going to hold up regardless of the map, but there was even that round where he kind of gets caught out towards Moto, like way wider on the angle, where he is open to apartments. That was where Spinks found him. Yeah. That was even though he had 2 teammates holding down the apartment's position. And so, you know, for a guy who has a staggering amount of hours in the game, usually a great comfortability on these maps, maybe not the same on Inferno.
But it's never going to come down to just one man, right? We still have to see this B hold strong for Falcons, and again, multiple attempts at it, none of them really connecting. Nico and Kickson just removed there at the top of Banana with not much to talk about. Nico 1-5 after an excellent Ancient. Honestly making moves to force a 5v4. He's got his teammate by his side. Tessa's back to back in the apps. Jimmy on the shot, but Monacy gets out after one. Flick won't connect, but Tessa certainly does, and that's pushed everyone back. Zershan feeling like he has to go into Nico. And one more for the Kovac as he finds Brolin as well. That's more like it. When things go good, they go great. 5-on-1 in seconds.
I mean, that could be, you know, the nature of these more aggressive CT sides from the Falcons. Risking it all in some early fights. You're going to have some really dominant rounds in there. You're going to have some dominant rounds against you. This one's the former, very clean. Good stuff from Nico over towards that B site, laying some of those worries to rest as he stopped the two-man push. And the apartment set up, well, it did stop that round before it even started, really.
Similar to Ancient, in a position now for Falcons to recover and level out this first half. Mouz's money teetering in the balance. And Orban and Tech9 in the same buy. I'll take a different route in apps. Spinks boosted up, Roland in Banana. Some deep util this time for Falcons as they look to take a lot of space. Great grenades. Find Roland. Nothing to say. Smoke on long, Monacy. Good break it, there's two CTs here. Gonna try and set up his teammate to fight through. Sees nothing. Mouz play later timing after hearing that nade. They know they have a bit of room. Bomb is still back in spawn, hoping for an over-aggressive mistake, but Falcons sit in their bomb site. Smokes at the ready. Only one block left in the round here. So Falcons don't want to waste it. And this could be huge as Mouz go back to Banana. Smoke does come down. Preemptive. But as that happens, so does the rotation. Kiyosuke here in time.
I mean, the no here as well. Jimmy's still sitting on a nade. There's even the option to blow this open if you wanted to go on a forward timing. Util's getting lined up now into the stack again for this Mouz team. Util out, Kixan catching one. And now Mouz try and send it. Nico dropping down. He's got Kiyosuke ready to run through and lend a helping hand. And between them, they try and shut down this B play. Nico dancing around. And keeps that one in check for the Falcons. The B site starting to offer a little bit more in this game.
1 and 5 for Nico, I said. He's now found 5 kills in a row. That double hold at the B site on his own. Now another multi-kill here. His teammate doing their part, running through the smoke to set him up. And Nico, 6 and 5 now. Return to form on this CT side. As Falcons are indeed recovering this half. It's going to be one last buy for Mouz in the next. This a quasi timeout.
It feels very important, you know, Falcons do want to try and stake their claim to Inferno, that they find a successful CT campaign. That's where Mouz are going to look to do their best work in a couple of rounds' time.
No comment.
Banana's on the brain for Jimmy, and that's where this round might end up. After a little timeout, just to talk it all through. Gonna go back to Banana, back to Nico. They're gonna build his confidence even more. He's got the spot. They're starting to run at him now. So I want to go down here. They're not going to disrespect that util. Nico on for a bit of a sequence, it would seem, as just the pistols run right into him, and Nico collects. Unfazed by the 5-man push, and a big smile from Zonic. Not the best ace of his career, but it's nice.
Ten kills in a row with no deaths for Nico.
I mean, you do love to hear that if you're the Falcons.
It's all been leading to this final round, right? This recovery of the first half. A very strong start for Mouz, a 5-1 lead, winning their force buy after losing to Pistol. If Mouz could get that sweet taste of victory again just now at the end of the half, That would be a lovely T-side campaign from them. All things considered.
You just don't want to feel like you let Falcons back in any way, shape or form, right?
Yeah, again.
And from 5 in a row for Mouz, a bit of a struggle down the tail end of this half. So we already saw them take that time to discuss this rifle round. That opener from Brolin, it could go a long way.
Is that a block?
It looked like it.
I think the other two were. I don't know if Kyosuke was caught in that tether. I think he was just out wide fighting. Smoke break comes in. Mouz take a 5v4. And Kyosuke, all in all, for the talk of his inexperience on Inferno, has held strong. 9 and 9. Mouz can't afford to waste this opportunity. Falcons get inquisitive back in Banana.
Being a man down, right, they kind of need to here. They don't have the resources to sit back. They have to try and figure out where this play's coming in, and that aggression gets Nico punished.
Closer and closer.
Honestly, he's going to have to hit a flick here. Tessa's dead out on A in the downtime, but the bomb is right here on Banana.
Yeah.
Falcons can still remain competitive for this round if they're able to find that bomb. Instead, it's a mowdown. Torshi with the lineup, and Mouz go on to win out this half.
Mouz causing mischief on their map pick in this quarterfinal. Falcons took Ancient. Mouz respond with a strong T side. A little streak in there for Falcons, but not enough to get you smiling. Mouz seeming pretty content. Pistol rounds have been hard to convert in this series. Of much importance to the Falcons on a map they've not played since that Austin Major. We all remember, do they?
And they most assuredly do. It was the continuation of a long line of missteps at Majors for Nico. Curse post-plant that ended up sealing their fate. Around in this pistol on a long wrap, right in to Jimmy. There's the support out of the Torshi dual Berettas, and it all grinds to an awkward halt. You've lost your 3 big hitters. It's just Tesses and Kixan are left standing. Let's see if Tesses can make this interesting.
So low though, tucked in this fight. Spinks just needs a body shot and it's over. Kixan beat Torshi for the bomb. Under control in the bomb site. Kixan just whittling. Oh, but he hits the headshot. He's got time. Move in. Grab that package and put it down. Full stick, Spinks. Element of surprise, shifting in. Kixan goes for a jiggle, but he's wide already. Tucked in, nowhere to go, but fight forward. Spinks more health. Kixan with the headshot. And Falcons win out that pistol somehow.
That's a huge round for Kixan and a great return. And one of the things that made this guy so exciting when he first joined Falcons, we always said a captain who can frag and doesn't play like one necessarily. He steps up in a big way for that clutch round here.
T-side's where it does his best work. So what a time to show it. Not even necessarily in those clutches. But now trying to drag Falcons back in. I said those force buys have been prevalent in this series. Mouz look to continue that fact. They won the first of this map.
Looking for a B-side brawl, and with Exertion gifting an opener, not going to get a better invitation than that.
Oh, smoke's too deep.
I'll play ahead of it, keep this real estate. Brolin, that's a crazy shot. And Falcons kind of dripping in here towards B.
Thinks his secret.
Brolin's even made it ahead of the molly. It will get cleared out, but it's things they're not ready for. Kiyasuke found Torshi tagging on the scout, and one more left to finish for Torshi. There's this big backstab for Tesses that's been building for the longest time, but he's had to pick up the pace with how desperate the hour's gotten, and Torshi continues to find success. Tesses now arriving late to the site, late to this plant, but finds his way in a 1v2 to get that bomb down. Jimmy and Torshi closing the gap, and Tesses doesn't know where to look. Gets a bit strung out there for the Falcons on that B hit. And Torshi able to get multiple shots off on his scout, harass and just be a nuisance before that bomb's even planted.
Yeah, I like how the penny drops. Maybe it's called by Jimmy on the rotate that there's a late player in Tesses, and Torshi's able to just force that kill with the USP after a lot of damage done. That's both pistols for Falcons. That's both force buys for Mouz. Those are the rounds you remember.
Nice!
In a very close game. Falcons have no choice. They've got to buy back, but Mouz with huge opportunity here on their map pick to make this a 3-mapper. Nuke is our decider. Bound to be a banger.
Sort of Falcons-esque banana take here from Mouz. Playing it deep all the way down. Up against this force buy.
It's risky in a round like this to do it because you know one of the best plays is Tech Nice just popping through this smoke. High flash over. Search and Play's very close to it. Can just spray and pray, but doesn't want to overcommit here. Has a smoke. Goes back to the bomb site. Frees up a rotation. The wiser option of 2. Sees that move for Falcons and just blocks. Roland's got to keep it running. There's 2 B players for Mouz on the scoreboard. Bottom of the server. Exploitable, perhaps. As Falcons have a wealth of nades.
You just don't really have a means to block this, right? The incendiary on Brolin's nice, but it's only going to buy you a couple of seconds here at most. It's allowed Spinks to close in at least and be that third man to offer assistance. He needs something for exertion. Him and Brolin fall with nothing done. And it's success across the field for Falcons.
And that's not even Falcons' utility really landing. No one gets burned out of position. No one gets flashed on that play. It's just whiffed shots for Mouz. Good grenade. Falcons don't have to worry about this post plant.
I mean, yeah, if one team is going to really, you know, lock in a moment like this one, it is Falcons. They never want to repeat mistakes of old. That's a bit of a failure there, right? You touched on Xerxes and Brolin, both kind of a little quiet in this series thus far. And I think, you know, you can say that they might reactivate here in this second half, but they're going to have to, because you don't want this to be exploitable. You don't want this to be a consistent issue. This B site has to hold up. Pixand, you know, not afraid to keep it kind of simple and stripped back. I mean, you can think about Ancient as a keen example of that, finding success in those quick B hits. Not a guy who's going to look to overcook too much. If the B site is weak, he will exploit it.
Yeah. That's an awkward hunt as well. I mean, Falcons lose all their guns, and sure, it's a force buy win. They still get out with some money, but you know, you're right for Mouz coming right back into this game. Can't celebrate yet. Mouz with a timeout, in fact, but Falcons, I mean, we've got 3,800 on almost every player here, so it's either AK Kevlar or Galil and nades. Many opting for the utility. Just Monacy unburdened by it. Porsche 18 and 6, monster game from him.
Still holding on to this lead, just about a Mouz. This is the round that really decides the late game here on Inferno. You touched upon how Falcons on the back of that hunt, they themselves are looking worse for wear in terms of the money. Both teams teetering on the edge of being broke.
Can't really celebrate your force by win when it comes that costly.
Pyrrhic victory for Falcons. And one that they might regret. Spinks, 2 kills on the push through that mid-smoke. Even though you get the space, you've paid a heavy price here. Tessez unable to reclaim anything on the walkout through short, and that leaves just Nico and Monacy staring down the barrel of a 2v5. At this point in time, you are really regretting that hunt.
Nothing given away here. Ooh, as I say that, Torshi.
Well, she tried to give something away.
But even then, you got to go hunting, you got to go digging. One pick back up. B-site allowed. 25 seconds makes it feel like it's a save here for Falcons with no opportunity opened up.
Even that
closes on the round.
Even that could draw out these money problems, right? Now you're kind of off kilter in terms of the money.
Yeah.
You might just have to go back to a force here, but even that's something you're a little reluctant to do with a 5 alive round for Mouz. You didn't even make a dent here. And so not only have you failed to capitalize on that costly hunt, it's come back to really haunt you.
These are, bitter pills to swallow because, sure, you're happy you have a chance to actually get damage and fight in that next round. But Mouz have no loss bonus. It's a rather unique situation to be in. 1,400 on the 3 other players. and 2 AKs with $0. It's just back-to-back 4 spies down for Falcons. And by the time you get a real buy on your T side, Mouz are deep into double digits.
Yeah, they'll be on the verge of victory. And it's going to require a damn near flawless game from the Falcons. That's unless they can upset it all by winning here.
Hey, it's something they did on the CT side of Ancient late in the game. They got 7 out of the last 8 rounds to close out that map after a pretty even game. But it's hard to imagine the same here on the T side of Inferno. Mouz coming through confident, blitzing in Banana. Nades land perfectly, rifle removed. Modesty gets something from it. Zertian doesn't need to overplay his hand, he chooses not to. A risky jiggle unpunished, and a resmoke available in this 2-man hold. They go back into the bomb site, they force Falcons to commit, who do not. Porsche on long side has been so reliable. Still taking fights on a timing.
I think on this T side, usually a strength of this Falcon squad in the past, whenever we saw them play Inferno, that's where Kiyosuke's lack of reps really might feel punishing. It can, you sometimes see some of the most experienced players in the world struggle to get going here when they're getting bullied on the T sides. He's had 2 kills thus far in this second half. So keeping track of that on our way to the close. It's a walkout in towards B here. A very, very passive play for Mouz, giving away all this room, waiting for info. They hear that smoke down at CT. They hear a player scaling. Eventually they're going to have to take this fight, and Exertion will. Brolin spotted the next, and quick work made over this 3-man play in towards B. Monacy just doesn't have the time to win this round. Spam will connect. Monacy dead, and Mouz onto double digits. And now that money comes crashing down for the Falcons.
Yeah, 2K a player. I mean, this is what I said. Mouz are going to be in the hot seats with kind of no excuse to close out Inferno once the guns finally come through for Falcons. It's not a map that you're getting bomb plants easily either. So there's very little Falcons can do or say about this position. It's one they've put themselves in. It's one they'll pay the price for. Mouz, despite a couple of quiet and perhaps exploitable players, both in the B bomb site in this map, none of that going to be taken by Falcons. For Mouz, it's just do your job, mob and bucket, keep it clean.
Yeah, it does feel like you've hit that point where it's Mouz's game to lose. They have every reason to take this. Full control. And they're going to remain, on the dominant side of the economy for time to come. Another chance at a squeaky clean round here, and that would go a long way just to give you staying power in the tail end of Inferno. Freebie for Brolin. Spinks ready to collect. He's got a bunch of Glocks right around the corner. Only going to manage one. Can't quite finish his meal. It's a gun picked up for Tessez. Only 25 seconds here. You can't go slow anymore, Falcons. You've got to get a move on.
Monacy D could go a long way, but look at them backing out. They want to give nothing away in this round. That's a scary spray, but you can't go B now. Surely 15 seconds. Brolin pulling back. Has he realized they're going to give it a go? This is down to a buzzer beater. 10 seconds as they try and cross in. They have no idea where he's coming from. Bomb is stuck in the last possible second, but Brolin can run him down and win the round. No free plants today. That's a little scary for Mouz, a little hectic down the stretch. But Captain Brolin puts it to rest, and Mouz, one buy round separates them from Nuke.
This guy, Nico, feeling the pressure here, knows he might have to be the fire starter for Falcons. This is, as you say, the last buy round they're going to have. So maybe we see Nico look for something up through Banana. Certainly looks like it, as he's already scaled deep behind the util. His teammates in the downtime have been involved in a clash for this mid control. 2 of them low. Kixan and Monacy both wounded, and now Tessez out of the picture as well. This is the worst possible start for the Falcons. It's in this moment that Nico and Kiyosuke have to be difference makers. Or else Inferno belongs to Mouz.
Util so punishing. The health is so low. And Mouz have a 3rd man in store.
Ooh. It's a nice opening. But it's got to be so much more than that. Monacy and Kixan both are shot away from certain death. I think with the money where it's at, Falcons are in this weird spot where they kind of don't want to get too committed. You could justify a save.
This is kind of a random gamble, no? Mouz giving it up entirely. Trusting their read, yes, but what if it's wrong? What if they're biting down? Hook, line, and sinker. Re-clear in middle is something, but Spinks is blinded by the flash. He doesn't even know there's no one inbound. Dixon comes back to try and sell this fake inside the smoke.
Oh my God.
Doesn't know. He reads it, shooting him through. Now they're in B. Exertion is very low. If he fights on his own and dies, that opens up a chance for Falcons. Ooh.
Oh no, from bad to worst. Miss Util. Honestly makes up for it to an extent. Push from Kiyosuke nets them the kill. That's going to allow a plant here. Nico providing cover. This is a round you could have looked to save in. But Nico and Kiyosuke have ground away back in.
Big flank.
This was all the marbles for the Falcons. The job is not done yet. They've got to stop Spinks and Jimmy from ever beginning on this retake.
Go for it now.
And they were going to save. Oh no.
Not again.
Not another cooked post plant. Nico and Monacy do not want to repeat those mistakes of old.
That's a really jump at the gun for Mouz. I mean, you've got to be trusting in your A players. No, they've held so strong in this game. Your bottom performers rotating out of the B bomb site, giving it over entirely, and even Exertion getting caught, full flashed. Can't pick a position, stuck at Coffin, gives them the entry after giving them the site. Mouz don't really make a decision. They don't even play retake. They wanted to save. That feels like a really awkward way to allow Falcons back in this game. It might not matter if Mouz follow up straight away, but just very un-Mouz-like.
Nico, hyper-aggressive start. This time far quicker up through Banana. Even though he gets super wounded in the process, getting out with a 5v4 aggression for Brolin. Nets a freebie.
He's been coming back at least.
Cover just wasn't there from the Falcons.
Not again.
They're going to leave B once more.
They're doing this like they have rounds to play with. Brolin goes back. Maybe he got nades and spawn. Re-aggression in middle. Tessa's timing, but covered by the orb. Pro B, contact in. Kixan, no one there to trade, and block is ready for Brolin. Tessa's gone as well. Falcons hung out to dry. 2v4 through the smoke yet once more, and Brolin stops it. 3 kills from the captain again on this B bomb site. And Nico, 2 health, no chance. This one's done. Mouz onto 12. 4 kills from Brolin. And some scary moves, some scary rotations from Mouz. But 4 shots to close their pick. All in all, Exertion's had a horrendous series. If Mouz make this one Nuke, they need him to recover here. Difference is clear on this map. Mouz's experience reigning true. They will need their star rifler, their entry power, especially on such a technical map.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's just so much less of a gimme than Inferno was ever going to be.
It's what Zershan even said after beating VP. It was just a weird game, that he couldn't really find it. Jimmy stepped up massively. It took Mouz 3 maps there as well.
I mean, this is what Falcons are left with in what could be the final round of Inferno. Missed shot there for Torshi. Forgets about the railing and it nearly cost him his life.
Phew. To Mouz, for Mouz. Falcons right around that corner. Bomb does go back. It has been kind of a one trick on this T side. Constant B hits. Nico alone. Just still making his same plays, just hasn't had the shots to back it up.
Ooh. You've at least put the fear in Nico, bringing him down low. Follow-up damage out of Spinks as he leads it to the final bullet, and him and Jimmy bite down on this mid-fight. Nico already knows it's over. Low on health and finished off as Mouz come hunting. They get their revenge. Inferno is a brutal sight. Beating up on the Falcons here. It was always meant to feel uncomfortable for the Falcons with questions around Kyosuke. But the memories of the major on this map, and they will not get their redemption here. This series now going the distance. Nuke is where the score will be settled.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
I mean, our approach to this tournament with single eliminations is kind of be ready for the game basically, because if it goes bad, you can obviously go out of the tournament instantly. I mean, I will see if we have the capable of winning as Vitality again, of course.
This one is Mouz's! This is their moment! Just Rob's to fall and they've done it! Mouz take down Vitality!
We have 7-1 this year, so of course we have a really tough opponent, but they have been struggling a little bit in the past, and we feel like we are capable of winning the whole thing. Our improvement for the next step, it's basically to win the trophies, of course, but we've been going top 4 like almost every single tournament this year, so because sometimes we are struggling against the top teams. There's many things in game-wise that we need to improve on, and I think the most maybe the mental, and we need to be more prepared. Team Spirit, of course, is a good team, but I think they will not maybe be like a new nemesis as we Vitality were. Of course, we are struggling with the spirit, but it's more of an in-game thing instead of mental, if I say so. But I feel like Vitality is more of a tough opponent if we come to the in-game things. They're really prepared when they play against us. Maybe same for Spirit, but I think we're better approach for them than Vitality, for example. Our key things in this team is basically to have fun. I think that's the most important thing. We always rely on energy, especially Torsi when he's gelling and being loud in game. I think it's very good energy boost for us. I think that's in game, and also the game is just, as I said, have fun and enjoy the moment basically. Our practice hasn't been that much recently. There's just no break, if I say so, so there's not a lot of energy in that scenario, but we try to do as much as we can from it, try to do some solutions from our losses and these things, which I think is helpful, of course, but I think that's it.
Well, it's almost like we saw this one coming, that we were going to get that third map. It's almost like you guys called it here in the moment. Of course, these guys right here, we got Yanko, we got Moses, and I'm Trace. Guys, we do have a series on our hands now. Mouz has shown up. Yanko, what do you take?
Yeah, I think they played better. I think they won some key rounds, right? They lose both pistols, but they win the second round both times, which gives them a little bit of momentum, right? And we were talking also about some of the protocols and just depth and comfort level on this map, and Mouz has that over Falcons at the moment.
Yeah, and I think, the conversation around, you mentioned yesterday against G2, saying they lost some stinker rounds and still kind of managed to hold on to their like mentality. I think losing that second round in this Inferno game, I think that was the one that didn't break them, but certainly put them in a bad mental situation. I think it was a very poorly played round, although second rounds can be tricky, but still, I think that was a round that, I don't know, it felt like for the first 5 rounds of Falcons T-side, it felt like they never actually got to play the T-side. Like they were playing with Galils the whole time, light on utility.
Well, that's due to fault of their own, which we'll get into a little bit later, right? They have themselves to blame for that one. On the CT side, I think they just didn't step up enough, because early on, obviously when you lose the second round, you get resets, you're going to force. But even the first buy isn't going to be ideal, and Falcons even had, the good read. They played 4A, Mouz came A, but their setup sort of fell apart. Mouz didn't walk into the crossfires. They got to get a couple of entries, and then, there was an extra player that they didn't expect who just couldn't, get 3 kills on his own, right? So they even had the read in that tough situation, but just couldn't convert on the kills, and got it back a little bit in the first half, but wasn't enough ultimately.
And then it's sort of a repeat scenario in the second half. We're talking about you win the pistol. Nah, you're going to go ahead and lose that second one, aren't you, Mo?
Yeah, I mean, that's the unfortunate one that just set him on a terrible path. I think the worrying sign for me with Falcons too is this is now the second map in a row where Mouz has convincingly won the opening engagements in these rounds. The first kills are way higher for Mouz here on Inferno than they were for Falcons, and it's that's really hard now, 2 maps. If that happens on Nuke, it's you're not going to win many series where you don't win the opening kill battle 3 maps in a row. And with the players and the quality of the players on the Falcon side, it makes me scratch my head. And some of it is stylistically, like that first gunner, what they walk through the smoke up to mid as well. And it's just that's not going to give you, that's not a high percentage first kill kind of decision.
Yeah, definitely not. And I think talking about players, we can get into the first of our rounds from the first half, where you can still see at times maybe either a little bit of the inexperience, sort of coming through. So this is a reset round. It was 5-1 for Mouz, 5-2 now. We're going to see some action early at the top of Banana, right? The Falcons have a third player coming over. They want to, here is where they want to fight for control. Exertion is going to find another kill on Nico on low HP, and this is Yosuke steps up, finds...
I know this round.
Yeah, the first kill, is going to throw the incendiary, isn't scared to keep challenging, understands after this one, even the Mouz jumps and falls back. But here comes the
Don't do it, young man! Don't do it!
Right? Instead of just playing somewhere more passive in a 3v2, he's going to come back and look for an extra frag. Toshi is waiting for exactly that, and this completely turns the round on its head, right? Because from a 3v2, it's not that it goes from a 3v2 to a 2v2, is that Falcons had no one else on B, right? And Torji and Jimmy still have a lot of utility because all the fight was happening early in the round. They're able to get into the bomb site, and as soon as they get the bomb down, it becomes a very, very difficult round for Tessis and m0NESY to come into. So definitely a learning experience.
Yeah, and those are mistakes that are made in the moment that I think Falcons and players on Falcons can it's going to be frustrating in that moment, but you kind of have to live with those mistakes when you bring in like a younger player, like a rookie like that. Like those are the mistakes, as you said, learning experience. You have to be able to live with them because, you're hoping that those are the things that you can teach him down the stretch, where all of a sudden that skill and that boldness to stand in the open and take those fights and bring you into an advantage. And then if he makes the smart play on top of that after the fact, you just win the round.
Yeah, it can be as simple as wait 10 more seconds until Tessis comes or m0NESY comes over, and then if you do it, there's someone there to
trade, cover it, throw a flash for you maybe if they have, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, live with it, but also learn from it, right? You take from this because, that might not be the whole situation that either fumbles for the Falcons here or not, but it's definitely something that you want to take going forward. Speaking of which, just looking at this map up here, for the Falcons, they've ultimately not responded the same way they did in the first map.
Yeah, I think T-side was also problematic. Let's get into those 2 rounds, right? Because some of this is there's no need for this rush that you see, right? Time is a resource, just like utility, just like guns. So you can see it's a stack from what they have a team and they want to fight. Exertion unawares that they're so close, they get the kill. You can just stop here. You don't need to go forward, right? You have Tessis in mid, he has information. It's not like you're all 5 there and you're like, okay, let's just go, we're all here, right? So it's not super coordinated. They didn't smoke ruins. They have the smokes, they have the utility. They're not using it. They're sort of, are we going? Are we not going? Because they were cut off by the incendiary. They're going to get this kill. They don't know about Spinks. Now the 4th player has had time to rotate over as well, right? And it's going to become awkward. Tessis starts running. If they waited, he could have maybe gotten something on the lurk, and now it just becomes a little bit awkward. Hickson's low HP, Torje chases him down, and Tessis isn't able to clutch in a 1v2.
And I think it's a good showing. It felt like watching this throughout this half. It felt like this was a round where Falcons really just walked into kind of the game plan of Mouz and the philosophy they wanted to operate with on Inferno, which was we don't have to play this super aggressively. They're going to come to us. It's not going to be clean. There are rounds in the mid round where they're playing so deep at the B bomb site, giving space.
And now the round that you talked about, right? We're going to smoke this. Okay, he's smoking, but we're just going to, okay, he just smoked it. We're just going to run through the smoke, 2 guys, no flash, no nothing, and Spinks gets 2 kills, and that's it. They're going to try and search and even it out. Tessis is going to die, and they're going to save. This is your... After the force, you win your round, another reset round, and this is how you lose it.
Yeah, the T side felt really flat for me, where it felt like the strength of the Falcons players wasn't really utilized in the way they called the game. Right, there was no chance for any of the individuals to kind of shine, make a play that was comfortable to them. It was all playing from the back foot. It was kind of I don't want to call it gimmicky, but the smoke walks are just that's a flip the coin. Yeah,
I don't know what that was. Maybe miscommunication, and that a player thought that they would go. I don't know. It was very off. But that and the second round is just it looks really bad, right? Yeah. You can after the exertion kill, if you stop and full execute, okay, right? But you're just rushing. It didn't seem like everyone was on the same page, and a couple of your guys got picked off in a round that's super important that you could have gotten some momentum and maybe came back into the game, but. This way, it's going to have to be a 3rd map.
Yeah, you do get that 3rd map, the map that was promised, I think. And by that, we're looking at Nuke. I'm thinking we might get to be able to see the knife round, but that's in due time. Let's talk a little about some of the bases of Nuke. What are we looking at here, Yanko?
Well...
or Jason at this point.
Or Jacob. We can call Jacob up. He's at the hotel.
Jacob,
we can hit him up. Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah, I think for Nuke, it's one of the maps that Mouz really likes. It's Torji's favorite map, right? He really enjoys that. On the CT side, he's all over the place. There's a lot of different things that they can do. Exertion, of course, is the YAR player. Again, we're going to mention him, who's been having a quiet series so far. Nothing too crazy, yet, which is a little bit scary for Falcons if he...
if he does wake up.
If he does wake up.
Yeah, and I think too, for me, we mentioned at the start of the series, the protocols and the depth of protocols is clearly going to be in the favor of Mouz and their ability to handle different looks that are thrown at them and different rounds that are thrown at them. Falcons don't have that same level of comfort, and I think more important, that same level of trust in each other at the moment to be able to kind of match that. So I think that's an area where you're going to have a clear advantage in the favor of Mouz, which is why I go back to that thing about first kills. It's that's not the be-all, end-all, but when a team wins an event, most of the teams that win events have you get the first kill, you win some 78-80% of rounds after that. That's so huge. And if you're Mouz and if you're getting 4 or 5 more first kills than Falcons on each map, that's the game.
Well, especially in instances like we saw with Spinks right there. He gets 2 and he pieces out, and that's pretty much the end of the round, right?
Yeah, and he had a good impact on T side in the start.
Oh, he was a beast on Inferno.
Yeah, in some of those rounds, he was pretty much winning them on his own for for Mouz, but this is where, we'll also get to see what Falcons have worked on. Are there protocols set? They only played it once against Gamer Legion in Cologne, and they were able to win 13-11. And it is going to be a map where, because of all the different smoke combinations you have outside, you need to have set okay, are we doing this protocol, we're going to break the smokes fine.
Yep.
Are we going to not break them and leave? Are we just going to spam? Are we going to send the ramp guy down? Is the door player going to go down once? Like, this is all that needs, and if that happens, who fills the next gap, right? You always have to be aware of where the gap is when those rotations happen, and if you lose yard control and don't have information, and sometimes Falcons would be too passive where they give the opponent too much space, right? And the only solution is sort of push lobby, which is very predictable.
Yeah, I mean, I think as Nuke often goes, like the yard battle is going to be critical. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Falcons, is this one of the maps that Kyosuke took a little bit more presence in yard away from Nico?
No, I think he's ramp. Tessus went door with kick.
I mean, T-side.
I'm
Is he
not
taking
sure.
that? Yeah,
I think Nico is still the point man.
Okay.
And Kyosuke is like the second.
Following him up. Okay, that'll be interesting to see. That'll be a cool battle between Nico and Exertion if he can find some ways to take out a struggling player. That can be some areas where you find some opening kills. Monacy on the T side, what's he going to do? Does he want to be playing with the AWP? But more than anything, I just want to see a half of Counter-Strike where it feels like the Falcons players get to show what they can do. I don't want to see like the constant smoke walks. Like give me a round where you're making the defense move, where you're opening up opportunities for players to find gaps and actually press the issue and be patient to find a comfortable fight. This is a really big test for Falcons, this third map.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we are going to get that knife round. It should be here in just a few seconds' time, which is important in case you've never watched a game of Counter-Strike before. In this instance, in the third map, you're going to go for a knife round, which is going to determine what side you start on. Now, if you're the Falcons or Mouz, is it as easy to say where you want to start?
Yes.
CT,
starting CT side.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
You will start a CT side.
Yeah, I think both teams will, and one of the reasons is also the economy now is starting to play a part, right? Like whether you just want to start on that easier side, and also considering that the T sides haven't been too hot for either team. It felt like they were both more comfortable on the CT side so far in the series.
All right, well, we
passed it, Mo.
Yeah, I was getting ready. I was like, oh, we got the flying V, baby. Not really a V, it's more of a straight line, but it's very patient, Hold.
It's like a phalanx.
Hold. Okay, now it's getting ridiculous.
All right, guys.
Now it's getting a little bit out of control.
Somebody do something.
Somebody make a move. 1, 2, 3, go, boys. We've all been here.
Okay, we're still 20 minutes away, I guess, from starting the game because the team just don't want to knife each other.
Oh, okay.
It's a pickle, we call it. And, well, I guess somebody calls it that.
Somebody probably calls it a pickle.
Gherkin. Maybe they call it that, too.
Yeah, maybe a little gherkin.
But anyway, yeah, somebody will.
Because it feels like more of an even ground, this map, right? I think Mouz lately has been struggling on Ancient. Kyosuke hasn't played Inferno officially, right? Like, I mean, Spirit Academy used to ban it, so that was Mouz was a clear favorite on that one. Wow, almost got him, almost flanked him.
Oh my lord!
Let's get it.
That was
good. Yeah, so much anticipation for that one. So here is where you feel like we should get the most out of both teams, right? It should be an even playing field, and hopefully we get a pretty close game.
Yeah, I think we should. I mean, I think we will coming into this as well. I mean, I don't think Falcons, I don't think anyone individually was just missing. I think that Inferno is clearly they have a lot of things they need to work on in terms of who's doing what, in terms of who's following up. I think communication was lacking. We were talking about the green room. There's one round, Monacy gets killed at this back turn, not aware that Banana's open. Kicks and tries to sneak in with no cover from any kind of a teammates. Those are the things that need to get cleaned up. And as long as Falcons is communicating, they have the players who should be able to improvise and play off intuition and be able to handle this. But it's going to be tough. You have to have genuine success. You're not going to win this off like a gimmicky timed upper rush or upper bust. You're going to win this by having a solid T side and mixing a couple things in.
And I think here is where, even for the long term, you want to see Nico have a good game, because towards the end of last season, he had some of his career worst performances on Nuke, right? And in the playoff games, in elimination games.
And it's a map that's been so solid for him throughout his career.
Yeah, so definitely you're hoping, if you're a Falcons fan, to see him bounce back, to see him find the impact and really carry the torch for the rest of his team.
It's like Justin Summing. I'm going to throw that name out there.
You have thrown that name out there.
I'm going to throw that name out there.
He made an appearance on Instagram. He's in your brain.
Well, yeah, of course. The shot heard around the world. Now, the Nico top hut shot was the shot not heard around the world, because it never happened.
I bet this map's been very good for him outside of that one. that movement's not that big of a deal. So
5v3 against Vitality in Melbourne, but you know,
forget about that one.
Who talks about
Just
it?
throw those.
Yeah.
Everything before 2021 basically was great for Nico. Yes.
Yeah, well, thanks for putting it in terms I can understand.
Landed it.
That does help, and it does appear though that we are ready to play this third and final map, Nuke. We've got Mouz, and we've got the Falcons.
That's right, map 3, it's Nuke. That's the battleground here to decide who goes into these semi-finals. Aurora waiting in the wings, but only room for one of either Mouz or Falcons. The two pretty dominant maps back to back, dominated by these strong second halves. Falcons pick up the win in that knife round, so they get the blanket of a CT start here up against Mouz in map 3. We haven't really had that superstar to leap out at us yet on either side. Jimmy started strong in the series. Map 2, a lot of the attention on Torshi. It's been more about players missing here. Exertion struggling in this series. He's going to be a requirement here on Nuke. Nico dead immediately out in the yard. Kiyosuke left to hold down ramp, all on his lonesome, but he's making it happen. Nails 3. And so Torshi's one kill that briefly tips the scales in Mouz's favor is long since forgotten about. Trip down the vent, Tessa's back turned, hang on a second. He's not checked the right way. He might miss this twice over. Giving chase now, he doesn't know it, but he's hot on the heels of Tessa's. There's the spot for Torshi. Collects his free kill, but still has so much more to do. Got to stop her. Kiyosuke with hot hands in this pistol.
Yeah, it's not Inferno anymore. Kiyosuke warmed up with 3 shots on the ramp. Saw that back at Cologne. Had a highlight in this very position. 30 seconds for Torshi to figure this one out. Kicks and pushed in the radio room, and Kiyosuke just eviscerates.
Never even see him.
Yeah, just out of nowhere. Pops his heads up, puts Mouz's down. 4 kills in the pistol round. Whoever wins this quarterfinal goes against Aurora in the semis. They will certainly be favorites. Even if Aurora are playing a great tournament right now. This one is split right down the middle. Map. Mouz are proven on. Falcons have only played a single time with this roster. And highs and lows for Mouz. We really are looking to that entry power of Exertion tonight, as you mentioned. I mean, just absent from this whole series, him and Tessa's, bottom of their respective teams.
I mean, you talk about the kind of up and downs for Mouz. Their most recent and the biggest L they've taken on this map was 2OG. Now, that is online. That was back at Bounty. But that was a pretty decisive win for OG. Mouz just got outclassed in terms of the calls.
Yeah, it was a CT side they just couldn't figure out. OG ran rings around him. With a nice series of smoke walls. Prison often has. It's all for later. Let's see Mouz lead on this T side. Full buy coming through. Falcons. Everything they need.
It's in this half that we are going to be looking at Exertion. He's got a big degree of responsibility as to the success of this T side for Mouz. As we've talked about, as you just mentioned, he's been quiet all series long.
Yeah, you know, rifling on the outside is no easy feat. So much so was a discussion on the desk between whether Kiyosuke or Nico will be leading that position. More of a tag team right now, we'll have to see. Nixon holding strong in his position. The ammo runs dry, that's the only thing that puts him down. 3 kills on this top site. This main smoke, Nico comes through, and Kiyosuke is there to finish. Falcons. First gun round in the pocket. Things are flowing.
Considering you kind of get blindsided by the pace there, right? Your players back turned on the push out. Kicksan does a fantastic job of buying time for Nico and Co to join the fray. It's a huge step in the right direction. And the fact that Mouz go for that in their first rifle round, right? They try to set this precedent early of, you need to watch out for the top site hits. We can throw them in at any moment. Well, that kind of hits a lot less when you get wrecked attempting it in your first rifle round.
Even just the little detail of a main smoke that falls too short as well. Probably throwing it through a door smoke, don't have that perfect lineup. And Nico abuses it. So Mouz can't even play out the 2v2.
You talk about how it's exertion out towards the yard space here for Mouz. It's an option they are going to have to start exploring with that fast A hit not panning out.
Yeah, smokes are just the default staging on this map.
There's a laundry list of players that are down to play the yard for the Falcons. Monacy throws his name into the equation now on this AWP, and there's exertion plucked out first. It's a tag hit either way. The two AWPers clashing outside. Brolin threads the needle on this main timing, but now he's boxed in here. Torshie's Deeg has delivered one more. Trying to make this round interesting is Brolin. With a second kill to his name now, it's the rotate in from Tesses that catches him by surprise.
Mouz have to start now. Well, they will be swept under in this T-half. Full buy coming through, AWP for Torshie as well. Kyosuke proving very mobile in these couple of rounds. Quick to assist on A and outside. Exertion alone. Brolin assists with utility, but even that nade makes things difficult. Couldn't have been better timed by Nico. A site heavily guarded. Nixon comes up from under. Late wall hits the yard as Mouz scale forward with two players, but is it just a main split? Got this util on the top side, teed up by Torshie. How's his AWP even going to play into this? Joshua making the cross, tag down very low.
Oh, bro, he can't catch a break.
Oh,
just barely gets by.
He's not exactly going to be able to open up much from this position. There's a util on the top, pull Nico back.
Exertion there to throw the flash for Brolin, but nothing being offered here on this space in main. Can't spot Kyosuke up on the rafters. And with Nico and Tesses making quick work over the hit, Kyosuke now getting involved a little bit later, and suddenly it's just a low HP Exertion. He's been bullied from the get-go of this round.
It's a very strange round to call when you have the AWP. Like, why, you're buying the AWP into that round on a topside execute. That was the call from the get-go. Mouz to get Xerxon on the cross, to feign some outside presence so he can flash his teammate into main, go on a top split. Sure, if everything goes right, that AWP is a potent post-part piece. It can lock down heaven, it can lock down main. But Mouz don't make a dent on that top side. Kyosuke just with strong positioning in this game right now. Not even really been on the ramp since the pistol. Monacy takes it there. He's up in the rafter. Falcons are everywhere right now, all over the shop.
And dude, I don't know if you're kind of feeling it for Mouz, but because, we've had this strugglesome series, and so outside feels like this near impossible task. It's forcing some weird adjustments. They're bogged down in.
Nice call. Nice. Good job.
Dealing with that.
And I'm sure that nice call comes from the fact that they read the A play. They put the stack on the top side, and they don't overfight outside.
I don't hate the idea of Mouz just playing some faster grouped rounds. It's Brolin faking the yard util. The rest wait back in lobby. And they will look to play to their strengths here, and those strengths are going as a pack, roaming together. You don't want to spend so much time trying to prop up your weakest link that you yourself become a part of the problem here. And so playing together.
And yeah, sure, well, that's true, but at the same time, if your weakest link is in the most important role on this T side, you're not going to get anything. You're not going to get any space. You're not going to get those entries down lower that shift the rotates, that open up even a chance to make this A site hit viable. Spotted on the cross, AK makes it down. Kiyosuke runs around, but Monacy's got hell control. You can't come through this smoke, Yimpat. Nico and kicks him inside the vent. It's an ugly spray, and they might have seen Nico here as well. Coming in for the clear, Nico lines them up, and they all get knocked down. 6-0 from Falcons. Xerxia may have support, but no one can make any headway in that B-bomb side.
CT side thus far from Falcons has been impressive, right? They feel like they've been put to the test just yet in this game. It's remaining very fluid. They're reacting to the info well. It's making it hard because you feel like there's never a gap here if you're Mouz. There's never something to exploit.
Something has to go right before you can make Falcons doubt themselves. Otherwise, they're just going to believe in their rotates, believe in their calls, stay active, stay mobile.
I mean, at every stage in that round, the gaps that did appear were closed so promptly, right? Even the Kiyosuke ramp drop as the player's hiding in the smoke. Well, that's right as Monacy moves into the line, and it's almost a bit of a bait and switch to try and bring them in to that AWP on the ramp.
CT side Nuke is probably the best place to be in flow state, right? Just moving those little pieces around the map. It's not even Kixon calling this like with the puppet strings. It's every player knowing their role, knowing their rotation, knowing how to react to certain info. Could be outside. Or down secret.
We said it hours ago coming into this for Mouz. Well, it's been a year absent of trophies. The one thing they've had is, at worst, semi-final placings. This would be their worst finish since the start of the year. Thinking back to Katowice and Bounty. But other than that, 9 playoffs in a row, always semi-finals or better.
Unreal consistency, only matched by Vitality. Exceeded even.
Good catch for Kixan. Missed main.
Oh my god, it's a mess. At least Xerxia just run and gun, takes that kill. Inside of the Molotov, Kiyosuke is just farming right now. Aimbots in the yard, 10-1. The read is there, the shot is not. Nico gets it over the line. Falcons, flawless game still.
Mouz just don't have answers. They don't have the usual tools. They don't have the usual pieces here. You're working with such limitations, and I mean, now even things as simple as these smokes are going wrong.
I wonder if that's on purpose, right? They still drop in looking at main, but is that just a reaction, or is that a miss? Regardless, it does Mouz no favors. Seeing frustration even come through. Jimmy started this series rock solid. That first map was great. He was the front runner, able to keep it going on the T side as well. Saw that hand go through the vent. Jimmy does get his kill down in the lower side, but Nico follows him. What an audacious play.
Nico stood on Jimmy's head, finishes him off. Now they try and spill over into this top site. That's a big pickup for Spinks and Torshi, and they know the others have dropped down lower. Nico survived one chance crossing in the vents. Is he really going to try and do it twice?
He's got to.
The 7-0 feel nearly invincible. But do you just write this round off on position and position alone?
It's a shame to see. Nico survive here.
I think he does. They might have to get a bit of a move on.
There's nowhere to go now. Maybe back garage, but that's his best bet at this point. They drop down the vent. Nico holding on for exits. He's gonna lose that orb. Honestly, AK might be valuable in and of itself. And Mouz do find their first round. About time. I'll save the AK, surely. There's so much money on this Falcon CT side, so he will.
I mean, look there, right? Mouz pick up a round, and it's kind of the mistake of Falcons. Their keenness to rotate, the pace of these rotates, and the tunnel vision on these players in at lower end up leaving them out of position. And with a series of awkward missed timings going the way of this Mouz team, they've gotten on the board.
It's not too late.
This is where they can look to recover, but that's got to be the start of something. You get in on the overzealousness and the overconfidence of your opponent. Now let's see if they can do it on their own merit. It's a cross out in the yard. 4 players here with just Jimmy waiting back in the lobby.
I wonder if that's, oh no, what a read. What a read, just denied at the door. Exertion comes through the smoke and Monacy pre-scoped on his position. Jimpat and Hut, did he hear the scope up close? Monacy might just strut in, 2 players. Leg gives it away, Monacy missed shot, Jimmy jumps on it. Double kill, we were waiting for him here in this 3rd map after a great series. Jimpat put down by the ramp flank. Kickson's position unknown. Mao's cross. Shift down. Kiyasuke keen to find out. To warn his captain. Kickson patient, waiting.
He's not playing the jump spot. Not looking for the info. Kicksan instead rests his hopes on an off angle down here towards lower where he's flying blind.
Shadow for him.
Has that shadow to work with, and well, will catch Torshi with the bomb. Double up from Kicksan. A safe pair of hands indeed. He's done his part in the round, and now he leaves it open to Kiyasuke to close. He's already down here giving chase straight away. Here's that bomb plant. Door swings open, and Spinks can't do a thing. It's Kicksan and Kiyasuke to keep this pretty for the Falcons.
Seeing everything that Kiyasuke has to offer here on this CT side. Reliable in his position, 4 kills on that pistol. Ever mobile, being put into positions to succeed and still making mid-round moves, still flanking lobby, assisting outside. He's everywhere and nowhere at the same time. 12-2, clutches up that round for Falcons and responds to Mouz's 1-1 round. This deep molly, nothing that Exertion exploits. He waits for the smokes to come down before he crosses. He will make it pretty far. May break. They hear the footsteps, but he's got that secret control, this time unharmed. Yasuke committed. The smoke fade, high risk. He departs. Now he's coming around this corner. He has no support.
Catches the first. There's the lineup. It takes the 3rd man. Spinks on the swing to stop Kiyasuke. This is where Exertion is in the power position. Watching on these vents. He's going to catch Nico at this drop down. At this point, Falcons know it's the lower play. And these rotates are going to be slow. They have to take the safer routes further away on the extremities. We'll go and clear out vent. That'll offer up the path to Kicksan. Even this is wasting time for the Falcons, clearing dead positions as Exertion has fallen back.
Oh.
Sat on the bomb is Spinks, watching over it, and as Monacy looks for this, that's when Exertion is supposed to play, but he's been allowed to pluck one from the ranks. Kicksan moves in, missed shot for Torshi, and this might cost him dearly. Bomb planted for Exertion, this has to be his moment, and the clutch comes in. Exertion with a big round, his most impactful one in this series yet. But it takes everything from Mouz for a 2nd round.
Can't deny got scary, right, when he doesn't swing to trade Monacy. Maybe felt like he missed his timing after Spinks gets peeked in with the orb. Exertion hits that headshot, he spams the smoke, he saves Mouz from another devastating round on his secret cross. Worth its weight. Late in the T side, 4 is all they can reach for.
Nico wants to crush some more dreams.
Mouz, do they blend? Time to find out.
Just had a dropout for Exertion. Paws called in, really not the man to have it happen to.
We've lost 2 of them.
I mean, look, you can still go on and recover this half of your Mouz. That's what you have to be telling yourself here. You don't have a lot of room left. You have an awful lot of runway. You've had to really fight for both the rounds you've been able to pick up. It's not over, it's far from it. And it's in these desperate moments when Mouz feel beaten that you've seen them roll over and die in some of the most important games of their career. You don't want this to be another one on the stage.
And that's usually come off the back of, you know, at least something to celebrate prior to that, right? We talk about the Cologne final, they definitely crumbled. Spirit leveled up, but that was after Mouz beat Vitality, beat their demon. Mouz have nothing to celebrate so far. Map victory in the series, a win over VP Shaw. This was a game they could have crushed crowd favorites.
I don't know if it's great for Mouz, this idea that in the beginning of the season, the one team they could never get past was Vitality. That was the only thing stopping them from being the best team in the world. It was the other best team in the world. But now that Rogues Gallery is growing, right? It started with Spirit after the Vitality win where they finally pick it up. They get it, well then Spirit go ahead and beat them thrice over. Now, Falcons looking to throw their name into that list of squads that can take down the Mouz team. And at that point, you feel like you're slipping. You feel like you're losing your grip on being the top dog.
Yeah, the timing was there, right? We always felt this Falcons project building up was inevitable, that they would rise to be a prolific team at the top of Counter-Strike, forcing it through aggressive purchases. Now we're in that world. Can Mouz come back, shake the monkey off their back? Will Falcons sweep this final map?
They have a golden chance here, right? They have the chance to break Falcons' money heading into the last round of the half, and that would see them through to a 4-round T-side. It's not a lot, but it is enough room to keep yourself in this game.
Definitely. But look at Kyosuke. Again, the power position coming up secret. m0NESY confirms what they already know. Xertion does find that entry, and Kyosuke tucks in, hoping they're coming his way. Might not get rewarded, or she's now in a position to punish any reaggression. Mouz pull the handbrake up. Top lobby for Jimmy. Full control outside, allowing a wrap around the world, and they don't know how much commitment there is lower, but Kyosuke comes back up and he gets punished. There's more layers to that. Kicks in the same position. Falcons trying to force this, will pay the price.
Tessa's going to die to back lobby if he's not careful. So fixated on this player up on TyLoo. If he's just open at that timing. You know, the presence of a second player on a secret cross almost feeds misinfo to Falcons as to the lay of the round. Kixan even taking one of the dome will at least finish off Torshi, but with m0NESY blocked out, Kixan removed, and a play in towards A. Mouz have stuck to the landing on this round. And with the money where it's at for the Falcons, they cannot begin to justify going for this.
Yeah, you know Mouz want to take these guns away. So much value in removing m0NESY's orb this deep in the half. There's one more. And do they realize m0NESY's still ramp?
Never saw him fire a shot, but maybe you can piece it together just based on where he hasn't been in this round. And yeah, they're all beelining for the ramp room now. m0NESY, they're coming from either side of him. And he's even got lower to worry about. It's only the tag. m0NESY on borrowed time. That is a punishing hunt from Mouz, and it's put them in a position to succeed. A bit more mileage from Xertion out in the yard.
Oh, Mouz were going to save that orb. They were trying to save the orb. 2 players crash at the end of the round. Disastrous. Torshi's had, what, 1 orb in this T side and was on the upper hit, where it didn't even feel like the right gun for the job. And now a tech gets in the way of Mouz giving him a second chance. mental pause for Mouz.
I mean, look, sometimes extra layers of adversity push you even harder to overcome. And hell, I mean, seems like it's working for Exertion, who is having a lot more impact on this T side. You know, Mouz physically couldn't do this task without him. So at least him finding his footing a little bit more in the tail end of this first half has gifted them some rounds, right? A chance for 4.
Yeah, found that big triple kill where he killed Nico in the vent, followed up with 2 in the 1v1. Previous round, found Nico outside again on that smoke break. They dropped the AWP. And sure, even though Mouz don't pick it up, remember the money for Falcons is poor here.
In some ways, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. You know, they're going to be down to pistols and armor.
I like that you're coping.
I've seen Torshi work a rifle brilliantly.
That is true. The things you got to tell yourself to keep your head in the game at this point, because yes, the score is dire for Mouz, but it's not over. This is what the map comes down to. Final round, where Mouz need 4 on the T side.
And they've got every reason to get it, right? In all essence, they've done the hardest part, which was breaking through, you know, after that insane 7-round streak from the Falcons. You break through, and not only that, now you've broken their money in the final round of the half. It's suddenly looked to reinvigorate you just a little bit. Now, moments ago, this felt like a daunting, hopeless task, but now you have something to hold on to. That's a man who doesn't seem too upset about not having his AWP. Well, she always wanted to try and look on the bright side.
Yeah, class clown. Players rejoining the server here for Mouz. Tense tournament still. This side of the bracket open for the taking, with Vitality and Mongols in the semi-final on the other side.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, that is the side you've been glad you're dodging, right? Down here, semi-final versus Aurora, you said it earlier on, but whichever team goes on to face them from this quarterfinal would be considered the favorites. Back in Vitality Mongols, that's a match that's got hell of a history and one that can go either way. 2 top squads facing off. The grand final placing. Lion's share, the $1.25 million prize pool available at EWC. So after the tech delay, we're right back in. Just to recap where we're at, Falcons, money broken. They've got 1 gun, 1 hero gun, put onto Monacy. That's dropped over by Kixan, who forgoes armor for that privilege.
I love that. The captain right there, setting up your stars to succeed at the behest of you.
This is a round that you just have to win, right? Your whole T-side is kind of built to this moment. This has to be your breakthrough. You've beaten the rifles, you found a way in right at the tail end, right when it felt like all hope was lost. And in theory, this is your easiest round yet.
Yeah, it feels like you can't win the game if you lose this round with all the weight it carries. And so Falcons know they must make a gamble. They must run a risk. 3 here in the halls. Now set up util for the top site. Site that's let them down in this map so far.
Exertion's ready to main split. He's got the confidence again just to be left to his own devices out in the yard as well, which is nice. He doesn't need Brolin there backing him up.
His first 2 maps will be forgiven if he steps up here in the 3rd and gets Mouz over the line. Full execute, 2 mollies, only Monacy. Kixan's got no armor, as you say. Monacy needs a multi. Falcons have no kit for the retake.
Yeah, got to show us why he was entrusted with the hero gun. Monacy displaced by the util. Forced down very low. It's the kickstand. Armorless Eagle. Let's put some hope, some pep in the step of the Falcons, and now Nico and the rest of the gang come hunting. Mouz, you can't let them in here. Torshi tries to keep them at bay. Tessez onto a guard, and Torshi bringing the pain. Mouz scraped by with 4 on this T side. Will that be enough? Tough T-side's looking to be a fixture of this Nuke. Let's see if Falcons can change the tune on that as they now swap over to the T-half. They held a commanding lead with 7 rounds straight to open up. I was able to find a couple more in at the tail end. Exertion, who's had a very quiet series, notably being a driving force behind that. It's him and Torshi both topping the charts here for Mouz. Giving themselves a bit of breathing room. Let's see if they can make it a cause for concern. Winning the pistol carries tremendous weight if you want this comeback to happen, but it's not started strong. Torshi, top performer for Mouz, fed to the Nico pistol to open this up.
Exertion on his recovery arc. Pistol would seal that fate, but only one kill. Tessa's even got out Huts. A-side opens up. Roland hears him running amok, but he can't do a thing to stop it. Shot in the back of the head, perhaps. Monacy given a second chance at life and kicks him with a cover. That's Falcons converting this pistol. Jimmy just walks away. Kixon's had a hell of a game here. Even in offering up guns to his teammates, he is still top fragging in the server after this pistol round. T-sides have been difficult all tournament. Only 2 maps turning T-sided, Dust 2 and Overpass, but the caveat of that being it was Mouz with great T-sides over VP. Falcons with a pistol. They have had trouble converting these across the series.
Some huge gaps there that Falcons are able to exploit once they get the yard space. Force up for Mouz.
Hit that for 9.
Falcons take it slow. Hear that scout fire off. If you look at the scoreline, you know that this is a force from the Mouz squad. So no one jumping the gun here.
Kyosuke taking yard on his own, worth noting. Nico back in the lobby in the pack. Every shot dodged, he makes it down. Jimmy, pixel gap, smoke. Oh, Falcons, yeah, don't want to call the bluff on that. It's stacked out to the 9s. Kyosuke's pulling back from Secret, so this could end in an upper bust. Only the scout could stop him, but Torshi's dropped in now. They go back to Exec with Kixon on roof. Can Mouz put the stack here in time? Have they got the read? It looks like it, but will numbers be enough?
Torshi behind the sight on this scout. Gonna carry the bulk of the pressure. There's the support from Jimmy up on the rafters. Brolin double kill in the downtime, and Kixan might be having a great game, but a 1v3 at this health isn't happening.
That's a smoke setting up Mouz to win the round. The smoke that changes the plan for Falcons. And sure, they have a backup. They have a plan B to hit that top side with utility as well. But Brolin clears out Kyosuke from Secret with the 5-7. And it's the FAMAS up in rafters from Jimpat. Multi-kill to stop that hit from Falcons. What a drive-by for Brolin. Mouz read that round perfectly.
Yeah, at every stage, right? They had everyone in the right place.
And they just keep winning these forced by rounds. They lose pistols, it doesn't matter.
Break on the yard smokes, but one man's made it down. That's Kixan.
It's fine, you're not panicking rotates right now. As long as no one drops vent, we're all okay. But Jimpat takes it upon himself to rotate into the lower site. Oh, careful.
Still, Falcons are here on a very forward timing. Because of how quickly Kixan makes it across, Jimmy just gets dealt with straight away, thinking he's got a bit more room to work with there. And this is already dire straits on the round. They have to hunt down Tesses. They need this kill if they want to attempt the 4v4. Falcons have had time to get situated, and with 3 players coming ramp side, Spinks super late from Secret. This retake might have to be slow. That's allowed Falcons to get comfortable. Kyosuke takes a swing with the Tech 9 out on a ramp. Just looking to thin the herd before this retake begins. It's Spinks' late play that Mouz is still waiting for here. And only now showing his hand. He desperately needed this to be the kill. It doesn't come through. And that is limp for Mouz. They put all their stock on this flank. And now they stand to lose everything. up against the Falcons force fight.
Yeah, you called it. We didn't see how Nico got that kill on Jimpat, but that was the kill that opened up the round. The early drop of lower from Jimpat. But Falcons had so much space. He goes through the window.
That's the benefit to Kixan making it down on that forward timing. He already had the confirmation. Guys, there's no one here. They're not at the double doors. They're not jump spotting. There's no vent drop. That gives you so much safety on that run through lower. And it let them play with a real pace. There's Jimmy like trying to get set up and just play that headshot angle. You can jump there, play for info. Oh. Nico hits some blinders.
Yeah, he wins that round with 3 kills. So Falcons back on as Mouz forced to force. All the odds in Falcons' favor at this point. All the unlikelihood of Mouz recovering very late in this game.
We've said it a couple of times, but Kixan, not the kind of guy to try and overcomplicate these rounds. He's just called for another B-walk here. They found a lot of success in that last round. So screw it, why not run it back? Until now, he's tried to use a mixture of things against Mouz, but mainly it's the jitters, the nerves in this game, the fact that no one's feeling particularly sure of themselves. And, you know, you've kind of seen that in the rotations. There's been over-rotates, there's been under-rotates. This one is an example of the latter. They don't respond to those yard smokes because they don't have the info. And so it's given Falcons open runway to plant this bomb in at lower, and it might just be a full 5-man save for both teams. A unicorn round here, as Mouz have to try and keep these guns in play.
Yeah, you think about it, right? If Mouz lost everything here, they'd just be forcing till the game's over at that point. They would have to try and just win a round with less. Well, they've done it before. This one is not to be. Falcons just walk the walk silently down lower and win the round off position alone. Back-to-back call for Kixan is a knockout blow to Mouz, and sure, they get another chance with the same buy. But now there is no room for error. If they want this game in regulation, 8 rounds required in a row for Mouz. Falcons sit on the precipice of a semi-final against Aurora. An Inferno that looked uncomfortable, but a Nuke that has come through clutch. Kyosuke posting his best game yet at this event. That CT side impact was remarkable. And we might not even get time to see how this T side builds for him. Ooh, a couple of keen tags for Torshi. Why not?
I mean, at this point, why not leave it a chance? Bit of smoke spam from the Torshi scout. Ooh. Even more follow-up damage. He's landed 2 wall bangs through this smoke. Spink's going to catch a freebie on Kixan Crossing, who tries to run back this secret cross for the 3rd time in a row. And this time, Mouz do put stock in that. They try and deal with it early. The bomb is away from the Falcons here, and if Nico falls, no one's going to be able to retrieve it. So he has to be a little tapered in this aggression. Surely he's still just following through on the B aggro. Someone's got to go back and get this bomb. Kyosuke could try, but he's got to go out into the middle of the yard.
Right now, they're just thinking about the next kill. Trying to force it. Zersh's just repositioned as well, so Tessers with a mistiming allows the rifle to the back of the bomb site. Bomb does get retrieved, but where are you really going with this?
That Exertion makes it out there doesn't feel inconsequential. He was getting split on from main and the door. Brolin going to confirm their suspicions about this lurker back in the lobby, and now it's just Nico. 1 versus 5, 15 seconds, and a combat save as Mouz close in.
Coming for this one, they want the gun. They know if they're going to
wait till after time. You know you have him pinned in. You know exactly where he is. Nico, I think, is aware of this. And so going to try and play ahead of the timer, forces the kill out of Mouz.
And hey, Torshi, 1 kill, but how many scout shots did he hit? He tagged Nico, he tagged Kyosuke twice, he got a kill. May even be more I'm missing. A lot of value off of the sniper. This has to be, as I said, near flawless game here from Mouz against the odds. Monacy's AWP immediately. Falcons go back outside.
One down lower. Another walkout in the yard here for Falcons. Late smokes, they play ahead of it, looking for fights. Fights that Exertion is willing to give them. Chase here for Kiyosuke. He closes straight in on Exertion. Finds a 4-on-4, keeps pressure on and continues trying to work this space out in the yard. Torshi, step up and stop him in his tracks. Returning the advantage to Mouz, and I'm liking this mid-round move. Two players getting aggressive down on B. Kicksound with a big catch, but the fights are going to be forced here for this secret control, and Spinks will deliver. They're going to keep going. Monacy here with his AWP. Trusty AWP in his hand, but a missed shot. There's Kicksound to bail him out. Wild shot for Kicksound, and the round's still going. The backstab from Torshi can stop it in its tracks. Playing discipline just for a moment, wasting as much time as possible.
Yeah, you don't risk letting the crowd give that away. You just take the shot as soon as you hear a jeer. Monacy resetting as well, but 20 seconds, got to make up his mind. Throws the AWP out, AK up. 15 seconds, are you really going to try drop heaven at this point? Torshi's backside, he hears every step. Molly in your face, Monacy comes through the fire. He hits the shot, drop with the plant with a second to spare. Monacy making magic happen. Jimmy giving it away, running amok. Monacy picks a dangerous position. The kill will take it, and Monacy finds the round.
Zona can't believe it, but that's what they pay this guy for. Monacy, everything about that is pixel perfect. There was no other way to play that. He had to run through the volley, through the fire and flames. And that is a gut-wrenching round for Mouz to give away. Torshi didn't even have to fight. That's the horrible part. That's the knockout blow.
Torshi dropping the molly. I mean, it just feels like a huge mistake.
That's going to be the back-breaking round for Mouz. There's been many points in this series where you could have said, oh, it's all over, but that 1v2 from Monacy, that is the game. There is a second of difference on winning this clutch and losing it to time. He had to play it exactly how he did, Monacy, and yeah, that is the straw that breaks the camel's back here for Mouz. Frustration sets in. Torshi knows that is a grave error, and it might have just cost them everything.
Mouz just have to bite back. They have the better buy. With the feeling in the back of your head the Falcons are right there. And one mistake, one big play ends this series. Yasuke creeping around outside again. Nico to give up some of his famed positions shows the value he expects from this young player, and in this game he's delivered. Ready to bust into this upper sight. There is only one man committed. Spinks checking out yard. Or floating around. Brolin on his own, holds strong for one.
As he backs up, he will have support. Torshi moving in from heaven. Spinks here as well. Mouz digging deep. And Monacy, no clutch this time. Torshi gets his revenge.
Big 3K with the AWP makes up for it. And hey, you talked about trauma on Inferno. Well, Falcons, they're rife with it. 12-6 on Nuke. They've been here before. It cost them in Melbourne. Yeah, very different stakes, very different Falcons. But Mouz are a team who don't go down lightly. Broken bye for Falcons, but a bye nonetheless.
I don't know if Ghosts of the Past hit quite as hard as the trauma of the present. Mouz, it's very fresh. You've got to dig deep here. Torshi.
Yeah, he's putting that anger.
I mean, look, dude, if you've got a point to prove, if you can let the rage fuel you here. Torshi, a man known for the emotions, not afraid to let them creep into the gameplay. If he can harness that and level up right at the 11th hour, maybe there's hope yet. Doing all this to claw the game back. One misstep, one big round from Falcons, and it's all over. But for now, Mouz keep themselves in this. The money broken for the Falcons T side.
Yeah, it's not as dire as you think. I think the kicker is that Mouz gave up a match point, right? Could have won this in regulation. Now they're fighting for overtime. No guarantee at any point, as you say. But the money is a problem. The round count stacks up. 2 in a row for Mouz. Full eco for Falcons. Quicker than you realize, this game's into double digits for Mouz. You can never celebrate too soon in CS2. MR12 gives and it takes. Molly is perfect. Roland backside, Spinks on top. Ready for this rush.
Through the fire go the Falcons, and set ablaze by Spinks up top of the hut. Looking for a clean finish here, only losing Brolin to the eco.
Easy.
And so a quick repel of that top site here. Mouz, how much longevity does this have?
What do we go back to for Falcons? Is it just crossing behind the smokes? Is how they got into this game early on the T side, creeping down, unsuspecting Jimpat rotating in. Is it just keeping it simple here for Kixon? Letting his stars showcase their individual prowess. Smokes go outside, but it's all a bit of a ruse here for Falcons, faking out. Kixon lines up, I presume flashes for that top site. Zershan's got a spam. Finding Monacy in the door, that eases it up.
This is Kixan looking for the molly that knocks out the hut roof and the rafters. So speaking of the fact that they might look to end topside, but you wonder if that one kill on Monacy changes things.
I mean, it tells Mouz that they weren't full stacking Secret behind the smokes. Mouz are gambling on upper. They have no interest in that B site. Oh my God, Josh's body claimed in lower, falls down the vent.
It's a hell of a pickup.
But you've only seen the lobby lurker in Tessez. That doesn't tell you much. As far as Mouz are concerned, there could be more players down B. Silence is deafening. Mouz rotating, uncertain. Even Brolin off that top site goes back up the ladder. No better time than the present, 45.
What a moment here for Doubt to creep in and take control over this round for Mouz, but Falcons try and get tricky with it.
Bomb makes it.
Bomb made it down.
Jimpat on
the rest of Falcons are away. Kiyasuke gonna try and get out into lower. Caught with nades in hand, but they don't deal with him the first time. Trying to close in, Brolin will cover. 20 seconds left for the Falcons, and even though Nico's here, the bomb is lost, the site has fallen. And not time to rectify this round. It's another swing and a miss for the Falcons on their full buy. They're running out of them as this comeback is taking shape.
And not even a bomb plant to maybe give you a chance. If Kiyasuke's gun out there, I think he snaps shots up to Jimmy, and you have interest in that round. You have a chance to make it work. Instead, you have a half buy for Falcons, and then one more chance to close this out in regulation. Very quick, that 12-6 comes back to bite you. Mouz want to make a mockery.
You hear that hype from Torshi. This was the guy slamming his desk when he gave away the 2v1 to Monacy that saw Falcons get on to match point. Well, that anger, that frustration has changed to determination. Mouz know they're right here. They're one full rifle round away from overtime.
Yeah, but don't forget about the eco. Don't overlook the Tech 9. Jimmy's had a quieter map here in the third. Ramp just feels tempting for a half buy.
Not an avenue that Falcons have explored yet.
They don't know what they're up against. They see that scoreboard. Maybe they exploit it. Smokes go outside, a prerequisite to almost anything. Nico's Deagle patrols yard, the rest in the lobby. Kicks in again, same util, maybe trying to run it back. They cancelled last time because of the door smoke. You got nothing to lose in trying on a half buy. A-site's weakened by Spinks' rotation. In come Falcons.
Yeah, just an all-in hit. Tess says teed up with flashes. First kill for Jimmy as he holds strong. There's the trade back. Kyosuke's Tech 9 and Nico's Deagle start to deliver. It's ended up even, 3-on-3. You said you couldn't discount this type of round from the Falcons. They're showing us why. They play with a terrifying pace. Out and away, they catch Mouz. And now it all hinges on this retake.
Nico's in the game-winning position right now. He's got the gun for the job.
Nico in a game-winning position on Nuke. A three-man grouping for Mouz. All gonna try and explode in through the top. Nico playing anti, they go early, but there's the transfer for Nico. It's down to this, 1v1. Was the comeback all for naught? Do Falcons take it here and now at a low buy? Bombs being held, Spinks ain't faking this, and kicks out, runs him down. Comeback denied, it's Falcons through to the semi-finals. As Mouz crumble versus that fast top site hit.
Margins come close here for Mouz, but Falcons squeeze it out at the final hour. A difficult game. A map where Kyosuke started red hot, cooled off. But Nico double at the back of the bomb site, 3 in the round to finish the job. Trauma avoided, devastation averted. Semi-finals entered by the Falcons.
A sigh of relief from Falcons after that Monacy 1v2 and the game still dragging on. It felt like anything could happen, but the pressure eases off in those eco rounds. And a fast play, all it takes to take this one over the line. But Mouz a frustrating game and their worst finish in a long time going out in the quarterfinals. It's been a streak of semi-finals or better for this Mouz team, and that streak just comes to a close here. Lot to think about for Exertion. A slow start in this series, only really got going come map 3, and when he was there, you felt his impact. Just too long to pick up steam. Too long to ever get going.
Still map pool questions for the Falcons to answer here. A shaky Inferno, an Instaban of overpass, a BO5 in the final. If they make it all the way, they've got to get through Aurora tomorrow.
Well, there you have it. Team Falcons soar through the bracket and land in the semi-final. I have Mouz with me for a quick winner interview. First of all, you guys didn't look as locked in Cologne, but here in Riyadh, you guys are making a statement performance in front of the home crowd. So can you tell me what changed?
We're always locked in. We're always locked in. What changed? We started playing much better than we did in the past few months. So we should keep it up.
All right, well, best of luck to you moving forward. But I do want to ask you about your newest addition, Kyosuke. He's been one of the best players in CS right now, especially with his ratings in Cologne. But then, when he joined Team Falcons, you guys seem to click across all the tournaments except with what happened in Cologne. So can you tell me what changed when he joined the roster?
He's been amazing since he joined. He was showing it on practice. He showed it in Cologne. Unfortunately, we didn't help him in Cologne much, but he's an amazing guy and amazing person and teammate.
All right.
What changed? We just started playing much better. I don't know.
All right, well, if everything clicks, it clicks. But I do want to ask you, now that you're performing in front of the home crowd here in Riyadh, how does it feel for you and the team to have the home crowd cheering for you?
That feels amazing. I'm excited to see all of the guys. It's almost impossible sometimes to hear the game because they cheer so much, and I like it.
Right, well, now that you won an elimination match, you know what's about to happen. We're going to go to that key crusher and we're going to crush your opponent's key. Do you want to go and do that?
Let's try. I have never done before, I think. Let's do it.
All right, let's see if you like this experience. And there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, Mouz's key is about to get shattered. And the people thought that Team Spirit would be their new nemesis, but it's Falcons who slammed the door shut. They soar forward, chasing not the title, but history. Well, there you have it. Mouz's journey ends in the tournament. And I want you, Mousy, to look right there at the trophy. You guys are 2 steps away from claiming it. You're going up against Aurora tomorrow. How do you think that match is going to go?
Game by game, round by round. And yes.
All right, well, best of luck to you. We'll see you at the semi-final. We'll leave you now joining your teammates. But for now, we're going for our exit interview.
Falcons, the victors, but sadly that does mean it's the end of the line for Mouz. It went to that third map of Nuke. We know that's normally a comfortable ground for you guys. Where do you feel like there were the hurdles that maybe you didn't anticipate on that map of Nuke?
I mean, it's a lot. I think we did not usually play as we should do on this, especially like the past games. But yeah, it's been a lot of frustration, of course, that we repeat the mistakes a lot, like us 5 people, and yeah, we sometimes we just can't play together, and it's just crucial moments we can't win. And yeah, I think that's it. I mean, we sometimes can't win clutches, and it's really hard to play them. But yeah, it's just pretty hard at the moment. We can't really play on our T-side sometimes. We are really disconnected, so yeah.
Torsey was talking to me before the game about the importance of the individual level for Mouz coming into this part of the season. Where do you feel the individuals were in this series? Was it enough? Was there more to be desired?
Can you repeat, please? I can't.
Yeah, it's very loud in here. Just individual level of the players on Mouz during this series. Where was it at, in your opinion, as a leader?
No, I think it was good, of course. I mean, as a leader, I did not play I think I haven't called the best lately, and I just need to improve it. But yeah, I think we need to win some crucial situations, and especially like on T-side, on Ancient, for example, I did not play good at all, and didn't call at all. So it's tough to win. Then I just need to work on it. It's just a lot of time that we can't update our playbook basically and try to develop as a team, but yeah, that one we were repeating mistakes, and we just need to work on hard on it, I guess. But yeah.
Just looking at the recent history of Mouz, obviously you made it to the grand finals of Cologne, a semi-finals exit at Bounty, now a quarterfinals exit here. Where do you view the level of Mouz as an overall team in the circuit at the moment?
No, I think we always have the goal to win tournaments. I think we also have the goal to win the tournaments when we attend in every event. But yeah, I mean, lately, as I said before, we are repeating mistakes, and it's just really hard to adapt to it. Yeah, we will travel home now. Then we play another tournament online, and then we try to update our playbook basically with some practice, because we haven't had it in a while. So yeah.
Anybody that you want to be shouting out? I know you had some fans fly over here to join you guys in Riyadh. Anybody that you want to give a quick shout out to before we end this?
Really sad that we did not win. I think our goal is to win tournaments this season, and I think I'm really sorry for that. We can be capable of winning it, but yeah, thank you for the support, and especially the people who are attending here. Thank you.
Roland, thank you so much for your time. That does mark the end of the line for Mouz here at EWC 2025.
Just like the dark side of nature, the Falcon has plucked these mice from the EWC 2025 bracket. It is a done data here for Mouz. They are going out, and the Falcons stay alive again.
And I mean, a good nuke in this one. I mean, it's a good thing they gave themselves some runways. Mouz had a little bit of fight left him at the end. You started getting a little bit concerned this one is going to slip away. But you got to give credit. I mean, a hot start on the T side. They went up 7-0, something along those lines. I think Nico was a really strong performance. CT side, yeah, excuse me. Nico is a really strong performer in the early game as well to get them set up. I think Modesty did a great job with EWP. And Falcons just, I mean, a lovely game from the CT side, set it up for a nice, easy finish.
Yeah, and even though they sort of
nice finish
from 7-0 to 8-4, they got a little bit maybe complacent towards the end.
That force buy.
Yeah, and it was very reminiscent of Ancient, right, where they struggled a little bit on the T side, and then once they sped up and started sending it a little bit more was when they found success. I mean, they win the game on a half by just sort of an upper pop that ends up working for them, defending the retake. So, you know, not super clean, not perfect, but I don't think it's possible to be for Falcons this early. Not just Kyosuke added, Tess is changing positions, Nico changing positions, so you'll just take the wins, and it's a really important win for Falcons, also for the VRS.
Yeah, I mean it's huge for them, and I mean especially because I think you're dead right as well. They're going to be happy to take the win any way they can get it because every win is like a sign that progress is there, and you're going to have to clean things up along the way. That's continuous work, right? You're never content with how you play every single situation. You're always battling. This clutch is insane from m0NESY. I mean, Torji might have had a little bit of premonition there when he calls out that Falcons are going to like kind of rely on some individual star power because m0NESY just showed him what he can do.
Yeah, he definitely did. Now, I kind of want to go back to there just a second, Yanko, with the idea that they started picking up the pace. Would you say that they started moving more decisively?
I think so. I think they were just like, listen, this slow stuff, we're trying to outsmart them a little bit more. They lost rounds, it didn't work. So, okay, we're on Tech 9s, let's just do an A-pop. You know, let's just try to hit the timing. Maybe we get lucky a little bit. Those rounds always depend kind of on the first guy, whether he either gets a kill preferably or just creates a ton of space where he will definitely get traded. If you can get the side and get the bomb down, which they did, it was a 2-for-2 trade. Nico got his hands on an M4. Mouz was a little bit. Two guys were outside of main. They started walking all the way back towards heaven. You know, and
Nico actually got caught off guard. He was playing anti-flash, right?
Yeah,
He was actually looking into the wall when he finally turned. He's in midair. So I mean, that was a really fortunate double kill that he gets in the back of the bomb site.
And I think, man, if you're Mouz, you look 3 weeks ago, they're on the top of the world. They just beat Vitality for the first time in the semifinal of Cologne. They're going into the grand final as a favorite against Team Spirit, and then lose 3-0 to Team Spirit, go to Bounty, lose 2-0 to Team Spirit in the semi, grand final, semi-final, now quarterfinal, lost to Falcons, who made so many changes.
It's two things with Mouz. One, as I mentioned at the start of the series, like this was huge because now you have another team of superstars who have beaten you, and now you have another team in front of you that you have to worry about on top of Donk with Spirit and on top of ZywOo and all the guys over in Vitality. But also if you're Mouz, you know what? I actually just straight up forgot my second point. I had it.
That's all right, Jason.
It just slipped out of my brain.
Good, man.
It happens.
Yeah, it did.
Happens to the best of us.
What about Kyosuke, though?
Pretty good.
Kyosuke.
Man, I like his. You said decisive. That's a key word. That round where he trades that mini kill like towards the end where he just swings it. I love when I see him like just have like the intuition take over of like this is a kill I can hunt down. Torji emptied his entire mag, and Kyosuke's like, there's my mistake. I'm 100 down.
It's like a risk of gambles almost at that point. Is it going to pay off? Can you capitalize on it? Or does it leave you in a deficit?
And I mean, yeah, sorry, just his mechanics, man. It's just so sharp, the ability to get multi-kills. I mean, just the CT pistol, just the first round of this map, right?
This round too.
This as well. It's just so clean, like just gives such a huge advantage to his team when in a position where someone would maybe get one and die, he's able to get two and just do so much.
He's so efficient with his bullets. Like that's the second, like I mean that ramp hole, I think that's the second time where there was another game previously, I think back at Cologne, obviously, when he had like a triple kill on a hold that was like one mag, like 3 or 4 kills, and just like deletes them. And it happens again here. Like he's just sharp.
And I think also there's going to be very few times when we talk about Falcons and individual performances that Kixon's name is going to be mentioned.
So let's give him his flowers.
But boy, in this series.
But right now.
To both map wins. On Ancient first he had, but here on the Nuke at the start, so City said, this is the first gun round. He has a FAMAS, triple kill with the FAMAS, right? There were a couple more rounds where he had impact. That T-side round where he's decon and, gets a couple of kills too. Or actually, this is a City side round. This round as well, it's like so many times he brought it back for his team where it's like, kind of sucks if you're Mouz. I mean, okay, we dealt with Nico, we dealt with m0NESY. Even Kyosuke is dead. Well, Kickson's gonna solve us, I guess.
It's one of those games where you're like, don't let Nico and m0NESY and Kyosuke beat you, and you accomplish that goal. But then Kickson's like, I'm just gonna have a life game for them. I'm just gonna step up. I mean, it's a cool luxury to have. He puts those performances every once in a while, but this is a perfect time for it in the deciding map.
Yeah, it is the perfect time for it. Obviously, staying alive in the bracket's one thing. Finding yourself into that semi, and now with the chance to go even further, it's got to be a feels-good moment, nonetheless, for the Falcons.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, like we said, like they've just had 2 events of struggles that's been disappointment. So this, at least for them, is like, let's start moving that stuff behind us, and I think this is going to help accomplish that goal.
Kixon had a great game, but he didn't have the coolest moment.
No, not
of
at all.
the game, bro. Like the m0NESY clutch. Like you're thinking, bro, just save the op. Like,
wait, no, this seemed crazy.
Like, he's testing for the guy. There's 17 seconds. He's like, oh wait, this is smoked. 15 is like, where's he going? Does he even have time to get down? Torji, he's gonna regret throwing this incendiary. Just
Well, this is where I wonder. We heard in the exit or the post-game interview with Monacy where he was like, the crowd was so loud we actually couldn't hear footsteps. Yeah. I wonder if that's part of the motivation to go for this, because you run that whole way. Torji should be able to hear you the whole way. And this is one of those rounds that's really hard to analyze once you get into that 2v1, because it's really easy to nitpick every small decision made by the Mouz players.
I don't think, for me, it's just the stuff where the most important thing is knowledge of the position, right? Like when Torji throws the incendiary, Monacy knows exactly where he is. If you can hide behind TyLoo, you can just stay under there, right? He's time limited. He can't check every corner. He has to plant the bomb, right? So you have that going for you. And even then in the 1v1, Jimmy's just running like an elephant.
I don't know why Jimmy was running like that.
I think it's just the stress of, this should have been in a 1 round and now I'm in a 1v1 and I'm stressed and I'm just going to go for it. It was an easy 1v1 for Monacy. It didn't have to be.
Yeah, this is also, I think the crowd might have played some factor in terms of masking those footsteps from Monacy, because Torji with the time left on the clock, he's thinking he's going to be coming, mini, if anything, right? He's going to be,
Bro, you're going to tell me that, these guys play in arenas with 10,000
I'm going off what
there.
Monacy just said. He literally just said, we can't hear footsteps.
But he likes it. He did say he likes it.
Yeah, exactly, because he won the clutch.
Well, of course, yeah, he flew up the ladder and literally no one knew.
I know.
Can't hear that.
It's wild. Yeah, Torji doesn't track him in time, and I don't know. It's just it's a crappy clutch that's going to live in the dreams of Mouz for a while.
Nice. Yeah, maybe even our dreams. Who knows? Let's take a look at that bracket as to or better yet, what we have left. We do have the semifinals. That'll be tomorrow. Then we look at a grand final on Sunday and a third-place match decider. So still quite a bit of Counter-Strike to go. 4 matches in total. That grand final is a BO5, but our semifinals featuring Vitality Mongols and Falcons and Aurora.
Yeah, absolutely. Vitality Mongols met in the semifinal of Blast Bounty. Mongols able to take them down for the first time this season. Vitality looking to bounce back from that, get into another grand final after finishing top 4 the last 2 tournaments. And Falcons, after taking down Mouz, going up against Aurora, who's had a little bit of a resurgence in this tournament. Xantares has been playing great. I think that's going to be another interesting matchup because their map pools do overlap a little bit and should be a very entertaining game, that's for sure.
Yeah, and if the Aurora players come in sharp, they can punish some of the mistakes that we saw today. That we know that it's not going to be perfect playing out of the Falcons side. So there's going to be mistakes they can capitalize on if they can pull that off.
And Aurora has looked extra strong on their CT side. The last couple of games, right? Which, considering that the T side for Falcons has been kind of shaky, might be a game where just the stronger CT side prevails.
Yeah,
pretty sure we saw some of those retakes from the side of Aurora earlier in the B site. Xantares walking in like he owns the place. Imagine that. There he is, our Sony daily MVP. Couldn't have scripted it if I tried, Jason. That one just kind of happy accident there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a little bit of happy accident. Well done. This was actually. He played really well. And as you're saying, with all the concerns about him coming back into the lineup and everything like that, he's playing pretty well, and obviously a huge piece for this Aurora team. And if he's firing on all cylinders, if he's having a good game, Aurora can beat anyone. We saw them recently taking some very deep games as well. So I think Aurora coming in tomorrow, if they have the same kind of confidence, they now have 2 very good wins underneath their belt. This is another task for Falcons that is going to be nerve-wracking.
Also felt a while since we last saw Xantares have a game, right?
It has been a minute.
On both maps was very dominant. That's too, he had that sneak in the retake on the B-bomb side this round, where it's like, wow, if it weren't for this, you see Heroic would be on match point and might be all over, but they managed to close it out 13-11 after this round.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You add Xantares having a good game, and then you look at all the rest of the skill in that. Remember, we talked about this Aurora team as one of the most highly skilled rosters at one point when they were performing well. Year and a half, 2 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know what you were saying 2 years ago, Jason. I didn't say that. I never said that.
They had a lot of skill. They took that. What was that final against Vitality in Pro League? They took the 5 maps.
Navi. Yes.
Navi, yeah.
Last year.
Navi, last year.
Yeah.
Okay, so year and a half. Year.
Yeah, that was a close final. Good game.
It was good.
Probably should have won.
You guys cool or?
You're cool. You cool?
Okay, no, I'm cool. I'm also as cool as telling you how big tomorrow's schedule looks like. It's just 4 teams because we're still trying to narrow them down. Now, of course, the winners of these 2 games will advance on into that grand final on Sunday. And I don't know, but if I'm looking at this, do I want to see Vitality versus the Falcons in the finals?
Hell yeah.
Those were some of the, that's the best final we've had in CS2, the Melbourne one.
Yeah,
I think it was. And Falcons, unfortunately, are not playing on the level that they did at that tournament, and I'm not sure how competitive the final would be. But we'll have to wait and see. A lot on the line for these teams. Vitality still fighting for that 2nd spot in the Club World Championship. Aurora also looking to move up and secure extra prize money. And for Falcons, it's more about the VRS, right? Because they've been struggling a little bit. So I think the win against Mouz is going to mean a lot. If they can beat Aurora as well, get into the grand final, the prize money, the land wins, it's going to mean a lot because you want to start as late in the major as you can.
And I'm also pumped. I don't want to skip it over. The Mongols' vitality game is going to be spicy to see if they can do it again.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of revenge there from a little.
Will they do it again, Jason?
Probably not.
Well, how about
I'm going to go with no.
Hey, just leave the spoilers at home, Jason.
Okay.
We don't know. We don't know. What we do know is that it is the end of the end of the day here for us, which leaves us with our Qiddiya MVP plays.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobe. As a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the stereo. Everything you see ain't what it appears, though. Everything that I built made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm when you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. You're welcome to join me. I promise I won't fight.
Excited.
They're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always season through.
Boys, playing for stats.
I don't wanna break I had enough of burning up so hard I just break your chain. You never stop building up. Never stop what's building up inside of me.